There were sounds of people screaming for help. The voice also mentioned a demonic beast. Seeing the increasingly dangerous situation, they immediately ran to save themselves. But there was a man named Ye Qing who looked breathless. It was known that Ye Qing was an abyss scavenger who was still at level 0. But because Ye Qing couldn't deal damage to demonic beasts, Ye Qing could only survive by picking up trash left behind by job changers. And as the panel system also told, Ye Qing failed to deal damage to the spirit wolf. Because Ye Qing was only a level 0 member, he was often considered a burden on society and useless. There were even some people who referred to Ye Qing as trash. Now Ye Qing was dealing with a white wolf, but the wooden shield used by him was destroyed. And finally, Ye Qing got an attack from the white wolf in front of him. Ye Qing himself felt that he lived like trash. But there was one determination that Ye Qing never forgot, and that was that he never wanted to live like a trash. And now Ye Qing was trying his best to fight the white wolf, until finally, Ye Qing managed to deal critical damage to the spirit wolf. For the first time, Ye Qing got 1 point of damage. Meanwhile, in City G, the sky was clear. In the city, there was a rank C abyss gate. Now Ye Qing was standing in front of the gate. But suddenly the man appeared frightened and immediately ran away because he saw a monster figure coming out of the abyss gate. Ye Qing referred to himself as a senior ravine scavenger, and Ye Qing's job every day was to recycle and sort the trash left behind by the job changers when they finished fighting the monsters. Meanwhile, the supervisor of the abyss himself didn't allow the resources within the abyss to be known by the public or ordinary people. And now in front of Ye Qing, there was an item called a C-rank crystal, and it was known that one crystal was worth more than 50,000 yen. As Ye Qing was in the middle of sorting the items, someone suddenly appeared who called out to him. The man with a suspicious look spoke to Ye Qing. He said that they would count the dungeon rewards one by one. The man warned that if Ye Qing dared to hide the crystals, then Ye Qing would not only be fined in money, but Ye Qing was said to be put in jail. Ye Qing said that the boss had nothing to worry about. Ye Qing claimed that he had been doing the job for years and knew all the rules. The work of ravine scavengers is known to be done by those who are still at level 0. If the frontline combat team could not clear the monsters to the maximum, then the lives of the 0-level people in the backline could be threatened at any time. So it can be said that the work done by Ye Qing is tantamount to risking life. The basic salary of the dungeon for the abyss scavenger workers was 300 yuan. In addition, each scavenger could also earn 1,000th of the value of the garbage picked up, which was about 600 yuan. This is then reduced by an agent fee of 30%. So the total net income of a scavenger is about 540 yuan. Now Ye Qing still has a debt of 670,000 yuan. Ye Qing was determined to work harder to pay off his debt. Someone then offered Ye Qing that he had a great job, and Ye Qing was said to be able to earn a commission of 3,000. Hearing this, Ye Qing was of course tempted, because he thought the amount was very large. The man wearing a yellow shirt and hat asked Ye Qing to come to the group as he knew Ye Qing was always complaining about money. Ye Qing looked very excited and said he would come soon. Eventually, Ye Qing and the rest of the group of ravine scavengers left for another place by bus. On the bus, the ravine scavengers talked about the Shenfeng City main market, which was referred to as a replica of the ravine. The information about the location had previously been reported on many news portals and was referred to as an A-ranked location. They were also not surprised that the fee at the Shenfeng City location had a very high fee because it was known that many groups had perished there. It is even known that not a single person managed to survive out of the replica of the abyss. One of the ravine's scavenging workers wondered if this was part of another subcontract, and his colleague replied, "It is very likely that it could happen." They also mentioned that, in addition to the mission of clearing the trash from the job changers, they would also be working on another important mission, which was to bring back the team's equipment that had been destroyed earlier. Some of the ravine scavenger workers seemed very upset with the old capitalists, who they called very cruel and vile. They were also curious, who exactly gave permission for the location of the ravine to be monitored by the commercial group of the capitalists. Meanwhile, Ye Qing only fell silent listening to the ravine scavenger workers' remarks. It was known that about 10 years ago, an abyss gate appeared from a state of emptiness. From that place, a creepy abyss creature emerged. The appearance of the abyss creature, of course, makes humans very scared, and the only group that can defeat these abyssal creatures are the job changers. They are said to have a special ability to deal damage to the abyss monsters. And after the demonic beasts died, people discovered that not only energy products in the form of magic crystals, but also various mysterious weapons and props. Therefore, now humanity is starting to be in an uproar with the development of the abyss. It was like humans discovering a new continent for the second time. A large number of traditional companies eventually collapsed due to these conditions. Eventually, social funds were used to establish a new industry known as the abyss industry. When the industry was born, Ye Qing naturally didn't want to waste the opportunity. He then came to several abyss industries and registered himself. But unexpectedly, Ye Qing was immediately rejected because they said they didn't need members with 0 level. Ye Qing did everything he could to pay for his sister's hospital fees. The doctors started being cruel to Ye Qing. They called the hospital not a welfare association. And if Ye Qing still couldn't pay the hospital fees, he was asked to take his sister home. Ye Qing, at that time, begged for an extension. Not only did he have to pay for his sister's hospital bills, Ye Qing also owed 2 months' rent. The landlord kept banging on Ye Qing's door several times and asked Ye Qing to pay off the arrears immediately. Ye Qing tried hard to register as a ravine scavenger, and not a single place would accept him. They even looked down on Ye Qing and called him a scum. This, of course, made Ye Qing feel frustrated. The employment situation was very difficult for someone with 0 level. Ye Qing realized he was just a useless piece of trash in society. But in the midst of his frustration, someone suddenly appeared who offered to help Ye Qing. The person asked Ye Qing if he currently needed money. The figure seemed to give something to Ye Qing. He asked Ye Qing to exchange it with the most precious thing Ye Qing had, which was Ye Qing's organs. The man could only let out a long sigh after recalling the incident. A ravine scavenger worker suddenly spoke up and discussed Ye Qing's life. The man said that Ye Qing had borrowed 1 million from a person called Loan Shark. Ye Qing was also said to have lost everything while trading in the stock market. The man also stated that if Ye Qing could not repay the debt, then Ye Qing would have to sell his kidney. They continued to talk about Ye Qing to his face. The ravine scavenger man continued to babble and stated that Ye Qing had a little brother who always relied on him. They also mentioned that Ye Qing's life was very hard because he had to bear the huge hospital fees. Ye Qing could only look down and remain silent as he listened to all these remarks. They even said that Ye Qing would probably die with the number of problems and burdens he was currently facing. Those people's mouths were so cruel and didn't care about Ye Qing's feelings at all. They said that Ye Qing would only be a trash all his life. Finally, the ravine scavengers had arrived at the replica of the ravine in Shenfeng City. There was already a brown-haired man waiting for them. The man said that the scavenger workers were very slow. The ravine scavengers immediately rushed and could only apologize. The other job changers asked the ravine scavengers to stay by their side because of the dangerous situation. They were also reluctant to take responsibility if anything happened to the ravine scavengers. The job changers shouted at the ravine scavengers to move quickly. Meanwhile, Ye Qing only thought that this time he had to work harder than before in order to earn money and move on. Currently, Ye Qing and the other ravine scavengers were already at Shenfeng City Underground City Public Market, a B-ranked ravine. And this was the first time for Ye Qing to come to a B-ranked abyss. It wasn't long before an army of wolves appeared before them. A job changer shouted out someone's name, which was Lao Chun. The man looked very annoyed that the monsters had simply walked away as soon as they stepped into the abyss. Lao Chun looked very relaxed and stated that the monsters in front of them were just a bunch of first-class spirit wolves. Lao Chun immediately advanced to attack the monster army. Lao Chun immediately released his power in the form of a fire explosion that made the wolf army look terrified. They immediately ran to save themselves. One of the job changers asked everyone to stay alert and alert. He reminded them that demonic beasts could attack them from any dark corner. A man wearing glasses asked where the purpose of their attack this time. Other job changers stated that this time they would go to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, a job changer wearing a robe said the location in the place had changed. The job changers said that the size of the 1st floor of the market had increased by 5 times. The job changer also stated that the height of the room had also increased more than 3 times, while the man wearing glasses stated, "This situation is also called the abyssalization of replicas made based on the real world." But the man also said that the internal structure had mutated. But there are things that make the man with glasses wonder. There he saw no trace of the group sent to that place. They also found no bodies left behind. The man with glasses then ordered the ravine scavengers to find the bodies. Meanwhile, the man named Lao Chen said that wherever he was, a person with a level 0 would only be a trash figure. Suddenly, Ye Qing was surprised to see something and stumbled in front of Lao Chen, who was fixing his shoelaces. Lao Chen looked very upset with Ye Qing. The ravine scavenger immediately apologized to Lao Chen for his actions, but Lao Chen didn't take it lying down. He then lifted Ye Qing's small body high. Lao Chen said he felt very disgusted with Ye Qing. Lao Chen was upset because he was so surprised and thought that Ye Qing was a monster. Meanwhile, other job changers warned Lao Chen not to be rude to the ravine scavengers. That's because they now have a mission together. At that moment, Ye Qing seemed to be having trouble breathing as his neck was being strangled by Lao Chen. Lao Chen stared at Ye Qing and slammed Ye Qing's body to the floor. Lao Chen acted arrogantly by telling Ye Qing to stay away from him because Ye Qing was called a trash. Ye Qing felt very upset, but he couldn't do anything about it. He just mumbled. Lao Chen was an asshole who liked to belittle others. Lao Chen continued to grumble and felt that the ravine scavengers were not a professional team. Ye Qing could only be silent and downcast, hearing all of Lao Chen's words that continued to demean him. Now Ye Qing felt that he was only considered a burden to society, a useless person, and trash. And those degrading terms were directed at those who were at level 0. But there is one thing that the job changers never knew about the ravine scavenger job. They were known to have an experience score of 99 out of 100. And now Ye Qing had reached the next level, level 1. When the ravine scavengers were helping the job changers to clean up the monster trash, suddenly in front of them appeared a demonic beast with a very terrible form. They all ran away immediately. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was curious as to whether the monster in front of him was a creature that had been left behind from the front lines. The form of the demonic beast was a spirit wolf that was in critical condition. Now, all that was in front of Ye Qing was a wooden shield and a level 1 wooden staff. For Ye Qing, the wolf that was in critical condition was a great opportunity for him. Not long after, the spirit wolf attacked Ye Qing. Ye Qing managed to dodge the wolf's attack, and this time, Ye Qing intended to counterattack the spirit wolf. But it turned out that Ye Qing's attack didn't do any damage to the monster. Meanwhile, the ravine scavengers called Ye Qing a very stupid person because Ye Qing was said to not realize that only job changers could deal damage to demonic beasts. Ye Qing, who heard that, muttered that he, of course, knew about it. The panel system showed that Ye Qing's strength, agility, intelligence, willpower, constitution, and luck scores only had 1 point each. And with those weak attributes, Ye Qing also realized he couldn't break through the defenses of the weakest monsters. Ye Qing realized he knew that more than anyone else. Since his strength was so weak, therefore, Ye Qing decided to use more strength. Meanwhile, at a different location, Lao Chen seemed to be chuckling. He stated that if the level 0 members saw a monster in critical condition, they would all be shaking with fear. The other job changers responded to Lao Chen's words and stated that they could earn a lot of money just by killing a few monsters. But the man also knew that if the Abyss Scavengers met with demonic beasts, the man was sure the Abyss Scavengers would definitely not be able to do anything, because for the man, the Abyss Scavengers were just a bunch of useless people. The man also said they should collect and store expensive items and give the rest to the scavengers. After the job changer said that, suddenly a job changer wearing a cloak said there was another animal sneaking away. Then they heard the voices of the ravine scavengers shouting that there was a demonic beast. The job changers realized that it was a very precious purple item. Lao Chen asked his partner that no one take the item. Lao Chen admitted that the item had been requested beforehand, so Lao Chen reminded all his colleagues so that no one would snatch the special item. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Qing was still struggling against the spirit wolf. But of course, the Zero member was overwhelmed against the demonic beast. And now the spirit wolf had managed to bite Ye Qing's right shoulder. The abyss scavenger was in excruciating pain, but Ye Qing, who was already in danger, was determined that he wouldn't die like a trash. With all his might, Ye Qing drove the wooden stick in his left hand towards the wolf's body, and unexpectedly, Ye Qing managed to deal critical damage to the wolf. The panel system also told Ye Qing that he managed to get 1 point of damage. After trying hard to attack the spirit wolf, Ye Qing panted and then shouted very loudly. Not long after, Lao Chun appeared and saw that Ye Qing had managed a low-level spirit wolf. Lao Chun approached Ye Qing and mentioned that the abyss scavenger had acted like a hero. Lao Chun continued to ramble and said that job changers were not spending money to get Ye Qing's corpse. It is known that job changers' career paths are not limited to just one path. When one's experience has accumulated to level 1, even level 0 members successfully switch jobs. One can get hidden jobs more easily. And in order to achieve that goal, one needed to think of ways to gain experience to level up. But for level 0 members who couldn't deal damage to demonic beasts, then they would have a much harder time ascending to heaven. During this time, Ye Qing had already spent years facing risks and risking his life to search for attacks that were guaranteed to cause at least 1 point of damage. And the piecemeal accumulation experienced by Ye Qing had finally reached the 90% point. And now Ye Qing had managed to deal 1 point of damage to the spirit wolf. Thus, Ye Qing was entitled to 1 point of experience. Now Ye Qing's points had managed to reach 100%. Ye Qing replied to Lao Chen by saying that what he had just done was the only way to gain experience points. And now Ye Qing's conditions for leveling up had been fulfilled. Lao Chen couldn't believe that an asshole like Ye Qing managed to get job changers. The panel system then informed Ye Qing that he had now successfully reached level 1. But suddenly, Ye Qing was very surprised because he only reached level 1 scavenger, especially since it was known that the level was maxed out. Lao Chen, who saw that, immediately burst out laughing and of course denigrated Ye Qing. The job changer man said that a scavenger like Ye Qing would only remain a scavenger even if he had changed jobs. Lao Chen's laughter broke out even more, knowing that the maximum level Ye Qing could reach was only level 1. Lao Chen couldn't stop his mocking laughter. Meanwhile, Ye Qing could only remain silent and hold back his emotions. Lao Chen continued to demean Ye Qing by saying that Ye Qing had wasted the opportunity, where the ravine scavenger did not change his status at all and remained a garbage man. Lao Chen mentioned that the job did suit Ye Qing. Lao Chen stared at Ye Qing with a sharp gaze. He asked Ye Qing to do the cleanup mission by himself now that all his colleagues had left. Meanwhile, Ye Qing really couldn't believe that he was still a scavenger. Now Ye Qing wondered if he was really that weak. Ye Qing also thought if his scavenger max level was only at level 1, then he definitely wouldn't be able to use the level up attribute to grow. Ye Qing wondered what exactly was the meaning of the scavenger power. Suddenly, Ye Qing's eyes glowed blue, and the panel system told him that low-level spirit wolf trash could be recycled. The system asked Ye Qing if the scavenger wanted to recycle the wolf spirit corpse. Not long after, a large number of hands appeared. Those hands picked up the bodies of the spirit wolf corpses. Ye Qing was really very surprised to see such power. For some reason, Ye Qing felt that the power looked terrifying. Now the mysterious hands seemed to pull the spirit wolf corpse into the black light. Not long after, the system informed that the recycling process had been successfully carried out. After the recycling, Ye Qing managed to gain the spirit power of running. Ye Qing also gained 3 attribute points. Ye Qing really didn't expect that he could get cards and personal attribute points from a corpse. Out of curiosity, Ye Qing then ordered the system to open the system attributes. And it was discovered that to use the power of running spirit, Ye Qing needed 3 agility points. Ye Qing now decided to enter all 3 agility points in order to use the power. The system informed Ye Qing that he had met the requirements to use the spirit wolf. The system asked again if Ye Qing wanted to use the power. Ye Qing agreed to the request to use the spirit wolf power, but after absorbing all that power, for some reason Ye Qing didn't get any difference in his body. Not long after, the job changers shouted at Ye Qing to clean up all the corpses immediately. Ye Qing then took a step, but was suddenly surprised as his steps became very fast. Because of that power, Ye Qing became so dizzy that his body ended up falling to the floor. Ye Qing wondered if what had just happened was a skill from the spirit wolf. However, the system told her that the running spirit skill was currently experiencing cool down. Ye Qing could only let out a long sigh. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise at something that happened in front of him. Suddenly all the corpse trash in front of him was automatically recycled. Ye Qing really felt very amazed at his new power, because not only did he get attributes, now Ye Qing could even recycle the power of beasts. Ye Qing called this the only ravine scavenger power with a maximum level of level 1. Ye Qing fully realized the title of ravine scavenger was an extremely powerful occupation. After successfully recycling the spirit wolf corpses, Ye Qing now had tons of points to allocate. Ye Qing even gained the soul rush ability from touching the ghost wolf corpse for the first time. Moreover, Ye Qing also just realized after devouring the same corpse, then he didn't gain any new abilities for recycling. And the reward for recycling a large number of corpses of the same type of creature gradually decreased as well. Now Ye Qing wondered if he needed to recycle a new type of corpse in order to obtain the skill reward. But now Ye Qing just realized that all the accumulated points already amounted to 111 points. Ye Qing was now confused as to which attribute he should upgrade. Ye Qing also felt that he might not run out of attribute points in the long run. Ye Qing finally decided to distribute all the points evenly to all his strengths. After that, Ye Qing's strength, intelligence, willpower, constitution, agility, and luck already had 20 points each. Meanwhile, the job changers were shocked to see that there were only 2 more corpses left. One of the job changers was surprised to hear that Ye Qing had turned into a scavenger. The job changer man also mentioned that the profession was a hidden job that had never been seen on the big profession list. The bespectacled man responded to his friend's remarks and said that every year there are always hidden professions that enter the list of major professions. But the man also explained that the ranking of the most valuable professions almost never changes. So, some hidden professions were usually just laughed at. Lao Chen also responded that the maximum level of Ye Qing was only at level 1. Lao Chen said that perhaps Ye Qing was equivalent to someone in Class F who was slightly stronger than someone in level 0. Lao Chen also estimated that Ye Qing might not experience any major changes. The job changers didn't want to care too much about Ye Qing and asked everyone to stay alert. Not long after, the job changers met a monster that looked very terrible. Job changers wearing robes did not expect that they could find a mound in such a place, even though they are currently on the 5th floor. While other fellow job changers stated that the figure was the captain of the Falcon hunting group named Hawkeye. The man with glasses stated that the abyssalization time in that place was no more than 48 hours, and the corpse in front of them had already dried up. The man was curious as to why the corpse had dried up. The bespectacled man suspected that there must be some magic power draining his essence. But his fellow job changers stated that they had only encountered low-level ghost wolf along the way. The male job changer wondered why all the B+ Falcon hunting group died in the same place. But the job changers suddenly looked very surprised to see the appearance of another type of monster. Not long after, the news informed an emergency message, where the People's Mall in Shenfeng City was being abyssalized. The news anchor said that it was originally thought that the location was at Mutasi Level B. It was also conveyed that the number of people who had disappeared had reached 217 people. In addition, the Falcon hunting group was also known to have sent a hunting group to enter the mall. All the job changers looked very surprised. One of them shouted and suggested that all his troops retreat first. The job changers felt that they fell into an ambush of monsters, and now the job changers have been surrounded by monsters. Lao Chen immediately issued a fire skill to fight the monsters. The man said he had guessed before that the monsters must have been concentrated somewhere because they had been able to find their corpses. And now the job changers saw all the monsters finally turn into a pile of corpses. Job changers also stated that the low-level monsters they had encountered along the way were just bait to lure enemies. Not long after, a very large monster appeared, which was called the ruler of the abyssalized. The monster was called the man-eating flower, which was at the high level of Class A. Lao Chen asked all his comrades to pay attention to the top. Lao Chen shouted if all the falcon hunting group had survived. Meanwhile, at another location, Ye Qing was experiencing the recycling process that decapitated the ghost wolf object. Suddenly, the panel system informed him that the recycling of the ghost wolf had been scorched. And now, Ye Qing's achievement as the scavenger of Out the Thatch had been achieved. Up until now, Ye Qing had successfully recycled 50 corpses. Ye Qing felt very happy knowing that. In addition, Ye Qing actually obtained a reward in the form of a level 1 ordinary dagger. But Ye Qing looked disappointed to see the reward. He said that the prize given was in accordance with his current level. Suddenly, Ye Qing heard a growling sound. When Ye Qing looked back, a monster with a wide, gaping mouth appeared. But from the monster came out root stems that looked very horrible. Ye Qing was terrified to see the monster. When the monster attacked, Ye Qing did his best to dodge the attack. The panel system told Ye Qing that he had dodged the monster perfectly. Ye Qing was really upset and shocked. Ye Qing felt grateful that he was still alive. But for some reason, Ye Qing felt that his body was now very flexible. Now Ye Qing guessed, maybe it was because his attribute points had increased. Ye Qing clasped his hands and muttered that it seemed like he was now a stronger person than before. Suddenly the monster attacked Ye Qing again, and luckily Ye Qing still managed to dodge. Now Ye Qing felt that not only his agility had changed, but his strength had also increased. To fight the monster, Ye Qing decided to activate the power of Soul Spirit. Ye Qing intended to give a counterattack to the monster. Ye Qing was sure that this time he would be able to do it because he was much stronger than before. Ye Qing swung his fist and said that he would never deal 0 damage to the enemy again. After attacking the monster, the panel system informed Ye Qing that he had successfully inflicted an armor break effect on the enemy. Ye Qing could even deal 100% physical damage to the target. Now the strange monster was seen whimpering in pain from Ye Qing's attack. The ravine scavenger man looked happy and proud as he was now much stronger than before. The panel system reappeared and told Ye Qing that he had gained 20 intelligence points. Ye Qing's insight had also increased significantly. Now Ye Qing could even find out hidden information from the target. It was known that the monster in front of him was a type of elite-level parasitized human, and the monster had the advantage of fire. Ye Qing could attack the weak point of the monster's body, which was at the neck connection point. Ye Qing immediately launched his attack, but the monster didn't want to lose. Ye Qing was now targeting the monster's neck as its weakest point. Ye Qing intended to use his dagger to attack the back of the monster's body. Because of the dagger attack, the monster was now bleeding. It didn't take long. Ye Qing finally managed to kill the parasitized human. Ye Qing really didn't expect that he managed to conquer the monster with his own hands. After that, Ye Qing then recycled the corpse of the parasitized human. Ye Qing now had a passive skill called toxic mutation. It was known that toxic mutation was a poison effect that was randomly reversed and turned into a beneficial effect for Ye Qing. But when Ye Qing wanted to use the power, Ye Qing needed more than 15 constitution points. Now Ye Qing was curious whether the effect of toxic mutation would allow him to chug a poisonous potion that could turn into a healing potion. Out of curiosity, Ye Qing finally claimed the skill. Not long after, an item called Spoiled Potion appeared. The system warned Ye Qing not to drink the poison because it was very dangerous. But since Ye Qing now had a toxic mutation, the poison would definitely turn into a very beneficial effect. Ye Qing then downed the spoiled potion and wanted to see what would happen to him. The panel system appeared and informed him that the effect of the poison was now reversed with the toxic mutation into a healing effect. Ye Qing was devastated as he saw the wounds on his body finally healed. The system also informed Ye Qing that he now had the spirited buff, where all basic attribute values would be doubled, and the effect would last for 10 minutes. Ye Qing felt elated, as the random effect was very strong, and he could also feel a surge of power. Ye Qing then remembered that if he added intelligence to a certain value, then he could find out a lot of hidden information from enemies or targets. This time, Ye Qing decided to allocate 5 points into intelligence. Suddenly, Ye Qing heard the sound of monsters moaning again. When Ye Qing looked back, he saw that there were tons of monster troops coming towards him, and all of a sudden, Ye Qing remembered the words of the people who always called him a burden to society, trash, and a useless person. But this time, Ye Qing could confidently say that he was a great scavenger. Ye Qing shouted and challenged all the monsters to attack him. Meanwhile, at the job changer's location, they are fighting falcon hunters who have been contaminated with parasites from monsters. The job changers looked very upset and angry because the power of the corpses was quite troublesome. One of the job changers said that their strength is actually much stronger than when they were alive. The burden of job changers is also increasing because they are also dealing with human-eating flower bosses. Job changers look very overwhelmed by the monsters. Meanwhile, one of the job changers has turned into a monster. Lao Chen did not expect the monsters to be so strong. Lao Chen felt very sorry for coming to that place, though his original intention was to get money and equipment. Now Lao Chen is afraid that he might die in vain in that place. While Lao Chen's colleagues looked astonished at what Lao Chen was doing, Lao Chen said that he was trying to slow down the movement of the monsters so that he could escape from that place. Lao Chen seemed to run away and told his colleague that he would burn some incense when he got home. Lao Chen's partner was very upset with Lao Chen's behavior, while Lao Chen just grinned and muttered that he wouldn't lose much if he could escape from now on. Because for Lao Chen, at least now, he still had the equipment that had been selected. Lao Chen also thought he could make excuses for the team that was killed shortly after he escaped from that location. But unexpectedly by Lao Chen, suddenly Ye Qing was already standing in front of him. Lao Chen was really very surprised to see Ye Qing's arrival. The scavenger called Lao Chen a traitor for only wanting to save himself. Lao Chen looked astonished at Ye Qing's strength. Lao Chen then asked if Ye Qing had done all this. Now Lao Chen thought he couldn't let Ye Qing live, because things would get dangerous if Ye Qing told the supervisory committee. Lao Chen then shouted and told Ye Qing to sacrifice himself and become food for the monsters. Lao Chen then kicked Ye Qing's leg, but the kick was reversed and had no effect on Ye Qing. Now it was Lao Chen who was screaming in pain. Lao Chen wondered what was really going on with Ye Qing. With a glare in his eyes, Ye Qing yelled at Lao Chen that the man wasn't even worthy of being called trash. Ye Qing then activated his power, and not long after, mysterious hands popped out. Those hands forcibly pulled Lao Chen's body. The system informed that there was currently garbage recycling going on, but the system told him that Lao Chen's trash could not be recycled. But the system told him that if Ye Qing's recycling ability was enhanced, then he could recycle useless abilities with the target's consent. Ye Qing was happy because if the target fainted, the system would take that as consent. Ye Qing now used the last experience card to execute Lao Chen, who was considered useless. After successfully recycling Lao Chen's body, Ye Qing now managed to obtain the fire control ability that previously belonged to Lao Chen. It was known that to use that power, Ye Qing needed 15 intelligence points, and now Ye Qing's intelligence points were 50 points. The system also told him that the effect triggered by more fireballs could evolve into a hellish explosion. Soon, other monster troops arrived. Now, Ye Qing was curious how he used the power of the fireball. Ye Qing tried to mimic what Lao Chen did. Ye Qing moved his hand in a circular motion like making a vortex. After that, Ye Qing directed the fireball towards the monsters. Unexpectedly, the power of the fireball produced a tremendous explosion. Ye Qing was even more surprised because he saw that there were no corpses left due to the power of the fireball. Ye Qing looked panicked because he would lose his chance to recycle. But suddenly, a monster attacked him from behind. But swiftly, Ye Qing repelled the attack. Ye Qing then used his dagger to attack the enemy. Ye Qing realized that he hadn't fully learned the skills of close combat. Meanwhile, the brown-haired job changer was seen being engulfed by the power of Ye Qing's mysterious hands. Before being completely engulfed, the man asked Ye Qing for help to save him. But eventually the man was recycled by Ye Qing's power. Now Ye Qing managed to get a golden shield. Ye Qing took the shield to fight the monster, and not waiting for a long time, the monster finally died. After that, Ye Qing immediately recycled the monster. He then got the dagger advantage card, where Ye Qing could use the dagger and launch a piercing attack similar to the power of the storm. Ye Qing immediately claimed the gift. However, Ye Qing felt that an ordinary dagger felt more comfortable in his hand. Now the mission of Lao Chen is to find the Falcon Group and bring them all out of the instant dungeon. If Lao Chen Flower cannot find the body of the Falcon Group, then Lao Chen's mission will be considered a failure. Lao Chen would also not get any rewards. After successfully recycling, Ye Qing gained a power called Violence. The attribute was known to significantly increase Ye Qing's strength and agility. Ye Qing would also be immune to control skills. Now Lao Chen has actually managed to find all the bodies of the Falcon Group, but unfortunately, Ye Qing has recycled all of these bodies. The monster explained that the bodies of the Falcon Group had been dragged by Ye Qing's power known as the Abyss. Meanwhile, inside the Abyss Supervisory Committee, precisely in the interrogation room, Lao Chen was being questioned by the committee. They said that Lao Chen was the only survivor of the dungeon. However, the committee stated that the person Lao Chen mentioned did not even exist now. Lao Chen's body was trembling as he faced the committee. The committee was also astonished because when they found Lao Chen's level had already been reduced to level 1. The committee regretted this because they had never even seen that before. Lao Chen shouted at the committee people that his level had been recycled by Ye Qing. Lao Chen tried to convince the committee people that he was the proof of Ye Qing's crimes. However, the committee thought that Lao Chen must be hallucinating because he had been affected by high abyssal energy. That was what the assassination team determined about Lao Chen's case. No one from the committee believed his words. Lao Chen repeatedly tried to convince them that he was not lying to them at all. Lao Chen said that the real culprit was the garbage collector. The person Lao Chen was referring to was none other than Ye Qing. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the B-rank abyss, Ye Qing had currently sold all the magic crystals on the black market. But unfortunately, Ye Qing only received about 30% of the money. That was because the crystal business was one of the businesses monopolized by large companies, where private sales were also illegal. Moreover, the black market would charge more than 70% as handling fees. In the end, the magic crystals Ye Qing sold could barely pay off Ye Qing's debt to the moneylender. Now Ye Qing was worried that if he continued to use the recycled power, he would be reported to the inspectors. Moreover, Ye Qing was the one who had successfully resurrected the hidden job, which was quite strange. It is possible that Ye Qing could have been locked up and used as a research experiment for more than a year. Now, Ye Qing was determined to make a lot of money when he was free. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was now in the place where the B-rank Abyss Gate was. There was a group of people who were signing up for a mission. There was a man who was seen explaining to the people present about the mission this time. The man stated that the abyss that had just been identified could not be further identified, so he also did not know the true condition of the abyss. The man assumed everyone in front of him must already know what risks they would get if they joined the mission. The man also mentioned that the reward would be double. The man explained that people who have qualifications as job changers can register for the mission. However, only B-ranked job changers were allowed to apply. Ye Qing then asked the man if he had enough classification to join the mission. The man then asked how many levels Ye Qing had. Confidently, Ye Qing said he was a level 1 scavenger. Of course, everyone there looked very surprised after hearing Ye Qing's words. The man who had just announced the mission was seen laughing out loud at the remark. He said that trash like Ye Qing had good guts to register as job changers. The man asked Ye Qing to queue up with the other pickers. After hearing the man's words, Ye Qing actually thought that the condition would actually work in his favor, because if Ye Qing made everyone think he was a weak person, then their vigilance against Ye Qing would decrease. So Ye Qing would probably be placed at the very back and get a support role. And thus, Ye Qing could secretly collect many corpses behind everyone's back so that no one would notice him. To Ye Qing, it was a very genius idea. But suddenly there was a woman's voice asking the man to bring Ye Qing along with them on the mission. Everyone who was there looked very surprised at the presence of a woman. The woman was said to be the daughter of the very famous Liu family. The princess was also said to have once resurrected a job chosen by a god. The white-haired woman once again requested that they could include Ye Qing in the mission so that they would have enough people. The girl was also known as the rising star of the hunter group. Even the girl named Liu Xingran also had the title of a child directly chosen by the gods. The man made it clear to Liu Xingran that Ye Qing was only a level 1 who had no qualifications at all. Liu Xingran didn't mind that at all. To Liu Xingran, it didn't even matter if all the people in that place were still at level 1 since they were currently needed just to fulfill the group's numbers. Finally, the man followed the decision made by Liu Xingran. Since she knew that the mission belonged to the Liu family, Liu Xingran was free to decide anything. Ye Qing was relieved because at first he thought he would be kicked out by Liu Xingran. But despite being considered trash, Ye Qing didn't mind at all since it wasn't the first time for Ye Qing to play the role of trash. But for some reason, Ye Qing felt like he had met Liu Xingran somewhere. Ye Qing suddenly remembered that their encounter happened 2 years ago. At that time, Ye Qing was attacking a monster figure and managed to get 1 critical hit point. Liu Xingran was very surprised at Ye Qing's ability. Liu Xingran confirmed whether Ye Qing was really a picker. Liu Xingran didn't believe it because she saw for himself that Ye Qing could kill a demon beast. Ye Qing smoothed out his act and said that this was the first time he could kill a monster. Ye Qing turned to Liu Xingran and confirmed if the white-haired girl was okay. Ye Qing explained that he had heard rumors that by killing monsters, they could get experience points. Liu Xingran, who heard that, immediately confirmed whether Ye Qing really used that method to increase experience points. With a flat look, Ye Qing only replied that he just wanted to make a lot of money. Liu Xingran was very surprised to hear Ye Qing's explanation. Liu Xingran said that Ye Qing could endanger his life if he continued to hunt like that. Ye Qing then picked up the magic crystals attached to the bear's body. Ye Qing felt very happy because all the crystals belonged to him. Ye Qing answered Liu Xingran's question by giving a counter-question. Ye Qing said that Liu Xingran's job change must be very great. Ye Qing also mentioned that Liu Xingran must not understand what it's like to live like a trash. Ye Qing also mentioned if Liu Xingran had even left her group members and moved forward alone. Ye Qing also confirmed to the girl whether she was throwing away her own life. Ye Qing was curious as to what Liu Xingran was actually doing. The white-haired girl admitted that she just wanted to become stronger. Liu Xingran also admitted that she wanted to be the first person to conquer a place. Ye Qing didn't understand what place Liu Xingran was referring to. Liu Xingran didn't want to explain to Ye Qing right away. The girl asked Ye Qing to tell her what Ye Qing's purpose was, that she wanted to change jobs so badly. Quickly, Ye Qing answered that everything he was doing now was for the sake of his family. Ye Qing admitted that he wanted to become stronger so that he could protect his loved ones. Liu Xingran asked the collector to introduce himself. Smiling, the man introduced himself as Ye Qing, while the girl also introduced herself as Liu Xingran. The girl also hoped that one day Ye Qing could successfully change his job. Liu Xingran also invited Ye Qing to join her group when he changed his job and conquered the mysterious place together. Liu Xingran held out her hand and asked Ye Qing to make a deal. Ye Qing looked surprised, but he immediately smiled at Liu Xingran's kindness. Confidently, Ye Qing told Liu Xingran not to be her burden someday. Liu Xingran smiled and said, "She will see everything when Ye Qing's job has changed." Liu Xingran also mentioned that she had managed to kill 30 demon beasts with her own hands. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had only managed to kill 1 demon beast. The girl asked to count Ye Qing's result as 0.5. Not long after, Liu Xingran's guards came and said that they had gone around looking for her. They also didn't expect that she could even sneak into the inner abyss. The 2 bodyguards shouted and asked Ye Qing not to go near their lady. The 2 bodyguards immediately took Liu Xingran away. They said that the president was now very angry because of her departure. They also claimed that Liu Xingran's father almost broke their legs. Liu Xingran tried to break away from the two bodyguards and then threw something at Ye Qing. The girl asked Ye Qing to catch the object. Ye Qing managed to catch the object given by Liu Xingran. The white-haired girl smiled and said that it was Ye Qing's 0.5 gift. Ye Qing accepted the gift happily and tried to remember the girl's name well. Ye Qing's reverie was awakened by the man behind him. A man hit the back of Ye Qing's head and made him a little surprised. The man mentioned that the girl Ye Qing had just met was Liu Xingran. The man asked Ye Qing to move all the crystals immediately. Ye Qing smiled and was sure that the girl in front of him was Liu Xingran. He then told Liu Xingran that he would do his best and wouldn't drag the others down. With a cold stare, Liu Xingran asked Ye Qing to prepare immediately and take all the equipment. Liu Xingran's troops then set out to carry out the mission. Ye Qing was determined that this time he would work hard so that he could earn a lot of money and return alive. As Ye Qing fought his way out of the abyss, he managed to acquire a lot of shields, starting from the Golden Shield, Dagger Mastery cards to Berserker abilities, until finally Ye Qing managed to get the boss-level ability of Super Regeneration of Man-Eating Plants. In addition, due to the method of adding points to Ye Qing's radar chart, whatever job he took, there would be no shortage. Not only that, the attribute points were also divided equally among the 6 powers, so the total could reach over 100 points. Ye Qing was the one who cleaned up all the recyclable objects in the abyss before. But Ye Qing himself didn't know what level was equivalent to 100 points. Now Ye Qing tried to activate his power of the Observer's Eye, which was attribute perception. Ye Qing saw that the man in front of him only had a strength attribute of 12 points, while his weakest point was intelligence, which had 1 point. Now Ye Qing thought, if an ordinary human's strength was 1 point, then a warrior with 12 points had about 12 times the strength of an ordinary human. While Ye Qing's strength attribute value was 100 points, so Ye Qing's strength was about 100 times that of an average human. Ye Qing then tried to test his strength and suddenly the place became shaky. All of Liu Xingran's troops looked astonished as to whether the tremor that just happened was an earthquake. Meanwhile, Ye Qing tried to look calm and pushed back the wall next to him. Ye Qing only said that the underground structure was very unstable. Not long after, someone shouted that they had found a chest, but they said there was no hitman in their team. It was known that to open the chest, at least someone who was already in rank A. Confidently, Ye Qing offered to open the chest. Of course, the people looked surprised. They seemed unsure of Ye Qing's ability. Ye Qing then approached the treasure chest. The 3 people behind him could only stay silent and wait for what Ye Qing would do. Not long after, the treasure chest was opened. Ye Qing felt that unlocking the chest was very easy. The man next to him said that the ability to pick locks was a skill that could only be learned by an assassin higher than level 5. Ye Qing stated that a level 1 scavenger could learn many skills that were easy to use, because they often found unopened chests while picking up trash. The brown-haired man said that he and Ye Qing would distribute all the items in the treasure chest after the mission ended. The man asked the black-haired girl wearing brown clothes and the man in armor to hurry up. But Ye Qing suddenly asked the girl to stop on the spot. Ye Qing stated that there was something ahead. Ye Qing then threw a stone, and suddenly the wall in front of them moved. The black-haired woman wondered if Ye Qing was really a level 1 scavenger, but Ye Qing told the girl not to think about it. Ye Qing claimed that he just happened to find something that was overpowered. Ye Qing also mentioned that he often picked up garbage, so because he often suffered from the work, Ye Qing tried to awaken his trap perception ability naturally at that time. Liu Xingran, who was behind them, was only silent, but her eyes looked very suspicious. After Ye Qing said that, the system told them that Ye Qing had succeeded in committing fraud and the targets had been successfully persuaded. The 3 people who heard Ye Qing's explanation just nodded at Ye Qing's explanation. While Ye Qing wondered a bit, was the power 100 points of intelligence. The brown-haired man then gave Ye Qing a gift in the form of a mace hammer. After getting the gift, Ye Qing thought that if those people's judgment towards him, it still seemed bad. Now Liu Xingran's team continued their journey, but not long after they walked, they suddenly found another treasure. One of them mentioned that it seemed like the abyss was a place filled with gifts, and there were no monsters at all. They also mentioned that they could easily pass through all the rooms of the abyss. The panel system told Ye Qing that the room was a reward room with no monsters present. The system also stated that the abyss was a unique type of abyss. But Liu Xingran warned her comrades not to get too excited. The black-haired girl asked her companion to be on the lookout for any monsters that suddenly spawned. The man in armor then picked up a stone tablet in the reward room. The man wondered, there couldn't be only stone tablets in the room. The man told his colleagues that they had managed to get the last prize and now they could leave. But suddenly the blood in the vessel shook. The panel system told him that the blood experiment was starting. The blood in the vessel suddenly shot up and made everyone in the place very surprised. They just realized that the room was a blood nightmare. Not long after, monsters appeared in various forms. As the leader of the group, Liu Xingran asked all her troops to prepare for battle. The monsters surrounded Liu Xingran's army. Meanwhile, Ye Qing thought that this time he should only spend about 25% of his strength so that his abilities wouldn't be too exposed. Ye Qing then touched the ring on the index finger of his right hand to reduce his strength. The ring was also called the Ring of Weakness. It was known that the Ring of Weakness had the weakness of reducing all the wearer's attributes by the percentage of their choice, even though Ye Qing had initially underestimated the item. But now, the Ring of Weakness item was actually very useful. Liu Xingran's army began to be attacked by the blood monsters. The monsters looked very violent and attacked with blind force. Meanwhile, Ye Qing activated the power of Spirit Dash to fight the monsters. Liu Xingran, who saw that, was very surprised because Ye Qing was able to attack the monster army in just one attack. Liu Xingran felt Ye Qing was a very interesting man. Meanwhile, the man in armor looked very panicked as he saw that the pieces of the monster's body had actually exploded into several pieces. Even the form of the monster was now condensed. The man in armor said that the monster in front of them had taken on a human-like form. It is known that blood nightmare monsters have a very fragile original state, and when they attack humans, they will strengthen themselves according to their opponents and imitate their shape. Now, the Liu Xingran army is trying hard to fight the blood monster. The man of armor managed to deal a blow to the monster and the black-haired girl behind him complimented him. But the form of the monster is actually getting bigger. It certainly made Liu Xingran's troops very surprised and frightened. Suddenly, the figure of the nightmare monster resembled the shape of a Cypria in armor and attacked her. The man screamed in pain, and blood poured from his body. The man in the armor said that the monster would not die just by cutting off his head. The blood monster was still not satisfied and still wanted to kill the man in armor many times. Liu Xingran looked very annoyed that her troops were useless and kept complaining. Now the white-haired girl was already on top of the blood monster's body. With his power, Liu Xingran seemed to freeze the monster who was about to attack his partner. The girl said that the monster was just a blood nightmare. Liu Xingran also asked her troops not to embarrass themselves by fighting a weak enemy. With ease, Liu Xingran destroyed the monster's body. The girl said, "Trash will remain trash." But their fight wasn't over yet, because there were still other monsters. The mage girl looked confused because she didn't have enough time to cast spells. Meanwhile, Ye Qing intended to vaporize the monster on the spot because currently the sword would not be effective on the monster's body. Ye Qing activated the power called Great Flame Explosion and produced a huge fire explosion. The mage looked very surprised when he saw Ye Qing had that skill. The mage knew that the skill was an S-class summoning spell. The mage didn't expect that a first-level scavenger could cast such a high-level spell, but the man in armor said that maybe it was a mistake or a bug, because in his opinion, it was impossible for a level 1 player to cast high-level spells. Now, in front of Ye Qing, stood a lot of blood monster figures with skull faces. All of a sudden, Ye Qing shouted in a very loud voice that made the monsters look very surprised. It turned out that what Ye Qing had just done was Berserk Mode. The skill was the Berserk Warrior's exclusive ability, with speed, strength, and damage taken at 100%. After Ye Qing performed Berserk Mode, a bloody monster with a larger size suddenly appeared. The monster seemed to be on a rampage. The mage looked very surprised to see the huge monster. Ye Qing knew that the monster was now replicating what Ye Qing had just done. Now the monster in front of Liu Xingran's army was a blood nightmare king. They all looked scared and didn't expect that a king-level monster would appear in a B-class abyss. They said there must be something wrong with the place. Ye Qing knew that by mimicking the shape of his target, the monster could grow stronger. The Blood Nightmare King was known to absorb Ye Qing's attributes and eventually evolved into a teenage-level monster. The Monster King's figure then went on a rampage and managed to make the floor around the place simply crumble. Ye Qing now wondered if the attributes possessed by the monster were exactly like his own. Because if so, Ye Qing had no other choice but to fight the monster with the attributes as well. But suddenly, Liu Xingran appeared and asked Ye Qing to step aside. The white-haired girl mentioned that Ye Qing was completely useless. Liu Xingran mentioned that it was she who had to fight the powerful enemy. Ye Qing's face looked very surprised hearing the girl's words. Skillfully, Liu Xingran swung her sword. She didn't look scared at all. Now, Liu Xingran was already on top of one of the monster's tentacles and was trying to immobilize the Monster King with her strength. Ye Qing didn't expect that Liu Xingran was a frostbender. The Blood Monster King was seen screaming in pain after Liu Xingran had applied a frost power effect to her arm. There was absolutely no fear on Liu Xingran's face when facing the Blood Monster King. Suddenly, the monster went berserk and attacked Liu Xingran, but the white-hair girl skillfully dodged the attack. For a moment, Liu Xingran actually thought she was still too weak and would not be able to defeat the Monster King alone. Earlier, 2 of Liu Xingran's bodyguards had reported that they had detected an unstable energy level in the area. The 2 bodyguards were very worried if the lady entered the abyss alone without assistance. At that moment, Liu Xingran seemed to be wrapping his hands in gauze. The girl thought that her real goal was to open up a location she called that place. It was a place called the darkest and highest level in the final tower. But right now, the white-haired girl realized that her level of progress was still far behind her sisters. But the girl actually realized that she would probably never be able to reach the same level as her older siblings. Therefore, Liu Xingran was now determined to kill the Monster King and destroy the abyss. Because if she was unable to eradicate the place, then Liu Xingran felt that she did not deserve to inherit the Liu family name. With all her might, the white-haired girl then unleashed her power, called the Ice Flag. A huge weapon appeared behind Liu Xingran. The girl then stomped the weapon with all her might to freeze the Monster King's body. Liu Xingran knew that the ice domain specialized in restraining liquid-based monsters. Although the monster could not be killed, it would at least cease to be a threat when its body was completely frozen. After freezing the monster, Liu Xingran then activated the Comet Strike skill to attack the monster. Ye Qing realized that the power possessed by Liu Xingran was the legendary S-class job of the god's chosen knight. Now Ye Qing really couldn't wait to see who was stronger, whether the king-level Blood Nightmare or the god's chosen knight Liu Xingran. But it turned out that Liu Xingran's attack had no effect on the Monster King at all. Now Liu Xingran realizes that she is still very weak compared to her older siblings, even though she has now reached rank S level. Liu Xingran feels that she is the weakest member of the Liu family. Liu Xingran also feels that she doesn't deserve the title of the Liu family. Liu Xingran also felt sad because she had always been laughed at and ridiculed by many people. Many people called Liu Xingran a disgrace to the Liu family. Even the insults came from the Liu family themselves. Some of them said they were ashamed to have a weak brother like Liu Xingran. They call Liu Xingran heartlessly trash. They always underestimated Liu Xingran's abilities and asked the white-haired girl to stay comfortably inside the house because the abyss was said to be too dangerous for Liu Xingran. Therefore, Liu Xingran now wanted to become a stronger person, even though she had to start from a beginner's abyss. Liu Xingran firmly believed that as long as she could overcome all great difficulties, then she was sure that one day she would be able to surpass other obstacles and even defeat everyone. Liu Xingran shouted and declared she must challenge all problems with her own strength, but it turned out that Liu Xingran was suddenly knocked to the floor by the monster's attack. The mage who saw this was very surprised, even though for him, Liu Xingran was an invincible S-rank hunter. Now the mage advised his friends to run away from that place immediately. Suddenly, Ye Qing jumped towards the monster and made everyone there very surprised. Ye Qing was now trying to check the monster's weakness. Ye Qing muttered, if the monster had reached king level, it was certain that the monster had resistance to abnormal conditions. Ye Qing also guessed that the monster might be immune to freezing, dizziness, paralysis, and slowness since it was at a high enough level. Ye Qing also thought that it was possible that the location that might have been its weakest point in the beginning would no longer be its weakness as the monster's level increased. Ye Qing decided to use all the attributes he had to defeat the monster. After that, Ye Qing swung an attack at the Monster King. The Monster King looked to be in great pain from Ye Qing's attack, but it turned out that the Monster King looked even more raging. Ye Qing immediately ran to save himself. Meanwhile, the mage looked very surprised at Ye Qing's speed in moving and running. Liu Xingran was also watching Ye Qing while downing a green potion. Deftly, Ye Qing repelled all the attacks from the monster. Ye Qing was confident that as long as he could find the weakness of the king-level blood nightmare, he could definitely achieve his goal. Ye Qing then activated his fire blast power. The man thought that no matter which part was destroyed, the monster would continue to regenerate. Ye Qing also felt that the monster had no weaknesses at all. For some reason, Ye Qing felt as if the monster was being controlled remotely. Ye Qing suddenly realized something. He then pointed at a block. Ye Qing said that when the block was removed, the blood trial would appear. It showed that the block had something to do with the blood nightmare. Ye Qing asked one of the Liu Xingran troops to kick the block towards him. The man wearing iron armor kicked the block immediately. He was grateful that it worked. The system panel popped up and told him that the intelligence check had been successful. And at this time, Ye Qing could decipher the ancient writing on the glyph block. The system asked Ye Qing to decode the ancient spell on the glyph block in order to lift the blood curse. Ye Qing was happy because it turned out that the solution to defeating the monster was right in front of their eyes. Ye Qing felt regretful that he hadn't used his observing eye from the start. Suddenly the monster swung its huge arm and was about to attack Ye Qing. The man skillfully dodged the attack. Inside the Monster King's mouth was a glyph block. But suddenly, Liu Xingran approached Ye Qing and said that she just remembered that the man's name was Ye Qing. But Ye Qing tried to correct the spelling mentioned by Liu Xingran, that his name was Ye Qing. The white-haired girl did not expect that the man had now become such a strong figure. While Ye Qing looked confused, as Liu Xingran kept looking at him with a strange gaze. Liu Xingran smiled, seeing Ye Qing's spirit. The girl said for Ye Qing not to get in her way. Not long after, Ye Qing and Liu Xingran were startled by the voices of the people behind them. The mage stated that they also wanted to be directly involved with the battle this time. They also said that even if they couldn't help much, at least they wanted to fight with all the strength they had. Now they were all ready to face the Monster King. Ye Qing explained that without a match, the remaining time for cancellation was 5 seconds. Ye Qing also informed them that the monster was currently entering a phase of madness, where within 30 seconds, the monster was said to slaughter the entire arena. Ye Qing ordered everyone to utilize the remaining 30 seconds. Ye Qing also asked them to return safely. The people there looked very surprised after hearing Ye Qing's words. The man in armor then shouted and said they should indeed return safely. Suddenly, the panel system informed them that the intelligence test called Boost Spirit had been successfully conducted. The same thing also happened with Liu Xingran, where the panel system informed that the spirit boost would reduce Liu Xingran's fatigue by 100%. Meanwhile, the recovery speed of magic energy had increased by 15%, and the boost spirit process would last for 30 seconds. Liu Xingran was very surprised to see that. The girl smiled and said that she couldn't underestimate Ye Qing. Liu Xingran then ordered the man in armor called the Warrior to attract the monster's attention. The man of armor then stepped in front of the Monster King and shouted for the monster to look at him. The Blood Monster King looked extremely angry and upset. His voice roared and echoed very loudly. The warrior tried hard to attract the monster's attention. Meanwhile, Liu Xingran also ordered the mage to immediately aim for the monster's tentacles and protect the snag Scavenger. The witch agreed to the orders given from Liu Xingran. Ye Qing told the group that the carved box was the key to opening the blood test, but if the box exploded due to the fireball, then the test was said to be unable to be closed forever. Liu Xingran then asked Ye Qing what should they do now. Ye Qing, with a sharp-eyed look, stated if they could take it out by using their hands. But Liu Xingran, who heard that, looked very surprised. To the white-haired girl, there was no way they could if they only used their hands. Liu Xingran was also curious if they had to enter into the blood nightmare as well. After that, Ye Qing seemed to be seen activating his power. Liu Xingran immediately gave an order to the archer to immediately aim towards the ceiling to destroy the stone so that it could be used as a foothold to jump. The archer immediately obeyed Liu Xingran's order. The Blood Monster King looked very upset. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl intended to freeze the bottom of the blood nightmare. Together, they attacked the Blood Monster King. Ye Qing was at the very front of the line. Skillfully, Ye Qing was able to dodge all the attacks from the snag monsters. Although Ye Qing suffered an attack from the blood nightmare, but Ye Qing's wounds could quickly recover. That was because of the extraordinary regeneration ability that could heal his wounds instantly. Liu Xingran also seemed unwilling to give up at all. The girl immediately froze the power of the blood nightmare. Ye Qing now seemed to jump towards the monster. The man said he needed to aim for the chest so that he could penetrate the monster's body more easily. But Ye Qing felt annoyed because it turned out that his movements were still far from fast. Ye Qing was now trying to increase his speed to 20%. Ye Qing was also seen chugging something and activating toxic transformation, which was a reverse potion effect that could increase speed by 15%. Ye Qing was now also using the trash potion card that he had previously picked up near the abyss door. With the card, Ye Qing could activate the bonus effect of skin hardening to increase defense by 15%. After increasing all his strength, Ye Qing now stepped out confidently to defeat the monster. Ye Qing jumped into the air to attack the monster. The lower half of the monster's body seemed to have frozen from Liu Xingran's attack. As Ye Qing was about to attack the arm of the monster, his attack had no effect, and his body was thrown away by the monster. Liu Xingran and her fellow members looked very surprised to see that. Ye Qing's body fell on the floor. The man said that the disguise had failed. Blood was coming out of his mouth. The man said, as expected of someone who became a scavenger, he should be able to go even lower. Ye Qing felt that something was strange. He decided to use his recycling ability. But this time, the object to be recycled was his own body. The monster looked astonished at what Ye Qing did. Everyone there also looked astonished at the strange figure that appeared from Ye Qing's power. They wondered where the figure came from. However, the recycling attempt turned out to be completely unsuccessful because Ye Qing was a living thing. Ye Qing felt very upset and ordered his power to throw away his body strongly. With his scavenger power, Ye Qing attempted to attack the Blood Monster King, and now Ye Qing managed to get the glyph block that was inside the monster's mouth. Ye Qing paid close attention to the engraving on the hard cover of the block. The panel system told him that the blood test had been completed. Now the figure of the Blood Mobster King finally vanished. Everyone who was there was completely shocked at the situation. They wondered what exactly was going on. Liu Xingran didn't expect that Ye Qing had actually managed to subdue the Monster King. Everyone there cheered happily because the Monster King was finally dead. After the defeat of the Monster King, each person's strength, agility, intelligence, physique, willpower, and luck had increased. Liu Xingran was amazed to see that. She couldn't believe that all the strength in her body just increased. However, that wasn't the case with Ye Qing, as it was known that he had already reached the maximum level. Ye Qing had actually expected this. After defeating the Blood Nightmare monster not long after, a treasure box appeared. The archer looked very happy to know this. Now Ye Qing saw that there was a gift in the form of a weapon called Attack plus 88. However, the requirement to use the weapon was level 10. Meanwhile, Ye Qing realized that he only reached the maximum level at level 1. Ye Qing felt very sad because there were many good equipment that could not be used by him. Ye Qing called the row of equipment as trash. Liu Xingran mentioned that Ye Qing was a very meritorious person in passing the blood test. So according to the girl, Ye Qing was the one who deserved to share the reward. Ye Qing was seen scratching his head. He then approached Liu Xingran and whispered something to the girl. The man asked Liu Xingran if she could ask him for a favor. The girl's face looked astonished, what Ye Qing really wanted to say. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bald-headed man was seen, asking his colleagues to immediately contact the headquarters because they did not see Liu Xingran and her entourage returning. But suddenly, Liu Xingran and her entourage had come out and asked her subordinates not to overreact. Liu Xingran's bodyguards were very happy to see her return safely. They said they were no longer surprised by the girl's strength as she had conquered another great challenge. The bodyguards were grateful to God for saving her life. Confidently, Liu Xingran said she could do anything. Ye Qing had previously asked him for a favor. The man explained that Liu Xingran's group, Huan Shi, should be one of the groups that didn't lack money. Ye Qing mentioned that he wanted to sell all the equipment gifts to Liu Xingran. Ye Qing also stated that he would give all the equipment for 500 magic crystals. Of course, the girl looked very surprised to hear that, but the girl said that she was actually fine with the idea given by Ye Qing. Ye Qing also made another request. When they had left the place, Ye Qing asked the girl not to care about his existence. Ye Qing asked the girl to assume that the person who successfully completed this mission was Liu Xingran. This made the girl even more astonished, but inevitably Liu Xingran only obeyed what Ye Qing asked. After saying that, Ye Qing immediately left Liu Xingran. The man told Liu Xingran to leave first. Ye Qing said he wanted to leave the place quietly. Liu Xingran realized then that Ye Qing actually wanted to help her. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was currently still at the location of the ravine. Now he was sitting in front of the glyph block. Ye Qing then told something inside the glyph block that they should obey Ye Qing's orders. The man said that the forces in front of him had no power to fight Ye Qing, so Ye Qing asked them to become his forces so that they wouldn't be trampled by Ye Qing. Ye Qing then claimed the power inside the glyph block. The panel system then informed that Ye Qing had successfully recovered the blood nightmare. It was known that Ye Qing had just gotten an ability called Nightmare Form, where the power sacrifices part of the life to summon a nightmare avatar. The power is also said to be able to imitate the host to attack once or withstand an attack once. In addition, the avatar is known to vanish immediately after the effect is activated. The Nightmare Form ability had properties that could be enhanced. Ye Qing was happy to be able to absorb such power. Now Ye Qing confidently stated that he was looking forward to the battles that would occur in the future. Ye Qing had also sold all the equipment that required a slightly higher level. Ye Qing did that to keep himself away from the attention of the overseers, because it would be very dangerous if a scavenger like him had a large amount of various equipment. Meanwhile, the pile of junk in Ye Qing's system looked so useless that Ye Qing was sure that the overseers didn't even have time to take care of it. Ye Qing also thought that there probably wouldn't be anyone willing to buy the pile of junk. But suddenly the system informed him that the equipment had been recycled, and Ye Qing had now managed to get one basic point. Ye Qing looked very surprised, wondering if he had just dismantled it by accident. The system panel then informed that waste recycling was the initial process of processing the sorted waste. After that, the waste is said to be crushed, melted, and separated for recyclable materials. Meanwhile, basic points are versatile materials extracted from useless equipment after being decomposed. Basic points could also be used to upgrade, repair, or even create new items. Ye Qing didn't expect that his junk equipment could even be decomposed. Ye Qing was now tasked with completing the repair process on the flat dagger. Ye Qing was even still unsure if he should do the task, because now the durability of the junk item was only 0.33, which was almost broken after killing monsters. Ye Qing finally decided to decipher 4 weapons to decipher. These included the deteriorated spear, rusted two-handed sword, loose wooden shield, and wide blade knife with curled edge. After deciphering the 4 weapons, Ye Qing looked amazed to see that the weapons in his hands had been successfully repaired. Even now, its durability and attack power were also strengthened. If Ye Qing continued to use the weapon called the flat dagger until it was damaged, and then repaired it again, the weapon could become strong again. Ye Qing smiled happily and said that trash equipment seemed to need to pass many tests in order to become a powerful item. After that, the system informed Ye Qing that he had successfully completed the tutorial task. After performing the tutorial task, Ye Qing was asked to choose one of the two rewards. The first reward was a newbie blueprint, in the form of a light magic potion that could be used to restore a little magical value while relieving a lot of fatigue, while the second reward was a random attribute value with a value of +2. After the system showed the rewards that Ye Qing had to choose from, the man thought, at this moment his attribute points were no longer rare. But another thing Ye Qing was worried about was that when he had ventured into the abyss, Ye Qing might not be able to predict it. Ye Qing also knew that there were a lot of unprepared adventurers who often ran out of magic points before they found the boss room. So, they had to retrace their steps to go back and refill. That led to magic bottles often becoming the main props for group survival. And as a result, the value of the bottles became very high. After careful consideration, the Scavenger had now successfully learned a regeneration item in the form of a convenient magical potion formula. However, the system told him that the item required 6 basic points plus a random container. Ye Qing looked a little confused knowing that. Actually, Ye Qing wasn't surprised about the item regeneration that required basic points, but the thing that confused Ye Qing was about the random container. Ye Qing tried to think hard. Ye Qing then asked the cafe keeper to give him some containers. Ye Qing was now doing the recycling process and wanted to proceed to the regeneration stage. But when he was about to regenerate, Ye Qing noticed a mini-game. The cafe keeper looked astonished at Ye Qing's behavior. After successfully recycling, Ye Qing sighed. Ye Qing said that indeed the recycled items looked very useless, but Ye Qing now thought that didn't mean they couldn't be used one day. Now Ye Qing also managed to get the convenient magical potion Ex Lima. Ye Qing tried downing the item and felt a very bad taste, but after downing the item, Ye Qing's magic value managed to increase. In addition, the fatigue value was also reduced. Ye Qing felt that his magic had now recovered, and the fatigue he felt had also disappeared. Ye Qing then walked out of the cafe while thinking, he should be able to clear one more ravine today. As Ye Qing was walking, there were suddenly a few men blocking his way. They confirmed that the man wearing the hoodie was Ye Qing. One of the men mentioned that Ye Qing's aura seemed to have changed greatly in just a few days. The bald-headed man held Ye Qing's shoulder and made sure that Ye Qing didn't pick up a treasure while scavenging through the trash. Ye Qing was only seen listening to the man's ramblings. The man with a scar on his head stated that he had been looking for Ye Qing's whereabouts for some time. With a mocking joke, the man said that he almost reported Ye Qing as a missing person. Ye Qing spoke up and stated that he had paid off all his debts and paid all the interest in full. Ye Qing asked the men not to bother him, but suddenly the bald-headed man asked his colleagues to spread out. The man embraced Ye Qing's body and said that the man's debt had indeed been paid off, but Ye Qing's work contract was said to have not yet expired. The bald man also reminded Ye Qing that he had to live like a scavenger. The bald man also looked annoyed at Ye Qing's attitude, which was called pretentious. Ye Qing then pushed away the glass in his hand, making the bald man look very upset. The bald man shouted angrily because Ye Qing had dared to spill his brown sugar pearl extra cup. The man called Ye Qing too confident because he had dared to put down a B-rank job changer as someone who was at level 0. 2 colleagues of the bald man were seen preparing to attack Ye Qing. It was known that according to the supervision regulations for job changers, using their abilities was prohibited outside the Abyss location. The only ones allowed to activate the abilities were law enforcement and special armed personnel. And now Ye Qing intended to find the blind spot of the security camera to activate his recycling and regeneration abilities. The bald-headed man ordered Ye Qing to pick up the pearls in the ground and eat them one by one. The man also asked Ye Qing to lick the puddle of milk tea clean. The bald man was seen laughing out loud. He said that he had just assigned Ye Qing to pick up trash. The bald man also mentioned that this was a rare job opportunity for Ye Qing. Ye Qing could only remain silent hearing all those words. But with a sharp gaze and confident tone, Ye Qing said that he refused the order. The bald man looked very angry and upset. He also called Ye Qing a shameless man. The bald man stepped closer to Ye Qing and prepared to beat him up. But suddenly, the bald man trembled when he saw someone named Caesar coming. Caesar was a hunting group member with the S-rank Blood Oath level. With a menacing look in his eyes, Caesar approached the bald man and asked if he had gathered enough people. Stammering, the bald man replied that they were currently only one person short. With a scary face, Caesar asked where the last person was. Caesar turned to Ye Qing and said that this time Ye Qing was asked to join. However, the bald man stated that Ye Qing was only a scavenger. The bald-headed man said that the person Caesar needed was someone who could take care of himself. The bald-headed man said he would soon find the person Ye Qing needed. However, Caesar explained that when entering the abyss under the Red Moon country, all the monsters were extremely powerful. Caesar said that he only needed someone who could be used as a cannon, and he had no problem with Ye Qing's strength. Ye Qing looked surprised when he heard Caesar talking about Red Moon. It was known that during Red Moon, the monsters in the abyss would enter berserk status, where rare monsters would also reappear in the abyss. The rewards dropped by the monsters would also double, and the quality of the magic crystals dropped would also be of a purer nature. Knowing this, Ye Qing said that he was ready to join Caesar's team. Caesar was pleased and called Ye Qing a very wise man. Caesar then asked all his members to come together, and it turned out that one of them was Luo Lao Chen. The man looked very upset and hysterical when he saw Ye Qing there. Ye Qing immediately punched Lao Chen in the face and asked the white-haired man to shut up. The two then engaged in a fight. Lao Chen called Ye Qing a scum. Ye Qing warned Lao Chen to always think before speaking. Finally, Ye Qing invited Lao Chen to talk face-to-face. Lao Chen said that he was not hallucinating and that it was Ye Qing who did it all. Ye Qing said that if he hadn't borrowed that person's strength back then all of them in the pit would have died. Caesar suddenly appeared and asked if Lao Chen and Ye Qing knew each other. Ye Qing said that they didn't know each other. Caesar said that what Ye Qing said made sense, because it was impossible for someone who killed his own teammates to have a true friend. And the person Caesar was insinuating was Lao Chen. Caesar then left Lao Chen and Ye Qing. Ye Qing was now curious as to how Lao Chen got out of the committee's punishment. In an angry tone, Lao Chen stated that the committee originally planned to punish him for 15 years, but Lao Chen claimed that it ended up not happening because he had sacrificed all his assets and paid a fine of 1.5 million in order to be exempted from punishment. Lao Chen blamed Ye Qing because according to Lao Chen, Ye Qing was the one who caused all the bad luck to happen to him. Lao Chen admitted that now he doesn't even have money and has lost all his levels. Lao Chen said he now has to start from scratch as cannon fodder. Lao Chen threatened to report Ye Qing to the World Committee if Ye Qing did not restore Lao Chen's level. Ye Qing didn't seem deterred at all. Now Ye Qing even threatened Lao Chen. If the man still acted haughty, then Ye Qing would not hesitate to turn him into scraps and recycle his entire body. A very quiet atmosphere in the subway of City C. In a place there are several people walking, and a very large circle is clearly visible. There is Zhou Tong, a man with level 3. He immediately greeted them to welcome them to the cannon bait team. In addition, he also wanted to be told what the job of the person who came was. Ye Qing immediately said that his level was number 1 Scavenger. Then the man beside him also told him that his level was number 1 mage named Chen Xingdian. After hearing the name of the person who came, Zhou Tong immediately held Ye Qing's shoulder. When he was in this place, he thought it was very normal because there was no difference at all. Everyone here is trash. Therefore, there is no need to insult each other. The purpose of all of us being here is none other than to exchange lives for money. In addition, according to Zhou Tong, there is nothing more noble than that. According to Ye Qing, a group of trash like this will definitely join. Zhou Tong, who had just met them for the first time, was very enthusiastic. Even he wanted to ask permission to introduce 2 other cannon bait teammates. For him, we have to choose a leader for his small cannon bait team. Zhou Tong, who is a level 3 bard, feels that he is the most suitable for this role. His two colleagues immediately introduced themselves. There is Lao Zhu, level 2 healer. He said Zhou Tong has the highest level, so he will follow all orders that will be carried out later. While there is Lao Jiang, level 3 warrior, he feels that in this matter he has no opinion at all. After the introduction, Caesar will immediately announce something. In addition to the 6 main members of the Blood Oath, there are 5 temporary members who joined him this time. The devil asked he not to talk too highly about Cannon Bait. According to Hunter, Cannon Bait will only remain that nickname, unlike all of us. The Cannon Bait job changer is only used as bait to reduce casualties. Then there is the Abyss, which is in the form of a labyrinth with lots of fires scattered in every room. Then all the Cannon Bait are assigned to find a way to the boss room as quickly as possible. After that, bring the information back to the main team. In this case, Caesar did not expect them all to have good fighting skills. If they all met a monster, they had to run away immediately. If they all wanted to get a share of the money, then at least one of them had to be able to get out alive. The reward that would be obtained was a gift that could satisfy the heart. Hearing this explanation, Zhang immediately asked Lao Zhu if his health would be fine today. Lao Zhu explained that he did not back down at all, so he still had 4 daughters waiting for dinner together at home. It was different with Zhang, who felt sad because his wife was sick and needed money for medical expenses. Zhang also did not know why he was so determined to take a risk like this just for money. Zhou Tong enthusiastically immediately invited the others to go straight into the circle. As they walked to enter a large circle, Zhang secretly told Lao Zhu that the person in front of them, Ye Qing, looked like a new person. Even so, according to Lao Zhu, there are always new faces coming to this Cannon Bait. But Zhang did not mean it at all. In his opinion, this new face looked very relaxed. It was the first time he saw someone with movements like Ye Qing. They all entered the circle and started walking. Then Zhou Tong talked to Chen Xingdian. In this case, he felt something strange, because not a single monster appeared after walking this far. Chen Xingdian immediately said that Zhou Tong should not bring bad luck here. Suddenly, Lao Zhu felt the temperature in this place became very cold. Zhang also felt the same way because the temperature dropped. When walking, Zhou Tong felt cold. He should have worn a lot of clothes, so he wouldn't shiver. While Ye Qing, who was behind him, continued to walk casually as if nothing had happened. Even though the temperature was cold, Zhou Tong would continue this journey and continue forward. Surprisingly, he got an attack. Spontaneously, this made the situation very tense. Zhou Tong immediately felt pain. After that, he was also confused about what was actually happening. Chen Xingdian told him that Zhou Tong had just stepped on a trap here. In his observation, Ye Qing felt confused how the person could live until now, seeing the incident like that. They continued their journey. Because of the incident earlier, Zhou Tong felt very lucky. He almost got hurt by the trap that suddenly appeared. Ye Qing, who was behind him, assessed that Zhou Tong was indeed very careless. Now he has started to get excited again to continue walking forward. Suddenly, above, there was something that came. He was very surprised to see it in front of his eyes. The figure that came was very strange, and there was not only one. Lao Zhu wanted to make sure whether the creature that came was alive or not. Suddenly, the creature produced a fairly large horn. Zhang and Lao Zhu immediately panicked. Slowly, the creature showed its true form, which was very scary. The name of this creature is a level 5 demonized spider. Zhou Tong was very furious with the presence of the most disgusting creature because it made him feel very scared. Chen Xingdian quickly activated burn from both hands until flames appeared. The demonized spider creatures were immediately hit by a hot attack. This creature is considered very elite, seen Chen Xingdian, who felt very unlucky to meet the monster. While Zhang, with his courage, asked them to follow him. One of them started fighting with the demonized spider, while Ye Qing was still silent looking at the scary creature. Then the creature immediately gripped Ye Qing's leg tightly. Not long after, it was immediately released again by the demonized spider. Chen Xingdian glanced at Ye Qing behind him. He thought Ye Qing was very arrogant when facing the creature. Even though for Chen Xingdian, men like Ye Qing were just job thieves. The notification system asked if the demonized spider could recycle. When he read it, he was immediately confused about what recycle was. Then another notification appeared that one attribute point had been obtained by Ye Qing. The item obtained by Ye Qing was an Arcana. Arcana is a type of additional ability that can be used on items and equipment. After one use, the Arcana will disappear. Then, the item or equipment will get the strength effect from the Arcana until it is destroyed. Arcana of the same type also cannot be superimposed. But some Arcana have fusion characteristics. Currently, Ye Qing feels that he can not only get skill cards and job cards from recycling corpses, but also from Arcana. In addition, the type of Arcana card seems to be able to strength equipment. Then Zhang said what he was doing by burning the beginner's distance. If he doesn't want to hold everything, then it would be better to retreat quickly. Ye Qing said that he would come to attack. In his hand there was already a small weapon that had a purple aura power. Ye Qing will try quenching poison on this ordinary dagger. The sharp weapon is ready to use. Zhou Tong was seen turning around to avoid the demonized spider creature. He really felt unlucky now, even though he was at the highest level in the team but couldn't do anything. He also felt confused if he told them all that he was afraid of facing the scary monster. Between Zhou Tong and demonized spider attacked each other. According to he, this job has no fighting ability, but can only give buffs to others. The current situation is very dangerous. Therefore, he can only give himself a preserving buff first. With strong determination, Zhou Tong said that he is an elegant bard. During the battle, every second he must remind himself to remain gentle. Whatever happens today, he will not care at all. All monsters or ghosts in this place must be captured immediately without mercy. Ye Qing was very surprised at what Zhou Tong did when the situation was so tense. The system informed him that the success of the target's strength had begun to succeed. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong felt that he had messed up the current situation because he already had the strength of the demonized spider. The creature behind him continued to follow and became increasingly fierce. Ye Qing quickly came to help overcome this commotion using the weapon in his hand. The current situation is getting more tense because the demonized spider monster has been strengthened to become even more fierce. Zhang was very anxious and said to retreat. However, not with Chun Xingdian, who is still trying to give burn or fire to the monster. Now Ye Qing starts to take action to attack. It looks like the monster is getting more and more ferocious. In front of his own eyes, Chun Xingdian saw that the horns had been cut into pieces. Then several demonized spiders began to become helpless and lay on the ground. Ye Qing, who was covered by the purple aura, looked even more dashing. Meanwhile, Lao Zu asked Zhang whether the one who had just conquered the monster was Ye Qing. Zhang confirmed that everything was overcome by Ye Qing. Zhou Tong also heard their conversation. In Ye Qing's observation, the enchanted spider was immune to poison, so the effect of the poison was weakened. So this is certainly not surprising because the poison was taken from the secret of the enchanted spider. So using it on themselves is not very effective. However, the physical damage has also reached its peak. Zhang immediately praised Ye Qing as very extraordinary. Lao Zu had expected this and felt it was very appropriate to make him a leader. Suddenly, Zhou Tong said whether he had killed the monster. He actually just wanted to give a buff-foot lubricant. Ye Qing, who was still looking at one of the demonized spider monsters. According to him, this monster in the abyss will also have a certain level of intelligence. If they realize that the target cannot be defeated, then they will not be able to attack actively. In addition, the demonized spider monster will use escape as its main strategy. That is the result of the observation made by Ye Qing. A few moments later, Chun Xingdian observed the current atmosphere and stated that the terrifying monster had left. Just the first room was already as scary as this creature. Ye Qing still thought that he could not imagine what else would appear after this. But whatever it was would not be a problem. Most of the pollution cards had been taken back, so only one was left as a reserve. Then the other 27 had been exchanged for BP points. So he would keep one card for later use, then exchange the rest for BP points. After that, Zhou Tong said that suddenly the monster left here. So he invited Chun Xingdian to continue the journey and asked him to help light a fire for lighting. Then he announced to everyone that our task was to explore this place and always be careful. He also warned anyone not to touch the trap again. After that, Ye Qing suddenly looked towards a wall. There was something that was shining very brightly. The system told him to find a hidden crazy area. Ye Qing in his mind did not know for sure if there was a new branch in the dungeon because of the influence of the red moon. Maybe he and the others should try to explore another path. He used his hand to summon Nightmare. After that, a figure similar to Ye Qing appeared in front of him. In this case, he asked his clone to come with them all. After that, he would follow later. Then Ye Qing's clone excitedly ran to meet the group. Zhou Tong looked back and asked where he had been until he just arrived. He immediately reminded Ye Qing's clone not to be left behind again, otherwise he would die here. The object on the wall shone very brightly. When in the tunnel, Ye Qing was seen walking alone. After that, he arrived in a very quiet cave. Above his head there was a mother spider ready to attack. He immediately looked up. There was a monster that was stalking him. Quickly he immediately dodged and the monster fell down with a very hard impact. He looked very wary of the mother spider, which currently had a very large size. Even his body looked very small, like an ant. In this critical situation, Ye Qing immediately took out his weapon. Quickly, he immediately attacked the monster's legs. However, when attacking, he paused for a moment and wondered while looking at the mother spider's legs. It turned out that physical defense was almost immune. The monster seemed to be attacking. This could not be ignored by Ye Qing. His body immediately jumped high to avoid the attack given by the monster. In this increasingly dangerous situation, he was forced to use Observation Eye. The monster he was currently facing was a nurturing mother spider, whose level was already 20. Ye Qing did not expect an elite monster to appear in this place. If killed successfully, maybe he could get rare loot. The monster immediately released liquid from its mouth to attack Ye Qing, but he was able to avoid the attack by using his power. After that, he used the great fire explosion towards the monster, causing a truly powerful explosion. After being given the explosion, the monster continued to attack non-stop. The various attacks continued. Ye Qing tried to avoid them deftly. In his observation, this monster was indeed very immune to fire, so the advantage of his attributes was completely useless. This kind of meeting was beyond Ye Qing's own expectations. Then he would prepare to attack this monster directly using the weapons he had. The action taken by Ye Qing was truly very amazing, because he dared to fight the giant monster with all his might. The battle between humans and monsters was truly very tense. Ye Qing saw that the level 5 demonized spider seemed to have a venomous bite. It seemed that these level 20 broodmothers had lost that, along with their resistance to poison. Then there was something surprising, because something like that was the weakness of this mother spider. He assumed that because of the changes in their defense and ability to reproduce. This certainly no longer relied on their own ability to hunt. This monster can only send demonized spiders to hunt. There is something even more ironic. The spider then becomes its biggest weakness through its own poison. Ye Qing never thought that such an option was available. From the upper part of his body, the mother spider still continued to attack non-stop. This resulted in Ye Qing's body being trapped directly so that he could not move properly. In this critical situation, he was still silent without doing anything. The system told him to activate Berserk. After the activation, his body became strong again and rebelled until the trap was broken. He sped up and was now right in front of the mother spider's face. This extraordinary use made his body stronger so that he could destroy anything in front of him. The system also said that there were instructions about the Berserk card now being able to level up. So, Ye Qing was asked to choose between the two routes. The first is Splattering Gore to increase the effectiveness of Berserker mode. Then the second is Unyielding Rage, used to increase the duration of Berserker mode and reduce half of its cooldown. Usually people will choose Unyielding Rage. This is a very stable choice. But Ye Qing met a monster with high resistance like Broodmother's spider in this place. If he chose the Splattering Gore option, he would definitely be able to strengthen Berserk well. But it drains health, which has a side effect that is too crippling. So, with that of course, he will choose Splattering Gore with its regeneration. In addition, he can also ward off the side effects that will be caused later. After that, activating Splattering Gore, he can injure monsters that have strong physical resistance. That is the selling point and advantage of the card. The body of the defeated mother spider immediately produced several bright lights in front of Ye Qing. Without waiting any longer, Ye Qing will take all of that for himself. The card is an equipment that he can bring back from the abyss as an official member, especially one of the cards that he can sell for 15,000. It can be seen that on his hand there are already many objects such as bracelets. He has plans to recycle the rest. Now Ye Qing has obtained 20 attribute points. Besides that, he is also very curious about what skills he will get now. The system informed that Ye Qing had obtained a rare card called Brood Mother. The advantage is that it can summon 4 demonized broodlings to fight with him alone, then evolve according to experience in fighting. Ye Qing seemed very surprised by the summoning that could choose its own evolution. A few moments later, Zhou Tong had entered the cave. He did not expect to find a mine in the abyss. Lao Zhu also said that there was also a very concentrated S-rank magic crystal. Maybe this is another influence of the abyss during the Red Moon. Each of these is indeed very expensive. The system informed that the Eye of Argos marks a radius of 60 meters around it, so adventurers around it can be notified on the map. Suddenly, Chen Xingdian immediately pulled Lao Zhu's clothes and said it was very stupid. With this, we can live with a lot of money. Then he wondered why Lao Zhu marked it for those bastards. Lao Zhu explained that Chen Xingdian should forget about wealth. If it's like this, it will be difficult to survive if they know that there is a monopoly being carried out. Zhang immediately spoke up. The task of the cannon fodder team here is to pave the way for the higher-ups. If everyone dies in this place, then they immediately say we are unintentional victims. Because of this incident, he is sure that no one will blink an eye. After that, Chen Xingdian immediately got angry and asked he to get out of his way. For him, no one would care about someone like trash. Moreover, if he died, everyone would not care at all. In an instant, he immediately screamed hysterically because there was a figure approaching him. Chen Xingdian said that all this happened because of the bastard named Ye Qing. Even if Chen Xingdian's level was erased, as long as he could get money in his own hands, it would be no problem. The creature beside him also confirmed this. Chen Xingdian fantasized that he could get good equipment to cover his statistics. Then he could enter the main force of the Scavenger group. In addition, he felt very happy because he didn't mind anything if he just sneaked out with a few people. The system informed that the mine clue had been activated. Everyone there seemed to wonder what would happen now. Surprisingly, Lao Zhu's head was hit. Everyone there immediately panicked because they didn't know what was really happening. On the other hand, Ye Qing was currently in a different place. A level 1 demonized broodling appeared which was very adorable and didn't look scary at all. According to him, this level 1 broodling was quite weak and had no ability to fight. The system informed that this level 1 demonized broodling could grow to level 5 with BP points. That way, 5 BPs were needed for the next phase. If he wanted the creature to survive on the battlefield, then at least he had to get level 5. In addition, he would also give points. Then the demonized broodling immediately took action. This monster can evolve into a silk spider and learn to spin web. The condition was very tense when Lao Zhu's body was lying and his head was bleeding profusely. When everyone felt critical, Chen Xingdian thought that this happened because of an incident. Hearing this, Zhang was immediately very angry because Chen Xingdian was considered very greedy. He explained that Lao Zhu was the pillar who supported his own family. Besides, he had also worked hard to death just to support his own family. All of this could happen because it was caused by people like Chen Xingdian. He could not accept the accusation at all. For him, there was nothing wrong if he himself wanted to get money. If he had not fallen to the first level, he would have been able to live comfortably now. Chen Xingdian also admitted that he still had to depend on all of them. Zhang still did not accept whatever the reason was and immediately pointed a gun at him. For him, Chen Xingdian was a very evil team killer. Chen Xingdian said that people like Zhang were no better. In this world, it can be likened to dogs eating dogs. Power and wealth are the only valuable things, and luck too. From behind, someone seemed to be coming. After that, he immediately clapped his hands and said that Chen Xingdian's words were very good. He said that he really liked Chen Xingdian's views on various things. Not only giving praise, Caesar asked Chen Xingdian if he was interested in joining Blood Oath. He made an offer because he had room for one more person. Zhang and Chun Xingdian, who heard that, still looked silent without any response. Meanwhile, the red-haired man informed Caesar's boss that Lao Tzu's body was still warm. If we talk about death, according to Caesar, it is commonplace in this place. Everyone who does not have the power can only exchange their lives for money. If you want to get money, it is not a shameful job to do. Whatever it is, if it is about death, it is also not a shameful thing. Suddenly, he embraced Chun Xingdian's body, then said that the magic crystals that only appear when there is a red moon, then its value will be equivalent to a city. Caesar asked Chun Xingdian to bring one crystal and prepare to live well. The many explanations that were discussed made he forget to tell Chun Xingdian something. Caesar immediately said that there was a price to bring one crystal, so it would really take someone to sacrifice it, namely a worthless life. It was seen that Berserker had come and brought his big weapon. Meanwhile, Zhang, Zhou Tong, and Ye Qing were in the same line. The red-haired man conveyed the intention of Caesar's boss. So, they were all tasked with taking the magic crystal on the wall and throwing it into his basket here. If they decided to run away, they would die. Hearing that, Zhang felt very unacceptable. He emphasized that the red-haired man could be killed if he took the crystal. If you really wanted that to happen, it would be a suicide mission. Caesar responded to Zhang's words. He knew that his wife needed money for medical expenses. Could it be that Zhang was joking now when he said he would risk his life to get enough money for the treatment? Zhang immediately became silent when Caesar talked about his sick wife. Caesar firmly reminded Zhang that it was not a shame to exchange a useless life for money. Zhang was already very angry to hear Caesar's advice. In front of him were already several crystals. His hands seemed to want to take them immediately, but immediately he apologized for not being able to do it well. He immediately burst into tears because he considered himself too arrogant, especially by spending too much money and only coming to pay his debts. He did not want to die in this place miserably. Caesar immediately thought that Zhang was indeed useless as previously thought. In Chun Xingdian's perspective, someone like Caesar was really stronger than him, but it was also impossible for him not to be weak at full strength. With that, he immediately called Caesar Big Brother. Earlier, he had heard Caesar say that Blood Oath was recruiting. Then Caesar had also asked if Chun Xingdian was interested in joining. He immediately humbled himself as just a fire mage. But now he has decided to join the Blood Oath. Hearing that desire, Caesar immediately asked the necromancer if he had offered it earlier. The necromancer immediately told him that Caesar had indeed said the offer. After that, he asked Chun Xingdian to come here and approach him. Chun Xingdian's face was immediately attacked. In that pain, he said that he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Chun Xingdian's condition was quite badly injured, while Caesar, who observed that he thought the offer was interesting. Caesar said that he would not let people like trash enter his group. According to Caesar, people like Chun Xingdian who are team killers are nothing. Not only that, he will also get the death penalty later. Caesar is currently only making his death much more valuable. All that happened is indeed very much the face of Chun Xingdian. One thing to know is that he will not be able to get out of this place safely. Caesar, with his enthusiasm, will turn them all into miserable corpses. After that, let the necromancers control everything to be able to collect the magic crystals. Furthermore, even if everyone dies, it won't be a big problem. Hearing that made Zhou Tong panic and also annoyed with a bastard like Caesar. His anger was so visible from the look in his eyes. When he wanted to take action, Ye Qing came from behind and asked him not to rush. Ye Qing asked Zhou Tong to leave all these problems to himself. When Ye Qing looked down, he also didn't know how dangerous it was to collect these crystals. While the necromancer wondered what kind of trash would appear at a time like this. With very high courage, Ye Qing was indeed one of the crystals near him. The action was seen directly by the necromancer. For that action, they all felt anxious because Ye Qing didn't tell him that he was going to take the crystal. With such a trick, he could kill everyone in this place. From a distance, the necromancer observed that the deadly trap did not work at all on Ye Qing's body. According to the red-haired man, it might be a trap that is useless after being reactivated. Ye Qing analyzed if it was indeed a death trap. Then he could meet the requirements if he was lucky. Ye Qing was very sure that he would not die and would only be injured. It might not even cause any effect. There is also his luck stat that must have reached the limit so that it does not affect anything. One of the crystals was already in Ye Qing's grasp. The system informed that the trap had not been activated yet. When looking from a distance, Caesar said that the trap worked before that. Ye Qing's luck must be more than 60 points. The necromancer responded that it was possible for a level 1 scavenger to have more than 60 points of luck. Of the many job changers, no one's luck would increase by itself. So, there was only one possibility, namely that the death trap failed. The red-haired man also said that something like this had happened twice. There must be a certain reason. Then his hand held one crystal. With a grinning face, the red-haired man holding the crystal showed his team that nothing had happened. Suddenly, his head exploded and fell covered in blood. After that incident, according to Caesar, regardless of all the possibilities, the man called Ye Qing must have more luck stats than ordinary people. It could also be a rare trait related to his job. In the Abyss, it is common for stats related to strength to increase. It is possible that Ye Qing used the opportunity to increase something useless, like the luck stat. Ye Qing said that he only distributed the points correctly. Caesar explained the initial plan, which was to make everyone into corpses that could be controlled well. But Caesar and his team had changed the plan. Now he only needed one corpse with a fairly high luck stat. Then he intended to get rid of Ye Qing's corpse later. Caesar was seen ordering his team not to leave a single person in this place. Zhang said that all of this would end and become a threat to the others too. The opponents he was now facing were regular members of the Blood Oath. So how could these 3 or 4 people be their opponents who were much stronger? Zhou Tong said it was not too late to turn around and escape from this place. Chen Xingdian's condition was now seen in an injured state due to the attack earlier. He immediately ran very fast from this place, of course, to protect himself from danger. At that time, Ye Qing saw Chen Xingdian's actions. For him, there was no point in running away now. This clearly indicated that his team was outnumbered. Zhang said that the current number was only 4 people. One person had escaped. He called Ye Qing a fool for not being able to count the number of people properly. Ye Qing explained that he meant that no matter how many people there were, it would not affect the advantage at all. Meanwhile, the necromancer asked the berserkers if they heard a sound. The berserkers also did not know at all what the sound was. Immediately, a monster figure came to the place where they were gathered. The monster came in quite a large number, making the situation even more tense. The system informed that the summoning had been successful now. When the monster arrived, one of them called it a demon beast. Zhou Tong considered the current situation much worse. Not only enemies but also monsters dubbed as demonic beasts have come. Ye Qing said that the monsters that came were just a few small spiders that he accidentally caught on the way here. In addition, the monster was also part of it. Hearing that explanation made Zhou Tong very surprised. He seemed to not believe, since when Ye Qing could control spiders like this. After that, Ye Qing's eyes immediately detected the team from Blood Oath. There was a level 20 necromancer enemy, then a level 17 berserker. There were 2 Hunter X2 enemies at level 18 and a level 19 paladin enemy. In his detection, Ye Qing had no idea what the difference in strength was between the human and demon classes, but his intuition told him that it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. The system said that it could not identify the power possessed by humans. Caesar is currently observing the ability to manipulate abyssal creatures. It seems that Ye Qing is indeed very versatile for picking up trash. With a sharp gaze Ye Qing can see from his attributes alone, then Caesar is a lower person than him. But it is possible that it is much higher than him. In Caesar's vision here, there are only a few demon beasts with level 10 which are also the same as useless trash. The first thing Caesar wants to do is to destroy the demon monster, then kill all of them humans. But his team must remain careful not to break the crystals around here. Meanwhile, Ye Qing told Zhang and Zhou Tong that the current situation has changed. If they both don't want to die, then it's better to go towards Chen Xiangdian, who had run earlier. Zhang immediately said that Ye Qing was indeed very stupid. This is because he wanted to fight the enemy alone. But if you think about it, it's really good. Therefore, Zhang will let Ye Qing fight the enemy alone. Quickly, he immediately turned around to escape as fast as possible. While Zhou Tong has not made any movement, Ye Qing immediately said that Zhou Tong must also have a purpose for adventuring into the abyss. If he doesn't want to die quickly here, then he must leave quickly. When he was about to leave, he had promised never to forget someone like Ye Qing. Not long after, he immediately rushed out of the cave. When he wanted to escape, Zhang and Zhou Tong couldn't do anything because there was a big barrier in front of them both. Zhang immediately looked back and scolded Zhou Tong for doing something stupid here. In a situation like this, he could only apologize. Moreover, he continued to get bad luck after he managed to survive the abyss. Besides that, he also didn't know at all what was wrong with him right now. Suddenly, the paladin came with a very scary movement to face the demon beast, which was indeed scary. Using a weapon that he was very agile in making a movement just to destroy the demon beast. When attacking, he immediately insulted that this demon beast was like trash. It could only be attacked in one hit. The demon beast immediately sprayed liquid on the paladin's face. This is when he tried hard to remove the liquid on his face. When the paladin's eyes opened one, he saw in front of his eyes there was Ye Qing who was doing his action. Not long after that, he immediately attacked the paladin. Seeing Ye Qing, who was only level 1 but already dared to challenge someone with level 19, he thought Ye Qing was currently daydreaming about being able to fight him. They both fought each other and used shield blast attacks. In Ye Qing's observation, his spider was currently only level 10, so to fight the professional group from Blood Oath, it would not be enough to do it all. They both were still fighting each other, and Ye Qing looked alert. The paladin's leg immediately bled from the attack carried out by Ye Qing with the weapon in his hand. Not enough to stop there, he also ran fast towards the paladin. From a distance, one of the hunters holding the arrow saw that someone like Ye Qing had just avoided the attack. But that didn't make the hunter believe it. He was sure that he had not shot accurately. So you have to do another shot, and you can't stop attacking. Hunter refocuses on attacking the enemy Ye Qing in front. When the arrow is about to head towards him, Ye Qing has seen and will do something. Ye Qing avoids the arrow attack. Hunter thinks that the shot given is accurate. Ye Qing does something else by using box explosion to the ground until a blazing fire comes out. Even the fire reached near Hunter, making him very panicked. The atmosphere is getting more tense because the ground began to crack and the air became very hot due to the flames. Hunter immediately concluded that Ye Qing was indeed very strong. The atmosphere is very tense. There is a berserker who is attacking the demon beast in front of him. Likewise with Zhou Tong, who can't escape, and there is also a monster in front of him at this time. When facing the monster, Berserker immediately glanced at the other direction. This time, the one who will be his target is Zhou Tong. When approached by Berserker, he immediately panicked and said that he would not attack him at all. Therefore, he asked the Berserker not to approach him. In this critical situation, Zhang also felt very angry. Now he will face the approaching Berserker alone. However, he still blamed Zhou Tong for not being able to run anymore and being trapped in great danger. Zhang reminded him that if he didn't want to, then he had to move and help him. The Berserker behind him was ready to attack. Zhang's eyes quickly focused to look back again. The impact of the weapon hit Zhang's body but was blocked by the shield he was holding. The situation was really very tense. Zhang's face was bleeding from the attack he received. While Zhou Tong sat down and in front of him there was a sword stuck. Berserker walked towards Zhang to approach him again. Even though he was injured, Zhang still had time to laugh when facing the Berserker. He felt regret because he shouldn't have come to the abyss. Moreover, in his current condition, he was really destined to die. With that, he immediately shouted loudly and said that he wanted to pay off his debt after he died. In addition, this death should be done quickly and without feeling any pain. Zhang asked the Berserker to come to him and kill him right now. The Berserker's eyes immediately looked at his enemy. Without thinking, he immediately attacked. However, when he wanted to step forward, the Berserker couldn't move at all. Was this due to Zhang? It turned out that Zhou Tong had used his buff, which was now right on target, so that the Berserker couldn't move. Now he had also used immobilized Lao Li. Zhang also said that he couldn't move at all. On the other hand, Ye Qing looked back and wondered what they were actually doing there. The necromancer said that Zhang had hidden power. then it will still have limits and cannot withstand high-level battles continuously. In Ye Qing's analysis, summoning is a spell that will drain mana continuously. When he summoned the necromancer earlier, he would lose a lot of mana. Likewise, if you summon a spider, it will drain mana continuously. Ye Qing immediately took out a drink containing a glass. Seeing that made the necromancer wonder. What drink was Ye Qing drinking? Whatever he did, the necromancer would not care. This was because he thought that Ye Qing was too late to fill his mana. Furthermore, the necromancer told him that necromancers like him were included in the S-rank job, which was so strong. They would continuously regenerate however much they wanted. In addition, they, with the scary corpse figure, would fight continuously. Ye Qing, who was drinking, saw that the necromancer could control the corpse, showing Ye Qing finishing drinking a glass of water that can increase his strength. Now Ye Qing is relieved, because his strength has recovered. It can be seen that on his legs the purple aura of power has appeared. This indicates that his body will be strong again. Likewise, around Ye Qing's body was immediately surrounded by the purple aura. He did not forget to say that it would be better for the dead to rest peacefully in this place without disturbing other humans. He immediately put the empty glass down. A large hand appeared and began to attack one of the beasts. The necromancer really couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. He wanted to know what technique Ye Qing actually used to make the necromancer's army disappear. He kept his eyes forward, and in a flash, Ye Qing appeared in front of him. The necromancer was immediately blown away by the fierce attack. Caesar, who was still at the location, said that the trick Ye Qing used in this battle was indeed quite interesting. It was no wonder that such an attack would attract Caesar's interest when he was in front of the liquor store. According to Ye Qing, if everyone just makes a little money and goes their own way, then we'll all be fine. But he had another goal, and that was to trade his life for a crystal. That kind of thing makes him feel offended, especially when he was treated like disgusting trash. Hearing that made Caesar quite upset because Ye Qing didn't want to be considered trash because he had little potential. Caesar immediately found this very funny. Caesar firmly said that they were all just slaves. But people like Ye Qing are still pretending to be good. Therefore, Caesar will give Ye Qing a warning. This is a world where people will prey on each other. Then those who are cruel and powerful can stand on top. There was a voice of a man who did not want to be killed because he was only a handyman. Caesar heard it clearly in his ears. Zhou Tong, who was currently using a sword, was preparing to attack the berserker. Caesar further said that he judged that something was happening here. It would be impossible for them to get out safely with him later. Zhou Tong immediately responded to Caesar's words. Zhang said in a loud voice that Zhou Tong shouldn't listen to those words. Since he and the others had rebelled against them, it would be impossible to get out alive. So Zhang asked Zhou Tong to use his sword well and kill the man. Zhou Tong, who was still holding the sword, said that he was just a support. Even he can't kill monsters, let alone humans. Caesar tells Ye Qing that one of the parties between the two of them will be destroyed. The thing he knows is that everyone has the right to enter the abyss and come out alive. Ye Qing's body immediately reacted with his power. Caesar, who was ready to attack, said that Ye Qing was naive. The first attack was carried out directly by Caesar, causing Ye Qing's body to bounce far away. With that blow, Ye Qing sensed that Caesar's attack was indeed very strong. Ye Qing could tell because Caesar was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Ye Qing's eyes darted forward as he watched Caesar's increasingly ferocious attacks. While the fierce attack was still going on, Ye Qing quickly avoided it. Afterwards, Caesar said again that with this strength, everything in front of him was just useless trash. The situation became even more tense when Berserker said that Zhou Tong was still hesitant to take offensive action. That way, Berserker could judge that humans like Zhou Tong were weak. Berserker was already preparing for a fierce attack. When he knew he was getting threatened, Zhou Tong tried to avoid him. When he was about to leave, his foot suddenly tripped, and he lost control and wanted to fall. He saw that the Berserker in front of him was getting violent, and wanted to use his big gun. Zhou Tong was still sitting, and it was difficult to dodge. Zhang came to hold back with all the calmness of the Berserker's body so as not to hurt his colleague. Zhang shouted for Zhou Tong to hit this ferocious Berserker. When he realized that someone was holding his body, the Berserker immediately saw Zhang behind. Despite being in danger, Jang continued to ask Zhou Tong to hit the berserker quickly. He said that Zhou Tong was strong, let alone the captain of all his friends. Before leaving, Zhou Tong was so eager to choose a team leader that he recommended himself. After remembering what he said earlier, he immediately bowed and said that he, as the leader, did not need to fight anything dangerous. This further showed that Zhou Tong was incompetent as the leader of the team. He honestly admitted that he was not strong enough to do anything. He was just a rookie and immediately begged for forgiveness by kowtowing. Zhou Tong immediately recalled memories of himself at that time. One of the cloaked people said that Zhou Tong was the only person in the Output O team. He also wasted exp by adding a very small amount of buffs. The buff possessed by Zhou Tong was flawed, plus it had no shame, so he was asked to leave his team. Zhou Tong's eyes immediately glazed over, unable to hold back his sadness. While he was sad, he decided to sit on the steps of the outer courtyard. Not long after that, Caesar came and asked Zhou Tong what his profession was. To that question, Zhou Tong immediately told him that he was a level 3 bard. Caesar immediately asked him to follow him. Then back to the current situation, Caesar was seen getting more violent in fighting. He jumped up high and headed towards Ye Qing, who was currently helpless with a wounded body. Caesar's eyes burned brightly as he was possessed by his own power. The technique used by him is the Kanglong Jin martial art. The effect of this technique's power is to cause severe damage to the target organ. If Ye Qing uses his magic power next, then the injury suffered by Ye Qing will get worse. Even more terrifying was that he could die suddenly. Caesar immediately gave another attack. Even though he was injured, Ye Qing was still able to avoid the attack. Caesar said that this attack was ultimately a special battle technique that could cripple an expert using magic power. Ye Qing saw with his own eyes that the attack was too fast, so the only thing he could do was run away. He immediately ran away to avoid the attack. Caesar looked surprised to see that Ye Qing could still escape. While focusing on running, Ye Qing thought about the debuff causing blood loss every time using skills. Ye Qing seemed to want that kind of debuff to protect herself. Him head kept thinking about debuffs. Then he quickly called out to Zhou Tong, who was still standing by doing nothing. While still chasing each other, Ye Qing's body was thrown down in front of Zhou Tong. Ye Qing, who was lying down, said that Zhou Tong eliminated him weaknesses and was incompetent. Obviously, it was useless to expect ability from others. That debuff-like strong power had made Ye Qing dream of being able to possess it more than anyone else. That was why Ye Qing was sometimes disappointed with his own incompetence when fighting. Ye Qing remembered him past that was considered completely useless. At the time, Ye Qing was fighting a monster with his sword. Despite the danger to himself, he had no intention of running away. Being weak is not something to be afraid of. There is something that has made Ye Qing afraid all this time, which is that a weak heart cannot move to do anything. Hearing all those words, Zhou Tong was immediately impressed when Ye Qing mentioned the heart. In that scary memory, Ye Qing was told by the system a warning that 0 points of damage were dealt. Him body being entangled by the one-eyed monster made him refuse repeatedly. Ye Qing immediately went berserk in front of the big eyes of the monster. Then there was a warning from the system that there was a 1-point damage attack given. Quickly, Ye Qing's sword stabbed right into the monster's big eye. Ye Qing's body was instantly detached from the body of the monster that attacked her. The monster's big eyes were bleeding profusely. Seeing the success against the monster seemed to make Ye Qing not believe at all that he could do this. It was then that Ye Qing ventured to take him first step in giving an attack to whoever attacked her. Now Ye Qing began to rise again holding a weapon, and he began to know that in this life he was ready to become a king at any time. Zhou Tong, on the side, knew that Ye Qing used to be just a garbage collector. Now he wanted to become a king. Zhou Tong began to realize that if he did not become strong, he would die in this place. Compared to being insulted by others, going incognito and avoiding meetings is not a good thing. So with that, he has started to rise again and wants to be stronger than before. Hearing those words made Berserker do another insult. To him, how could a level 3 support like Zhou Tong break through his level 17 main armor? Berserker was willing to stand here and let Zhou Tong slash at his body, even if he needed to several times. Zhou Tong quickly threw down his sword. Seeing that action made Berserker even more surprised that Zhou Tong wanted to attack without using a weapon. In his hand was already a microphone ready to be used. Zhou Tong immediately said a big expression poem with his spirit revived. Berserker was quite surprised to see Zhou Tong's strange behavior unlike most humans. Caesar suddenly sensed something strange and asked what exactly was going on now. Ye Qing loudly said that he found the best support in this world. The system told him that he gained inspiration status, then him damage, defense, speed, and resistance increased by 15% each. In him hand, Ye Qing immediately took out a blood nightmare summon. Its shape was black in color, and its texture seemed flexible. The blood nightmare immediately walked near the berserker and then climbed to the top of the body. All the blood nightmares immediately moved to attack. The berserker's body had been desecrated by the blood nightmare. The berserker immediately asked for help to release his body because he felt uncomfortable. Zhou Tong heard the sound of the berserker moaning from the blood nightmare's attack. Then he looked the other way to see Caesar about to attack Ye Qing again. The blows continued to be carried out by Caesar, hoping that Ye Qing could die this very second. The current situation is getting tense because the fight is still endless. In Ye Qing's observation, the abundant magic made his body's regeneration speed move very fast. Ye Qing started moving again using berserk mode, splattering gore. Between Ye Qing and Caesar fought each other fiercely. This time Ye Qing will utilize his weapon to commonly injure Caesar, who has not been injured since before. When Ye Qing fought so well, Caesar began to feel his Kalaju armor unable to work. Caesar guessed that his armor had been pierced directly by Ye Qing's ugly dagger. Meanwhile, in Ye Qing's mind, using the splattering gore skill had the advantage of ignoring defense, so it was very useful at this time. However, the debuff that made he lose blood was still remaining. He continued to make agile movements because this battle should be resolved as quickly as possible without having to wait for a long time. Caesar, who saw the progress of Ye Qing and was immediately interested. Ye Qing, who attacked with the knife against his opponent, was still able to avoid it. After insisting on training for 20 years, Caesar never thought how he could lose skill to a kid like Ye Qing. It seemed that Ye Qing felt the difference in strength between the two of them now. Ye Qing's knife was immediately knocked down by Caesar. In this battle, Caesar saw that martial arts could move forward on the path of improvement and change their job to strength-based Destruction King and skill-based Street Fighter. Whatever will happen, Ye Qing will not give up. The two of them are now clashing with each other's strength. Ye Qing's face looked like he was still trying to attack with all his strength. Meanwhile, Caesar said that he didn't like weak skills based on style. Therefore, he focused all his points on destructive power. He immediately shouted out the instant skill Heaven-Breaking Punch. Ye Qing's body was still up in the air while Berserker was seen falling down with blood nightmare wrapped around his body. The situation was getting more and more tense until a huge explosion occurred. The eyes of Zhou Tong, who saw it, were immediately very panicked. Ye Qing landed with his hands holding the ground to hold his body. Then the rocks around him were seen scattering all around. Seeing this incident, all of Caesar thought Ye Qing was very stupid. This was because Ye Qing had held back Caesar's instant skill so directly that he had overwhelmed himself. Caesar warned Ye Qing that he would not be easily defeated with such strength. Ye Qing still hadn't given up. He would add all the points to strength. The system told him that 176 free points had been added to strength. Ye Qing immediately took off his shirt, while Caesar wondered what he meant by adding to the strength. Ye Qing told Caesar that his strength had been added instantly. In addition, his muscle mass had changed slightly. Caesar immediately moved forward and laughed loudly at why Ye Qing was willing to do all that. Ye Qing had also prepared to attack. Although now he did not know the impact of martial artist combat skills on destructive power. But for him to accumulate 300 free points at once should be strong enough to land one punch. Ye Qing began to advance his hand as well as Caesar, who was very excited to face the opponent. Their hands clashed strongly with each other until the duration was quite long. Afterward, Caesar's hand started to wobble. Ye Qing immediately added more pressure so that Caesar could not withstand the force until he lost control. Caesar's hand was immediately bruised and bloody. He did not expect to see his own hand crushed with such a skillful punch. There was a strong crash coming from Caesar's body. Zhou Tong, who was watching from a distance, saw for herself that Ye Qing was really strong. Ye Qing jumped up to see Caesar's current state for himself. He will not leave Caesar defenseless. He also said that there was no time to let Caesar be surprised by this. This fierce battle must be resolved immediately. Ye Qing's hand was already holding his opponent's head, indicating that he was ready to strike. Caesar's eyes bulged when he knew Ye Qing was about to strike again. From today onwards, Caesar can join the cannon fodder team. A story goes that 8 years ago there were some dirty pieces of weapons. Caesar was asked to clean the dirty weapons. Later, there will be deeper dungeons to fight. The point is that Caesar's job is to clean the weapon properly. Other than that, it was a rule in the lion-hearted Huter that weak people were only assigned to polish shoes. Caesar listened carefully to the man in the cloak. The man in the robe said that if Caesar wanted to become an official member, then all Caesar has to do is prove that he can be strong and great. Caesar will gladly prove his ability. But the man in the robe saw that Caesar's ability now seemed more appropriate if he became a servant for the rest of his life. Arriving at the dungeon, Caesar is faced with a monster of enormous size. In his mind, if Caesar could prove himself competent, then he would be able to break out of the novice ranks. Therefore, he was very eager to prove his ability so that he would not be looked down upon. He directly attacked the big monster. For him, attacking monsters is not so difficult to do. Whatever happened, he still tried hard to face the terrible monster alone. Suddenly, the monster attacked using his hands, making Caesar overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Caesar's face was immediately in pain from the fierce attack. A few moments later, there was a doctor who examined Caesar's body. His lower jaw had been destroyed. Then, as many as 8 of his ribs had also been destroyed. His heart was pierced, and his liver, spleen, and kidneys were all injured. The doctor explained that the set was in Caesar's body because there were many magic crystals. He is currently in a tube with many tubes. The doctor again tells us that abyssal technology can now extract value-added cells from abyss creatures and then transplant them into the human body. Coincidentally, Caesar's DNA is a perfect match with monsters. So the good news is that Caesar can still live, but the bad thing is that he will become a mixed creature. In a serious conversation, Caesar is now judged to have proven his worth. Therefore, he is worthy to join the Lionheart as an official member. One of the seated monsters asks him to put it down, and Caesar has to be his extra arm and become his animal. Caesar's hand began to pick up an object on the floor. After that, he wanted to know where his teammates were now. The monster tells him that Caesar's teammates are all dead. This world will swallow humans whole without any mercy. If Caesar himself can't prove his worth, then he will be treated like useless trash. Now Ye Qing's hand pounced on Caesar's face, causing him to scream loudly. The system tells him that some of his powers have increased by leaps and bounds. Caesar got back up again and held Ye Qing's hand. Seeing this made him unable to believe that Caesar could recover in just a few moments. Caesar became even more ferocious by giving Ye Qing a fierce attack. As a result, Ye Qing's body was immediately pushed to the back. Caesar arrogantly told Ye Qing that the essence of crystal magic was the energy obtained and the surging magic power. During the blood moon, this pure crystal magic was very strong. He already had monster organs in his body, so it would be easy for him to absorb the power of crystal magic. Not only that, Caesar could also gain power beyond the level of the Abyss boss in a moment. The system tells you that the boss has been detected. Rodrigo Caesar has appeared. His body immediately partially turned into a terrible monster. Afterward, the system informed him that Berserk mode had ended, and he was now in a 30-second state of exhaustion. In Ye Qing's observation, a figure like Caesar himself was recognized as a monster boss by the system. He didn't know what exactly happened to Caesar's body, while Zhou Tong, who was behind, was very curious whether Ye Qing was okay or not. Ye Qing felt very unlucky with the bad situation now. Caesar seemed to be getting more and more violent as he told him that he should throw away his humanity. Before that, Ye Qing glanced a little at Zhou Tong at the back. Caesar began to act brutally by throwing all the rocks near him. He shouted loudly, asking Ye Qing to give up his human body and become a monster without moral boundaries. As the stones moved to attack, Ye Qing quickly avoided them. Caesar came through the air to chase Ye Qing and said that he was ready to pay the price of that strength. Ye Qing was still watching the movements of his opponent, who was still eager to fight. Caesar's facial appearance was truly terrifying. Zhou Tong, who saw this battle with his own eyes, admitted that Caesar was very strong. A huge monster figure with a terrifying body began to appear. There was no doubt that the humans here were trash. All of this happened because they didn't have the strength to fight against a player who was really very strong. Ye Qing was a strong person when compared to others. He had hidden strength and was now getting much better compared to the other comrades. Even so, a man like Caesar is no match for Ye Qing. There is a possibility that he can be beaten in just one attack. Right now, he has exhausted all of his strength. But he was still trying to activate his unwavering strength. His body slowly subconsciously began to waver a little and wanted to give up. After that, Caesar with his monster body said that the weak will submit to the strong. This cannot be denied by anyone. By being strong, Caesar would show his ugly appearance. Then he laughed happily at his own appearance. Caesar almost forgot to tell Ye Qing one important thing. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong suddenly swore an oath. He said he hadn't seen anything about Caesar that was so ugly. Caesar responded to those words, however, now that Zhou Tong was considered to have disrupted the mission in collecting magic crystals and was the only witness here. Caesar would give Zhou Tong an honorable death. The monster's body immediately showed its horror at Zhou Tong. When he wanted to attack, Zhou Tong immediately stopped him because he had something to talk about. Before attacking, if it was true that he would die in this place, he really hoped that he still had something to say. Caesar was getting more and more annoyed with Zhou Tong, who had so many antics. He had his hand on Zhou Tong's neck, ready to give him an attack. When this bad situation was still not over, Caesar finally gave permission for Zhou Tong to say his last words. Meanwhile, Ye Qing's body is seen unraveling downward, unable to do anything. Zhou Tong, who was in danger, said that he wanted to leave the abyss as alive and safe as when he left. In addition, he also wouldn't be the only witness to this terrible incident. After listening to the request, Caesar immediately looked back like something had happened to Ye Qing. At this time, Ye Qing's body had risen again in a stronger state with a muscular body unlike usual. He immediately expressed his gratitude to the bard for having more time to raise his strength. Currently, the exhaustion experienced by he earlier has disappeared thanks to a glass of drink. Previously, it was impossible to see the body stat just by relying on his observing eye. Therefore, Ye Qing must rely on the characteristics of his nightmare blood. All of this was done to obtain hidden information by making direct contact through Caesar's body. Hearing that explanation made Caesar suspect that the blood nightmare made it possible that the person he killed was just a clone resembling the original human form. He wanted to know how long ago that happened. Ye Qing emphasized that the price of his power was probably much greater than Caesar himself thought. Although the berserker skill had increased his power significantly in just a short time, the price of forcefully relying on that power would exceed the physical limit, which would be a defeat for about 30 seconds. But it was different with Caesar, who had a human body, as well as a monster. Caesar himself used his greedy hands towards the abyss itself. So the abyss naturally wanted him to pay the price. Caesar was really very stern and didn't want Ye Qing to joke around in such matters. Abyss and this kind of thing had nothing to do with it at all, so Caesar couldn't believe it yet. A moment later, Caesar showed his unstoppable anger. His hand quickly moved to grab the body of Zhou Tong. Then Ye Qing came closer and closer, making Caesar very anxious again. His eyes stared intently at his enemy who was not dying. After that, he immediately ran fast, full of wrath. Ye Qing quickly jumped up and attacked Caesar's face. The situation was getting tense because neither of them had lost yet. Ye Qing had already landed down again to see Caesar in front of her. Caesar's movements seemed to be slower than before. In Ye Qing's mind, this was due to the change of body from human to monster, which affected his movements. Fortunately, the attack that was aimed at his body could be avoided. It also seems that it would be great if Ye Qing had a weapon to give resistance to the Caesar. Zhou Tong from a distance called out the name of Ye Qing, who was currently still busy in fighting. Ye Qing's eyes immediately focused on him partner. Zhou Tong quickly threw a weapon forward so that it could be used to immobilize Caesar. The weapon landed right in front of Ye Qing until he caught it. The fierce battle continues as Caesar is still attacking to defeat his enemy. Now Ye Qing has a weapon ready to stab Caesar's body. One attack from he landed well on Caesar's hand. On this occasion, Ye Qing will continue to try with all his might to defeat a man like Caesar. He also attacked the back of Caesar's body. He was still raging horribly, so for a moment, Ye Qing landed on the ground and stopped the attack. When Caesar was attacked, he said that all of this was just critical. Ye Qing reminded Caesar that he must not forget anything. Caesar can't bother Ye Qing at this time. This is because Ye Qing has added some points to agility. Those words were an insult to Caesar, but they made Ye Qing's death even worse. Caesar's arrogance was still evident as he said that he was much higher than Ye Qing. The attacks continued, and Ye Qing always tried to avoid them well so as not to get hurt. Hearing that made Ye Qing confused about what high existence Caesar was referring to. As the attacks intensified, Ye Qing said that Caesar was 100% a horrible monster in his eyes. Caesar shouted loudly with a face that became even more terrifying. His body was getting more and more hideous and muscular, and his behavior was very strange. Ye Qing, who saw it with his own eyes, said Caesar had become too crazy now. Caesar's body had completely mutated. After a while, the atmosphere in that place changed as well. Furthermore, Ye Qing wanted to know if Caesar had gotten the Abyss call. Caesar only wanted Ye Qing to die in this place, so don't bring him up again. Besides, he has also proven his worth as a great man. But Ye Qing still refused to leave in front of him. Caesar was not a sacrifice that could be sacrificed so easily and did not deserve to die. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, making the situation even more tense. Zhou Tong, who was still watching, saw that Caesar had gone crazy with his words. Ye Qing heard his partner's words from the front. Now Zhou Tong said that this could be a good opportunity to attack. Ye Qing's eyes stared intently ahead, while Caesar was currently laughing loudly at everything that had happened. A few moments later, Ye Qing called Zhou Tong to inform him that his body was being transformed by the blood nightmare. When he saw the body, Zhou Tong had no idea that Ye Qing was not someone to be underestimated. Ye Qing received a notification system with a challenge. In the challenge, he was asked to win the battle without killing Caesar. Then he would get a rare reward after succeeding. After reading that, Ye Qing seemed to doubt whether it was possible for him to be able to do all this. Ye Qing immediately confirmed that a madman like Caesar would not be able to return home alive. Even his colleagues would not be able to let him go if they saw his body like that. But if Ye Qing can complete this challenge, then the bonus is that he will get a rare gift. Therefore, Ye Qing intends to try to complete it as best he can. In an instant, Ye Qing's body, which was previously in the form of a dashing man, became a blood nightmare. There happened to be Zhou Tong in front of him. Ye Qing immediately reminded him to remember his words well. So, Zhou Tong was given the task to find a way to attract the attention of Caesar. The time given was only 5 seconds, and there was no need to linger. After that, Ye Qing returned to human form. In the challenge, he did not have to kill Caesar in this battle. Then Caesar's voice was heard saying that the monsters were part of the Abyss. It is certain that the monsters will not be able to get out of this place, if anyone wants to give up their humanity and fall into the Abyss. Something will happen that the Abyss will accept with open arms. This is something that has been determined by the Abyss. There was information that said that monsters would go into berserk state during the blood moon, but it seemed that during this blood moon, the ones who experienced madness were the humans themselves. The atmosphere inside a cave, the tales of horrible monsters were seen. Then a male voice was heard saying that the situation here was indeed messy, but he was still determined to get a big fortune if he survived. This time it would be his to achieve all that fortune. Visible in that dark place was a treasure-light box burning brightly. Chen Xingdian did not expect that the place he entered was filled with abundant treasures. Chen Xingdian's face was very cheerful because he could become rich with the treasure. In addition, he will get freedom, equipment, and a new identity. When Foxu saw the treasure in front of him, without realizing that the terrible monster Caesar was after him. Chen Xingdian still did not think that his life could change against fate, then laughed, full of fun. After everything was over, Zhou Tong was shown a place where he hit his head on the table. He continued to beg Ye Qing to let him allow him to call him boss from now on. So later, Zhou Tong would follow Ye Qing from behind. Ye Qing's face immediately became scared because he couldn't bear to do something that big. Then Zhou Tong told him that during his life, Ye Qing had been very prepared to become king. Ever since Zhou Tong heard that sentence, it made him even more determined to follow Ye Qing for the rest of his life. When Zhou Tong was so enthusiastic about becoming his follower, Ye Qing explained that at that time he was just pretending not to be serious. When he recalled what he had said, he realized he was just spouting nonsense. Zhou Tong still didn't believe him despite his explanation. For Zhou Tong, it was only with Ye Qing's encouragement that he could find the dream to pursue. After that, Ye Qing wants to know what he plans to do in the future. Zhou Tong says that Ye Qing once called him the best support. Ye Qing is suddenly shocked, as if he forgot when he had said such a thing. Zhou Tong is so excited to make himself the king of supports. Ye Qing's face immediately fell flat. He saw Zhou Tong as a man with 2 agility points and 1 luck point. It's amazing that his partner still has a place on the battlefield. If Ye Qing continued to push Zhou Tong to fight on the front lines, it would definitely jeopardize safety. Suddenly, Zhou Tong asked to imagine one Ye Qing being the boss at the front, while Zhou Tong's job was to reinforce Ye Qing from behind. Then what will happen is a team with great strength. Honestly, Ye Qing wouldn't want him to go into the abyss. Zhou Tong didn't understand what Ye Qing meant by his words. Since they were talking together, Ye Qing explained in detail. The abilities possessed by Zhou Tong would only make other people stronger. But Zhou Tong himself was so weak that he needed protection. Therefore, him dream support could not be qualified. Ye Qing immediately apologized. He said this because he didn't want to see Zhou Tong continue to sacrifice him life. Zhou Tong, who was previously cheerful, immediately pensive silence, did not say much. A few moments later, he saw a notification from the system that appeared about 1,000 magic crystals. Then Ye Qing said that those were all his magic crystals. He was sure that the crystals were enough to sustain Zhou Tong's life for a long time. But Zhou Tong had to promise Ye Qing not to set foot into the abyss again. In this case, Zhou Tong understood very well that everything Ye Qing did was for his own good. But no matter what, he still won't be able to accept living like trash in this world. So, no matter what, he wants to become a strong person so that he won't be humiliated. Even if Zhou Tong dies, he doesn't want others to look down on him just like that. Seeing the look on Zhou Tong's face, Ye Qing found it very convincing. It was the kind of expression that no one could resist. Then Ye Qing said again, if Zhou Tong can't protect herself, what should he do to protect others? If Ye Qing recalls correctly, there was a microphone belonging to Zhou Tong that only required one hand to lift. Seeing that, Zhou Tong said that it was a Lao Li sword. Surprisingly, Ye Qing immediately stuck the sword on the table. According to the information about the bard, it was a job that was half magic and half physical. So, Zhou Tong can use magic weapons to cast mastered strengthening and weakening spells. He can also master some attack spells. Zhou Tong listened well to the advice and explanation. Ye Qing said that Zhou Tong couldn't swing the sword for Lao Li before. Then he should try with all his might from now on. That way there would be a favor that Zhou Tong had to repay. Zhou Tong immediately held the sword that was stuck on the table. He also said that he didn't need those magic crystals. If that's the case, Ye Qing requested that Zhou Tong give them to the Lao Li and Lao Ju families. That way we will both get more in the future. Zhou Tong was happy to take the suggestion to heart. The atmosphere in front of the entrance with a large hole from the abyss. There are 3 people who are in front of the door. On this occasion, the beautiful woman will say that after the Blood Red Moon incident, the squad with the S-ranked job changer was sent to deal with the monsters in the abyss. At the depths of the abyss, 8 corpses were found that were identified as members of the Blood Oath. The body of Caesar, the leader of those who turned into monsters due to the influence of the abyss, had already been dealt with. In addition, an additional corpse was found with 1 person identified. One of the red-haired men listening to the information wanted to know who it was. The beautiful woman said that the person often accused of being a team killer during the Abyss invasion was Chung Xingdian. She immediately showed the man his face. There was also high-quality equipment found. It is possible that Chung Xingdian encountered a mutated former leader and was killed in battle. This could be said to be an unexpected factor, but the case was still under calculation. The man asked again if there was only one factor in the incident. She said that it should be that person. For this incident, the gray-haired man said that our plan had failed, but that was immediately answered by the red-haired man that Caesar was only used as a useless little bait. Now we can still find someone else who is more useful than Caesar. At noon in the Shenfeng Hospital. Inside the hospital there were several people passing by. In one of the rooms there was a man crying. This unrecognized man was asking for help and begging for forgiveness. The man called his father and said that now he had no other choice but to do it again this time. He already had a key in his hand. The key quickly released purple power energy and suddenly appeared outside the Shenfeng Hospital. The purple power aura headed towards the streets, so the people who were there immediately panicked and frightened. They didn't know what had happened until something strange appeared. In the crowd, the purple aura continued to show itself in a large size. There was one person who realized that it was the abyssal gate, then immediately rushed to contact security because it was considered dangerous. In an instant, the flames immediately appeared and out came a very terrible monster. There was a male voice, Ye Qing, who asked his sister to hold on tight and not allowed to look back because there was a scary monster. In that tense situation, the two brothers immediately fled by heading towards the front, while the terrible monster still continued to follow. He immediately asked his younger brother named Joe to run fast, but something happened when his brother accidentally lost control of wanting to fall. Both of their hands immediately separated from each other. His body was immediately blown away. This made Joe very panicked. After that, Ye Qing immediately woke up from her sleep and fell silent while sweating coldly. He lay back down and felt upset about having such a nightmare again. After that, he opened his cell phone. There was something that he almost missed. Then Ye Qing is currently in front of the flower shop. When entering the flower sale, Ye Qing met a woman named Zhang. He said that he wanted a bouquet of flowers like usual. Zhang guessed that he was here to visit his sister. He honestly said that an unpleasant incident had happened. Hearing that, Zhang thought that Zhou was very lucky to have a brother like Ye Qing because he was so considerate. Not only that, she saw Ye Qing's hair like a new style which was quite cool. He told me that on the way, he was stopped by an old military fan. Then he saw the flower and guessed that Zhang was going to put it out. So, he would help Zhang to put it out to make his work lighter. While outside near the highway, Zhang saw several vehicles heading to the hospital. There was a possibility that the job changers were coming. She wondered what was really going on. Ye Qing immediately wondered what was going on in the hospital. Without thinking, he immediately ran fast, then put up a speed limiter. When his eyes looked carefully, he was immediately confused as to why the abyssal gate was in this place. After arriving at the location, he immediately landed himself and saw an officer in front. Seeing Ye Qing's arrival, this male officer immediately said that he and the others had urged the residents to be able to retreat because the closure of the area had occurred. Ye Qing did not give any response and stepped forward. One of the security guard's friends immediately became angry as to why he had allowed Ye Qing to enter the danger area. Hearing what his colleague said, the man explained that Ye Qing was a person who could not be disturbed. That's why he let Ye Qing to look forward. In front of the abyssal gate, Ye Qing told his sister in the hospital to keep waiting patiently, because in any case, he would not disappoint her. Then he walked and saw that this hospital had been moved to another dimension. The space far exceeded what could be accommodated by a hospital like the one in the mall before. In addition, in his observation, the room he stepped on had been cleaned. It was certain that this was the work of the team that arrived before him. Ye Qing immediately held a bottle in his hand. Not only that they were also considered quite rich, the bottle he found was not something that could be easily bought by ordinary job changers. Ye Qing will restore the effective magic bottle. The advantages of this bottle liquid can restore MP and eliminate fatigue in the body. even if Ye Qing has to act against the abyss alone to find Sister Zhou. Then her magic consumption power will be enormous. That's why she must prepare herself well. As he refocused on the scene here, he discovered a branching. His eyes instantly changed color while uttering scouting vision. The next step was to choose a path in one direction. Ye Qing discovered that they left a mark on one of the floors, and it was quite new. He guessed that this mark was left by the team that came before. They must have been here to perform a rescue operation. So, he decided to take another route to increase the chances of rescuing his sister. Ye Qing was already holding a torch in one hand. In this mission, Ye Qing was actually not sure how long he would spend in this place. In the worst case, he would search this entire place. Now there was no time to wait. Ordinary people wouldn't last long in a place like this either. Therefore, he had to move quickly. Inside an abyss room, Ye Qing seemed to be running very fast. He realized that the new red carpet he had stepped on indicated that this place had not been visited by anyone at all. He also knew that the way back had been swallowed up by the darkness, creating a barrier to stop him from returning. In his hand was a one-eyed eye of Argos. Previously, he realized that he had seen the ability of this tool. If he was trapped in a maze, this device could mark part of the map area. The system immediately informed him that Ye Qing was now using the eye of Argos. He will open the map so that he can easily explore. The system informed him that the map in this area could not be shown. Knowing that, Ye Qing felt that it was natural for others to use a knife to carve marks. In this abyss maze, the system's directions were completely ineffective. Therefore, it can be called the Abyss of Rule. There was a liquid that slowly entered and approached Ye Qing. He who was here confirmed whether this liquid was a trap, but he did not hear any moving mechanism at all. In this tense situation, he was ready while holding his own sharp weapon. It wasn't long before a horrifying figure floated up with its lower half unraveled. Ye Qing was still focused on looking ahead, judging that this room was too quiet to visit. The spirit demon that came from behind was already preparing to give a fierce attack to Ye Qing. Despite wanting to be attacked, he was able to avoid it well. His body had lost control and wanted to fall, but was still able to hold on. This creepy spirit demon is still targeting Ye Qing to kill. He quickly moved and attacked as well. The system told him that there was a clue that said it was ineffective. The figure that came to disturb him did have a strange and even separated body. Ye Qing, who was below, saw that the monster's physical immunity was quite strong. After that, the spirit demon released a red-colored aura like a wave. The impact of that power made Ye Qing's ears go deaf until he couldn't hear anything anymore. In his heart, Ye Qing really couldn't hear any sound around here, so this would worsen his perception to the point that it would decrease. Ye Qing had also let his guard down, as he had barely foreseen the danger of the abyss. That demon spirit still continued to give off waves of red aura. Ye Qing, who was affected by it, couldn't stand it. He was well aware that the monster he was facing now was the most powerful monster here. When experiencing a complicated situation, he immediately remembered something. It turned out that he had met this spirit demon 3 years ago. It happened at that time in a place where he sat dumbfounded looking towards the damaged floor. Not long after that, a cloaked figure came out from inside the broken floor. This made Ye Qing so panicked that when he saw the shape of the monster's face, he felt even more fear. After a good observation, it turned out that the spirit demon wearing wings was just a statue. Ye Qing thought that he had to fight the monster here. After that, Ye Qing held one of the shiny objects. This time, he would not be able to waste time to take advantage of a good opportunity. Then, he immediately looked back and saw that the scary statue had a voice and its eyes lit up brightly. Seeing this increasingly chaotic situation made Ye Qing immediately stand up and be alert. This creepy monster seemed to want to attack him. He made sure that they were on top of a pile of rocks, but now they were alive and came down to walk near Ye Qing. Not long after, there was one of the men who gave a warning to Ye Qing. The man asked Ye Qing not to turn around and continue to look at the monsters, but his eyes should not blink. The monsters were crying stone statues. Ye Qing glanced at the man behind him. He just found out that there was a crying stone statue. Just hearing the name of the monster gave Ye Qing goosebumps. Seeing the reaction of Ye Qing made the man even more annoyed. He shouted so that Ye Qing could see the monster properly, not him. Monsters that come from the abyss follow certain rules and thoughts. The higher the level of monsters, the higher the thinking of all of them. The crying stone statue is a demon creature of ranks, but usually they will not attack a person from the job changers. Even so, this spirit demon certainly has rules that will always be carried out properly. If there is someone who stares at this monster, then their body will be petrified like a statue and lock. Then, when you look away, they will rush towards that person at a high enough speed to kill most of the job changers. Ye Qing, who was still nervous, was very confused about what to do next. The man asked Ye Qing to follow him and then slowly retreat until we can get out of this room. The most important thing is that the eyes should not blink at all because it will be dangerous. In this emergency condition, Ye Qing immediately understood the explanation conveyed by his colleague. A few moments later, they both walked slowly as directed. Unintentionally, Ye Qing's leg dislocated to make himself fall. Likewise, the cardboard that was carried was also blown away until all the contents were scattered. The man was very panicked when he saw what happened to Ye Qing. The spirit demon immediately went into action by quickly opening its mouth, and its eyes lit up so brightly. The situation in this room was getting tense and dangerous because the monster kept walking forward. By all means, Ye Qing's partner acted quickly. He had an object in his hand that was aimed at the monster. In the end, the passage in the room was successfully closed and the monster could not enter. Ye Qing's eyes were still bulging as if he did not think that he survived the monster. He immediately slept on his back on the floor and then shouted quite loudly. His colleague immediately said that this time the fate of Ye Qing was very lucky. If Ye Qing attacked the crying stone statue like the other job changers did, it would later realize that it wasn't just Ye Qing that could cause damage, but it was even worse that Ye Qing would be killed in an instant, not waiting long. Although this man admitted that he was just a scavenger with little fighting skills. If it was about experience, then he was no worse than the job changers. When now Ye Qing met the same monster again, he would not want to stand still without doing anything. With the power in his hands, it was very bright yellow. If this spirit demon had the rules of physical immunity, perhaps physical attacks could be confirmed as its weakness. The battle was still not over. There was a power used called Great Flame Explosion. The spirit demon released flames from its mouth. Instantly, Ye Qing, who was in front, could feel the heat. Ye Qing felt bad luck because fire control could not be used normally. He actually didn't know exactly what caused that to happen. While he was thinking, the spirit demon came from behind wanting to stab Ye Qing's body, while he still thought that fire was the only magic attack that he was good at. In this abyss place, he was increasingly threatened and immediately turned his head back to avoid the attack of the spirit demon. Ye Qing was still thinking that the whereabouts of the ship had not been found until now. It would be impossible for him to stay in this first room without moving forward. The spirit demon had physical strength, but its attacks were mostly physical. Such a combination of rules was very strange to Ye Qing. The eyes of the cloaked monster flashed very brightly as it looked at Ye Qing. Attacks using weapons are again carried out very fiercely. Fortunately, Ye Qing can still avoid it even though life is at stake if it is hit by a body part. No matter what, the spirit demon ferociously continued to move relentlessly. Ye Qing, who was alone facing this ferocious monster, could not just avoid it. He took out his sharp weapon to counterattack the spirit demon. During this fight, he felt that he had been able to fend off all the attacks successfully despite all the energy exerted. In the lonely abyss where there was no one, Ye Qing was determined to fight for her life against the spirit demon. After a long time of fierce fighting, he finally understood the rules and mechanisms well. In addition, in his observation, a figure like a spirit demon will appear when an attack is carried out. Not only that Ye Qing saw by itself that the scythe part of the spirit demon had not been drawn at all. Now it wasn't just the loss of protection from the rules that made physical attacks ineffective. The spirit that was still burning made him not give up the fight. Ye Qing was already so confident that his strength could defeat the spirit demon. It was now a physical attack as the spirit demon's weakness. After that, the monster's body immediately turned red from the fierce attacks it received. Slowly in front of Ye Qing, the spirit demon was finally able to vanish and not disturb anymore. Unexpectedly, the spirit demon appeared again in a second form. Seeing the monster that appeared again, he judged that this was indeed very interesting. The spirit demon raised both hands and showed its prowess. The incident earlier still made Ye Qing clearly remember that the monster's screams had affected his hearing. Meanwhile, his eyesight was also unable to function normally. In his mind, Ye Qing was still confused whether he should activate the blood clone first or not. The purpose of activating the blood clone was, of course, to save his life. If he thought well, he wouldn't activate the clone because he had just used it earlier. This skill certainly requires a cooldown for at least 30 seconds. Then the rest of Ye Qing's magic power can withstand the continuous loss of summons. When he thought for too long, he got attacked from the front. If it continued like this, there was no time for him to linger. After all, he could avoid a fatal attack just because he was lucky and could. Other than that, Ye Qing didn't expect that he could actually meet an assassin who couldn't be defeated with just a stack attribute. The system told him that the wounds had been healed, so his body had recovered again. Now, Ye Qing only needed to increase his health, so later he won't be able to die with just one punch. To Ye Qing's knowledge, the spirit demon in its second form was afraid of objects that could cause light. Even the faint light of healing magic made spirit demons afraid of approaching people like Ye Qing. After doing a good study, he began to understand now. In his hand, there was already a wisp of fire ready to attack the spirit demon. The face of the second spirit demon grinned as if it was not afraid of the other's attack. Ye Qing's hands were clenched tightly while holding the smoldering fire. A few moments later, Ye Qing's body managed to release flames from the top to the feet. A good opportunity for Ye Qing to chastise the spirit demon. The burning skill with hot flames was already active. Finally, Ye Qing felt that this battle was getting interesting. The spirit demon ran fast to avoid the fire, while Ye Qing struggled hard to chase the spirit demon to give it a retaliation. While still running, he did not expect that the spirit demon was afraid of fire. The reason for the fear arises because fire is the life force possessed by the spirit demon. Only innocent souls could die in fire. However, the fire element skill was cursed, so it could not be used properly. Ye Qing also had anxiety that he could not throw fireballs well. Without thinking, he immediately used the spurt dash. Ye Qing's next move would be a fireball ready to chase the spirit demon. The chase is getting very fierce between the two of them. Then there is the power used, namely the great flame explosion to make a very powerful explosion. Moments after the explosion occurred, Ye Qing's body bounced down the floor, while the spirit demon immediately burned with the hot fire. The situation in this abyss room is really very tense. The system tells that now the spirit demon has been defeated successfully. In front of her own eyes, Ye Qing clearly saw the body of the spirit demon still burning. The impact of the violent explosion earlier made Ye Qing experience a decline in health. His arm was burned badly enough that he could not use weapons or even cast spells. Even though he also experienced bad things, Ye Qing said that the price of victory he got was a little expensive. In addition, he would wait until the cooldown of the regeneration ability could end before healing. Then Ye Qing stood up and felt anxious and hoped that the spirit demon would not burn to ashes. This was because Ye Qing really needed the recycle. Ye Qing immediately pointed his hand forward and mentioned the recycle. There was a Soul Reaper artifact. This was done as an action to rush forward and then release a large-scale sickle harvest. Then the impact caused is to cause 5 times the basic damage. If later there is a target that dies because of this skill, Harvesty Despair will immediately trigger and restore health and mana. In addition, if Despair Harvesty is triggered more than 5 times at once, then Ye Qing will enter an incorporeal state for 1 second, so in that state the body will be immune to physical attacks and difficult obstacles. Furthermore, if the attack does not cause death, the user will issue a backlash equivalent to the damage. Artifacts also cannot be equipped because they are tied to the user's soul. Moreover, if you want to trade it, you won't be able to. Ye Qing now had a card in his hand, but it looked very different. This was the first time he saw a soul-bound artifact card. Not only that, but the sole permanent sword seemed to be able to turn the slain target into health and mana. If it is later summoned in a large army group, it can wipe out the entire group using just one move. There is also a disadvantage to using the artifact, which is that the attack will not kill the target. Then Ye Qing will receive a counterattack resulting from the damage and even die suddenly. What Ye Qing could do was to time it just right. A few moments later, the door had started to open again. Finally, the regeneration cooldown was conquered very well. Ye Qing's body was enveloped with a healing aura from the injuries sustained earlier. His energy has now started to improve again, and then called Xiao Zhou's sister's name if he was coming. On the other hand, it shows the atmosphere in a place where many people are hanging lifelessly. Moreover, this place has a lot of blood scattered on the walls and even the floor. But the thing that became the center of attention was a doll still lying on the floor. In one of the piles of goods, there was a woman looking forward. It was clear that the woman in this horrible room was Xiao Zhou carrying a glass bottle in her hand. It was at that moment that she dared to throw the bottle until there was a quite loud sound. An ugly orc went berserk at the sound of the bottle. Xiao Zhou was determined to get her doll back. Suddenly, as she was about to move forward, her body fell to the floor due to paralysis. She held her head, which was in quite a bit of pain. In front of her, the doll was still on the floor and she tried to get it back. Xiao Zhou remembered her brother and promised not to let him be disturbed by anyone. The doll was immediately stepped on using the orc's foot, while Xiao Zhou had not had time to pick it up. The orc's face was really scary because it was very angry to see a living woman here. The situation inside the horrible room was full of blood and the corpses of sadistically murdered humans. Xiao Zhou was still lying on the floor, and the orc was still in front of her. She became frightened and hoped that her brother could come to help save her in this great danger. The orc, which had a large and scary body, was still raging with loud screams. His face was clearly annoyed at the woman in front of him. It was during this precarious situation that a man finally came and immediately split the orc's body into two parts. Seeing the sadistic incident in front of his eyes, Xiao Zhou did not think that there was a kind-hearted hero helping him. The name of the man who helped her was a dual swordman named Wu Ming. The sword owned by the burly man was very large. Xiao Zhou, who was still lying down, said that Wu Ming was a hunter. After killing the ferocious orc, he decided to leave this room. Xiao Zhou immediately called out to Wu Ming. She held Wu Ming's legs until he let her to come along. At this time, Xiao Zhou didn't know where else to go because she was already scared if she stayed in this place. Realizing that his legs were being held, Wu Ming told her that there were no more monsters now, so Xiao Zhou was advised to hide in a safe place. If she was determined to follow Wu Ming, then her life would be further jeopardized and could even lead to death. Xiao Zhou remembered her brother. No matter what happened, she had to stay alive to see Ye Qing return safely. This is because of a promise that happened 7 years ago. At that time, Ye Qing was seen talking to a doctor. The doctor said that Xiao Zhou's condition was currently experiencing a bad incident because her spinal cord had been severely injured. He was very worried if later Ye Qing's younger sister could not walk like most normal people. A miraculous thing, because Xiao Zhou can still move her upper body. Ye Qing, who heard that, said that his sister could not stand properly. The doctor immediately confirmed that Xiao Zhou could not stand up. Severe spinal cord damage is theoretically irreversible. Ye Qing's face was panicked and shocked when he found out about the condition. However, he was hopeful that his sister's body still had a chance of recovery. He asked the doctor what he thought should be done. In theory, the scientific method was useless. However, the doctor had heard of cases where blind patients regained their sight in the abyss. Recently, in the abyss world, there is a possibility of finding a way to treat diseases that cannot be cured scientifically, possibly with medicine or other equipment. The power of such a mission is not in accordance with known science. Furthermore, the doctor also explained that Ye Qing's sister's disability was caused by monsters from the abyss. Then it means that the medicine is also in the abyss, so the way to do it is to look for it there. After getting an explanation from the doctor, Ye Qing immediately looked towards his hand. If it is in the abyss, then the cure is in such a place. If he has the ability to enter the abyss, then he can cure his sister's illness. The doctor further said that only job changers can enter the abyss. For someone without a level like Ye Qing is tantamount to committing suicide. Instead of Ye Qing continuing to worry about this, it would be better to think about the problems that exist now. In handling the hospital fees require a lot of money, not a little. The daily cost was at least 8,000 yuan. Ye Qing immediately stood up and bowed his head before the doctor. He would try to do his best for his sister's medical expenses. Therefore, Ye Qing asked the doctor for help so that he could take care of his younger sister as well as possible. After a long conversation, the doctor will try to do everything he can do. Now, the most important thing is that Ye Qing must immediately pay the medical bills in a timely manner. Ye Qing, who walked in the hospital hallway, knew very well what she had to do. He promised that he would soon get the money to pay for his sister's medical expenses. When he decided to meet his sister first, there were two people talking about Ye Qing from behind. As far as they knew, both of Ye Qing's parents died that day, and his younger sister was disabled. So only Ye Qing was left and still living normally. One of the two people felt very sorry for Ye Qing's fate. After arriving at his sister's hospitalization room, Ye Qing went inside. He, from the direction of the door, informed her that he had arrived here. Xiao Zhou, who was lying in that place, asked where her brother had gone. While sitting on the hospital bed, Ye Qing said that he had gone to consult with the doctor for a while. He did not forget to tell his sister to go to a place called the Abyss. Xiao Zhou, who was anxious, confirmed whether the place to be visited was safe. With a reassuring face, he said that it was indeed a safe place to visit. Moreover, the place is not dangerous at all. Ye Qing's job when he was there was to follow behind the others. After conveying the plan, he almost forgot to tell something to his sister. Ye Qing showed his sister a cute doll. In this case, he said that he would not be able to be with Xiao Zhou every day for the time being. So, with this teddy bear, Ye Qing was sure to protect his sister. Hearing that Xiao Zhou said that her brother was the only family left, she didn't want Ye Qing to be in danger again. The point is that she doesn't want her brother to go to meet monsters again. Seeing his sister so anxious, Ye Qing said that he would find a job that could heal Xiao Zhou's leg. As long as she was willing to wait for Ye Qing for a while, she would be able to stand up again. Xiao Zhou said that her brother had to rely on dangerous methods to make money. She would much rather sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Ye Qing was not allowed to enter a place full of dangerous monsters. It was for this reason that Xiao Zhou and Ye Qing finally made a promise to each other. Ye Qing, as a good brother, will not put himself in danger. That was the promise that had actually been made 7 years ago. Now in that room, Xiao Zhou was still lying on the floor holding Wu Ming's leg. She said that if she remained in the abyss, then it was certain that Ye Qing's brother would find a way to enter the abyss. Besides, she doesn't want her brother to risk his life just for Xiao Zhou's life again. She said that she didn't want to die quickly. Likewise, Sister Ye Qing should not die so easily. After hearing that Wu Ming did not expect such a woman to be so stubborn in her own life, Xiao Zhou's paralyzed body was quickly lifted and put back into the wheelchair. Wu Ming said that if a monster dared to sadistically hurt she, then he would not be able to provide protection. After that, Xiao Zhou was so lucky to see that her wheelchair was still functioning properly. Wu Ming further said that he was not the commissioner, so he doesn't care if Xiao Zhou lies or dies. The task performed by Xiao Zhou only needs to take care of her own affairs. Then Wu Ming is tasked to follow her from a distance so that it will not get in his way. In this meeting, he also tells that his name is Wu Ming, a dual swordman. On the other hand, shows Ye Qing, who is currently still in the abyss. In the hallway of a room, he carries a fire torch as lighting. Although people like Ye Qing have been working hard well as scavengers for some time. Plus, he has seen many herbs that can heal physical wounds. In his observation, the herbs could heal the parts injured by the abyss creatures, unless there were some exceptions. The most important knowledge was about one of the rules that one could not heal the body beyond the state when they entered the place. Suppose a burn had occurred before entering the abyss. Then the wound obtained cannot be healed beyond the extent of the burn caused when entering. If it wasn't for this incident, Ye Qing was very confident that he would have found a cure for his little sister a long time ago. Unintentionally, he saw several creatures lying there completely helpless. For this incident, he suspected that there had been a brutal battle. The monsters here have a much higher level than the job changers. It would make perfect sense if they were all wiped out. When conducting an inspection, Ye Qing did not find any traces of monsters in this place. Is it possible that there are survivors who managed to get out of this dangerous place? In the blink of an eye, he immediately sharply looked at a place in front of him. It turned out that in front of him was a giant beast that had been split into two with a single swing. Ye Qing's observation eyes could not detect any trace of magic. Plus, most of the victims were job changers of the agility and intelligence type. He still didn't know if it was just brute force or not. Aside from all that, he now knew that there was someone stronger than all the other job changers. More specifically, this person was a bone-crushing level existence dot. In a place that lacked bright light, Wu Ming continued to walk towards the front, while behind him was Xiao Zhou, who followed. The attack came directly at Wu Ming until he lost control. The brutal attack immediately made her who was behind very surprised. She could feel the pain that Wu Ming was currently experiencing. After that, his body received several powerful shots. Especially on his forehead, there was a hole caused by the attack. Xiao Zhou asked if it was now possible to leave again to continue the journey. But before that, the concern, she asked if the attack was really very painful. Wu Ming could only remain silent about the incident that had happened to him. There was a story that happened 4 years ago precisely in the ancient tomb of Class A Abyss. There was a figure with a huge and terrible body. The monster was included as an overlord in this place. His hand was pouncing on the head of a man. When his head was pressed hard, he immediately screamed in pain. Meanwhile, there were also 3 people in front of the overlord, none other than Wu Ming, and the other 2 came. One of the bald old men immediately got angry at Wu Ming. This time he was very upset because he had paid Wu Ming a lot of money, but the results of Wu Ming's hard work were as useless as trash. As a mercenary, Wu Ming should have attacked aggressively. One thing to remember is that the bald old man had bought Wu Ming with double money. Wu Ming was a criminal and had no legal status. Therefore, he could only join a private hunting group as a mercenary. Among some of these crazy people, there were some who did not care about life and death at all. They all faced missions that almost made them commit suicide, and therefore demanded double the payment. The bald old man was annoyed because 100,000 credit points had been issued. If anyone killed the overlord, he was willing to give it to all of them. He really did not let go of this last treasure because it had to be his. Whoever could kill the overlord, the reward would be 200,000. In this way, the double-paid swordsman was willing to risk everything for money. This was the same as continuously doubling the bet in a casino, the effect of which could make your head even more dizzy. The bald old man promised 250,000 as cash payment. In this way, Wu Ming would be willing to do it for that much money. The bald old man did not stop talking and promised a big reward. There were several people there who were ready to attack and kill the overlord. The face and mouth of the overlord were really scary. The monster screamed so loudly that everyone would be afraid of him. The bald old man couldn't wait to find out who could kill the overlord for him. The fierce battle to defeat the overlord monster continued. When the situation was tense, the overlord was emotional until he was fed up with several people attacking him. The monster moved quickly and killed 2 people until they were separated from their bodies. Now it's time to face Wu Ming, when he was still struggling to attack so that his monster would be killed and get money. The overlord would give a direct blow to Wu Ming. Fighting against the overlord was not something that was easy to conquer just like that. It was seen that until now the overlord could still stand tall even though he was attacked. That's what made the bald old man even more annoyed. He was suddenly in a dangerous condition until he shouted to be saved. Then threatened Wu Ming that later he could be paid if the bald old man could get out of here. The bald old man gave a warning that he had bought Wu Ming's life. Overlord, who was going to do his action fiercely, from behind Wu Ming had started to move again to give a fierce attack. His spirit that had faded earlier was now revived so that he could beat the fierce overlord. In accordance with what had been targeted, the overlord's waist was successfully hit by Wu Ming's attack. He also shouted loudly as he gave an attack with his sword. Finally, a fantastic object was successfully obtained because Wu Ming had managed to kill the overlord using all his strength. The bald old man quickly stepped forward and pushed Wu Ming hard until he fell. He couldn't wait to take the valuable treasure. In addition, paid people like Wu Ming were not allowed to block the bald old man's path to carry his treasure box. Ming firmly reminded him again that the payment he would receive later would be double because he had managed to kill the overlord. The greedy bald old man said that Ming had died in this incident. So why did he need a lot of money? He guessed that Ming would spend his money for another world. After that, the bald old man was immediately happy because he would become a rich man, the advantage that is also obtained if he will not waste money to buy information about the hidden abyss. The feeling of happiness continues to make his heart excited and even act indifferent to Ming, who has struggled hard. A few moments later, the treasure box was opened, but it turned out that there was nothing in it. The bald old man's eyes immediately glared because he did not expect it. The bald old man became very angry why the treasure box he was aiming for was empty. He really felt very unlucky not to get rich because of this. His face immediately went silent because he had spent so much effort and others to get to this place. The bald old man could not hold back his despair. From behind, Ming was still watching what action the bald old man would take after realizing his treasure box was empty. The bald old man experienced a very drastic change in body shape, namely the sand spell. Ming, who saw this incident directly, said that the body had been cursed. Then, making sure himself whether he had also been hit by the blow, Ming felt so anxious. He covered his mouth. In front of him was a Corpse King gem. Ming still didn't know whether the Corpse King gem could still be used or not depending on the person. Immortal relic artifacts bind souls and can turn their owners into undead creatures. The most important thing to remember is that holy spells and healing cause fatal damage to someone. So, with ordinary damage, it will not be able to kill undead creatures. Of course, the impact that will result from the transformation is the loss of the ability to feel pain and emotional changes, while Ming is now an immortal. At this time, Ming, who was contemplating, was being watched by Xiao Zhou. She said that the blood that was released by him was grains of sand, so she was even more curious about what curse Ming had suffered from. Hearing the question, Ming's eyes immediately glanced at Xiao Zhou. Then he immediately fell silent as if he didn't want to explain anything about the curse. Seeing such behavior, she became confused as to why Ming just ignored her. A bloodbath that was so terrible was also seen. Several weapons that looked broken were just lying on the floor. Several monsters began to attack Ye Qing fiercely. On this good occasion, he would fight his monsters one by one to death. The weapon used by Ye Qing was also so sharp that it could split the monster's body quickly. He knew in his heart that this attack was indeed carried out in a hurry. That way, Ye Qing could not allocate his points carefully. Therefore, the step taken by he is to distribute the accumulation of free points evenly. Now almost all of his statistics have more than 200 points. Ye Qing's face looks brave and brave to face all dangers. Before moving and entering the next room, he has no other way to find out the information of the monsters in it. If indeed Ye Qing has misjudged his current situation, then the fatal thing that might happen is that he could die directly. Especially the monsters in the abyss are not that strong. Doing endless battles will be very tiring. There are certain reasons, such as the body, that gets tired easily due to having to move a lot to avoid and attack the enemy. All of that is done by mobilizing all the strength and power he has. Ye Qing will continue to fight hard for the safety of his own life. In the midst of the fierce battle, Ye Qing managed to hold back one of the monsters. But suddenly, he shouted loudly while calling Dagger Frenzy. The system informed that the mana clues he now had been below 5%. When he found out this notification, Ye Qing felt very unlucky because his magic had run out. So he couldn't use any skills anymore. Even though the number of monsters in this place is still very large, it is better to find another way to overcome it. One of the monsters in front of Ye Qing immediately went berserk by opening its mouth. The situation is still so critical, he will inevitably use the power of his hands to give a blow to the terrible monster. Ye Qing will double his natural statistics to be able to fight against the remaining monsters and roam around attacking him. While busy attacking one monster, another one appears as if it never ends. Near he, there is a monster that appears not just one. Seeing the situation in this place is indeed very bad to visit. finished fighting through 4 monster rooms in a row. The fatigue felt by Ye Qing has started to increase, and his maximum mana is only half of the full condition. The light mana potion in his backpack has run out. Now there is only 1 large bottle left that was taken at the beginning of the abyss. The rest can only be stored when the condition is very critical and emergency. Without wasting any more time, he sped forward to give a direct attack to the monster. The monster's face was really very ugly. Even when hit, the inside of his face wanted to come out. Ye Qing was still struggling with all his might to strangle the monster's neck from behind. Although the body of this monster was indeed much larger than Ye Qing himself, his struggle finally paid off. The monster's head was detached from its body. He still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief in this place because there were other monsters. Now it was time for him to take out the Soul Reaper artifact card that he got when he killed the spirit demon earlier. Finally, a large red spirit demon appeared right above Ye Qing's body. The side effects caused by the scythe were indeed very large. Ye Qing admitted that he didn't dare to use it freely. However, if he used this power to fight a ferocious beast, it is possible that the nature of the Despair Reap can activate and restore the power possessed by Ye Qing. The ferocious monsters that were still alive were given a direct attack by the Despair Reaper that was speeding very powerfully. The system informed that the Despair Reaper artifact had triggered its effect, so strength and mana would be restored. Ye Qing's body was back to normal because he received healing. The current strength reached 100%, and the mana was the same. Ye Qing himself had stored the mana potion and reduced the frequency of using super regeneration. Then the system also informed that the skill card cooldown time increased with repeated use. When walking, Ye Qing accidentally stepped on a pair of glasses. In this place, he felt something was wrong, so he shouted loudly to make sure who was there, human or not. It turned out that in one of the containers, someone was talking and asking Ye Qing not to kill him here. When he heard the voice, Ye Qing was still confused about who was hiding in that place. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared who asked Ye Qing if he saw his glasses. The kind Ye Qing gave the glasses he had found earlier. This middle-aged man was very happy and immediately used his glasses. In this meeting, he directly told Ye Qing that he was a doctor and researcher. The middle-aged man's name was Song Qing Shan. Previously, he admitted that he did not know what was happening. Suddenly, his territory gave rise to many monsters like the ones that had been killed by Ye Qing. Qing Shan did not know the background of the appearance of the monster. He, as an ordinary human, also felt deep fear until he dared to run away to a completely unknown room. Qing Shan did all that just to avoid the monster. He also had no other choice but to hide in a fairly large barrel. Ye Qing became curious whether Qing Shan had ever seen anyone else survive this place. When asked a question like this, Qing Shan did not believe it because this place was the hospital abyss. Even someone who was not injured would die until life expectancy was very impossible, especially for people who were disabled and whose limbs disappeared. Ye Qing became angry with Qing Shan while pulling his clothes. He did not accept it when Qing Shan said people who were disabled. Even though Qing Shan himself was a doctor, it would be strange to say bad words. When Ye Qing protested the words, Qing Shan became confused about where the strangeness of his words lay. Once again, he explained that he was a doctor, not a professional. Therefore, it is very natural that people like Qing Shan cannot face those terrible monsters. Even when he wants to save someone's life, Qing Shan must prioritize himself first before others. If only he had strong fighting ability, he would not have wanted to hide in the barrel. He also wanted to know whether Ye Qing came here to save himself or not. Ye Qing's voice did not give any response at all. While Qing Shan continued to speak fluently, if Ye Qing was tasked with saving Qing Shan, then it would be better to stop talking nonsense. Qing Shan was sure that people like Lionheart must have promised Ye Qing a surprising gift. As long as Ye Qing was willing to get Qing Shan out of this place, all his possessions would be handed over. Hearing the name Lionheart, Ye Qing remembered the name of a man, Caesar. Remembering the memory at that time, Ye Qing had succeeded in defeating Caesar with his own hands. That had earned him 150 points. At that time, he also held a small object that was believed to have been dropped by that person on purpose. Zhou Tong said that he had seen the symbol of the Lionheart Hunter group. Lionheart is a group of super hunters that only accepts the strongest people. After remembering all that, Ye Qing thought carefully that the requirements for entering a strong hunter group were very high. Without caring about anything, he immediately walked to another place, while Qing Shan was left alone. Qing Shan immediately called Ye Qing and told him that he didn't come from that direction. The exit should be in the opposite direction. Ye Qing asked back if Qing Shan came from that area. He immediately agreed, besides that Ye Qing was asked not to bother saving the disabled person. Even if Ye Qing saved it, they wouldn't have money in return because they came from a poor family. Ye Qing apologized because he was going there because his younger sister was there. Qing Shan just found out that Ye Qing had a younger sister. It turned out that Ye Qing's presence was not to help save Qing Shan. In addition, Ye Qing is also not from Lionheart. Ye Qing humbled himself by claiming that he only collected trash and not to store it. Moreover, storing trash like Qing Shan made Ye Qing not interested at all. The swirling purple portal loomed large, its ominous glow beckoning Ye Qing closer as whispers of danger filled the air. A man appeared, warning Ye Qing of the endless labyrinth beyond. His knowledge hinted at both experience and hidden motives. Ye Qing hesitated, but the man extended his hand, offering guidance through the maze's twists if Ye Qing trusted him. The mysterious man's smile widened as he described the maze's temptations, urging Ye Qing to rely on his offered path. With a deep breath, Ye Qing stepped closer to the portal, the air crackling as it responded to his presence. As Ye Qing stepped into the glowing purple light, the silence was replaced by a faint hum of energy. A stranger asked Ye Qing about his affiliations, his curiosity piqued by Ye Qing's lone journey through such treacherous terrain. Ye Qing's calm response about working solo left the man surprised. His disbelief showed in his expressions of worry. The man shared the benefits of joining established groups, detailing their resources and how they tackle challenges collectively in dangerous places. Ye Qing listened silently, his mind racing, considering how these groups might align or clash with his independent way of thinking. The man began listing organizations, his enthusiasm reflecting how strongly he believed in teamwork over individual effort in the maze. He leaned in, suggesting introductions to groups he respected. Ye Qing's expression shifted, masking his true intentions and skepticism. Ye Qing's focus shifted to the glowing document the man produced, displaying profiles and tasks, raising his awareness of potential allies. Memories of past betrayals made Ye Qing question the sincerity behind such promises. His guarded demeanor hinted at an unyielding resolve. Determined, Ye Qing decided that while offers sounded tempting, he would tread carefully, choosing alliances on his own terms. The man spoke confidently, questioning how Ye Qing managed to convince people with no strong backgrounds to trust his plan. Ye Qing thought deeply, realizing he didn't need convincing. He merely asked them if they wanted a better future. The man hinted at struggles, bringing up a family's sacrifices. He questioned whether Ye Qing was seen as a burden. Ye Qing's resolve grew stronger, his eyes narrowing as the man's manipulative words fueled his inner strength to protect those he loved. Reflecting on his sister's struggles, Ye Qing clenched his fists, determined to bear the weight of responsibility for a brighter tomorrow. A girl clutching a teddy bear stood firm, agreeing to help, her innocent face hiding a steely determination inside. The man offered a chance for healing, proposing an experimental solution to remove burdens and provide hope to families in need. She stepped forward boldly, volunteering as the first subject, her bravery inspired by the desire to support her struggling brother. Another child followed, declaring they would no longer rely on others, standing side by side in quiet defiance of despair. The manipulator smirked, pleased by their trust, while unseen machinery awaited to twist their hope into an unspeakable, dark experiment. In the sterile lab, glowing tubes contained the essence of countless lives, their trust harvested to fuel the director's ambition. The director commended the assistant for gathering new subjects, their ruthless methods justified by promises of contributing to the greater good. A mysterious vial was filled with an unknown substance, its ominous color hinting at the dangers soon to be unleashed. The machine hummed ominously, and with a flick of a switch, the experiment began, immersing the subject in blinding blue light. Agonized screams pierced the air, the subject's transformation shocking even the hardened scientists. Something far darker than they imagined was emerging. The lab's alarm blared as the scientist panicked, his calculations disrupted by something entirely unexpected in the experiment. Behind the glass, the girl floated, her essence mingling with energy. The glowing liquid swirled with unpredictable intensity. Chaos erupted as the experiment destabilized. Sparks flew and the chamber quaked, while the girl's form flickered ominously inside. Despite the director's calm demeanor, his assistants worried. He dismissed their panic, reassuring them of a backup plan already in place. A tense silence followed as the director monitored the situation, his mind calculating the next step amidst growing uncertainties. A desperate father stormed into the lab, demanding answers. His cries echoed through the sterile halls, filled with anger and fear. Recognizing him as a potential complication, the guards intercepted him, debating whether to involve him in their twisted plans. The guards restrained him with little effort, dragging him inside. His protests were ignored as they claimed necessary action. The father's demands intensified, his voice breaking, calling out for his daughter. His desperation was met with cold, calculated indifference. The director smirked, leading him toward the lab. His daughter's faint silhouette appeared in the glowing chamber ahead. The director revealed the girl's location, taunting the father with technical jargon about the experiment's progress and unforeseen complications. The father's patience snapped. He lunged forward, fists clenched, ready to confront the director's cruelty with unbridled fury. The guards intervened, pinning him down as the director mocked him, emphasizing the girl's importance for their research. The father's gaze fixed on the girl, his heart breaking. He realized her sacrifice was part of a cruel scheme. His plea for mercy fell on deaf ears as the director coldly issued commands, prioritizing progress over humanity. The father's voice cracked with anguish, declaring his daughter's innocence. His plea clashed with the cold rationality of the director. The director dismissed the emotional outburst, reinforcing his authority and justifying the experiment as necessary for human advancement. Guards restrained the father, dragging him away as he swore vengeance, his heart burning with fury and despair. The director turned his focus to the experiment, ensuring everything proceeded without interference. His confidence masked the unease in the room. The monitors displayed no energy detection, leaving the scientists puzzled. Tension filled the air as questions lingered about the girl's condition. The assistant observed closely, noting irregularities. He suggested further observation of the girl, though his motives remained ambiguous. The director scoffed, doubting any low-level interference could disrupt their plans. His arrogance blinded him to looming consequences. Another assistant whispered about a scavenger possibly connected to the girl. The director laughed, dismissing the notion as insignificant. In the shadows, Ye Qing overheard their dismissive words. He smirked, his determination sharpening like a blade ready to strike. Questions arose about Ye Qing's strength. Rumors swirled about his impossible feats, leaving doubt and fear in the scientists' minds. The scientist's mind raced with fear as he recalled his betrayal, pushing Ye Xiaozhou into danger and fleeing like a coward. Ye Qing walked alongside the nervous director, sensing his lies as they moved deeper into the labyrinth's mysterious corridors. The director tried masking his fear, claiming concern for Ye Xiaozhou, but his trembling voice betrayed the truth he hid. Internally panicking, the director remembered abandoning Ye Xiaozhou, rationalizing his actions as self-preservation while hiding his guilt from Ye Qing. Desperation gripped the director as he mentally rehearsed excuses, hoping Ye Qing wouldn't discover his betrayal within the maze's depths. Ye Qing observed the director's nervous demeanor, his growing suspicions strengthening his resolve to uncover the truth about his sister's fate. Without warning, an enormous blade crashed down, narrowly missing Ye Qing and the director, who stumbled back in terror. A shadowy figure emerged, their presence radiating strength, wielding the massive sword with ease as the air crackled around them. The director's fear turned to confusion as the mercenary declared their intent, leaving Ye Qing silently gauging their skills and intentions. Ye Qing stepped forward, ready to confront the mercenary, his quiet confidence challenging the overwhelming aura of the newcomer's power. The mercenary introduced themselves, their gruff demeanor hiding a calculated mind, as Ye Qing prepared for an uneasy alliance ahead. The mercenary explained their high-stakes commission, dismissing risks and losses, their confidence hinting at a long history of successful missions. Ye Qing listened, questioning the mercenaries' loyalty, aware their strength came with a price beyond just money or survival. The director's attempts to blend into the background failed, as Ye Qing and the mercenary scrutinized his growing unease. Sensing danger, Ye Qing subtly positioned himself between the director and the mercenary, ensuring no harm came to his reluctant guide. The mercenary's sharp gaze lingered on Ye Qing, intrigued by his calm demeanor and quietly hinting at respect for his strength. The mercenary questioned Ye Qing's accusations, claiming he sensed no ill intent. Ye Qing's sharp eyes, however, saw deeper truths. Ye Qing revealed his sister's presence nearby, a flicker of desperation crossing his face as he sought confirmation from the mercenary. The mercenary hesitated, recollecting a girl he'd seen before. His cryptic words fueled Ye Qing's rising anxiety and determination. Ye Qing demanded to know the girl's whereabouts, his voice breaking, while the director nervously calculated his next escape route. The mercenary pointed toward the path ahead, leaving Ye Qing torn between trust and urgency in pursuing his sister's trail. The mercenary handed over a teddy bear, confirming the girl's identity. Ye Qing clutched it, hope and fear overwhelming him. The mercenary bluntly stated the girl's situation, adding a sharp edge to Ye Qing's already frantic thoughts about her fate. As realization struck, Ye Qing's despair turned to rage. The director, panicking, celebrated the news as his potential salvation. The mercenary clarified his priorities, warning that the girl's safety depended on her actions, not his protection in such chaos. Despite his cold exterior, the mercenary promised to honor her final request, though Ye Qing's anger only deepened with each word. The mercenary recounted the girl's brave hope to wait for her sister, trusting him not to interfere in her decision. Ye Qing's fury ignited, accusing the mercenary of negligence, while the latter coldly defended his role as a paid soldier. The mercenary revealed his curse, a grim truth that doomed those who followed him, forcing him to live in isolation. Grief turned to resolve as Ye Qing prepared to face the labyrinth alone, his sister's survival fueling his every step. The mercenary watched silently, his sword drawn, the clash between duty and morality etched across his stoic face as tension built. The mercenary's blade clashed with Ye Qing's swift defense, the intensity of their fight sparking echoes through the labyrinth. Ye Qing sidestepped, countering with a quick maneuver, as the mercenary acknowledged his skill with a faint glimmer of respect. With precision, Ye Qing dodged a powerful strike, his calm resolve shaking the mercenary's assumptions about his underestimated opponent. The mercenary paused, offering a deal to guide Ye Qing, sensing his determination yet holding on to his own calculated motives. Ye Qing refused, determined to find his sister on his terms. The mercenary's blade lifted again, signaling no sympathy for weakness. Their battle resumed, each strike heavier than the last. Ye Qing's focus sharpened, matching the mercenary's brute strength with strategy. The mercenary taunted Ye Qing, testing his resolve as their weapons clashed, sparks flying with every calculated move. Ye Qing retaliated, his movements fueled by the urgency to save his sister, pushing the mercenary closer to an unexpected stalemate. The mercenary smirked, impressed but unwavering. Ye Qing's determination, however, hinted at a strength beyond mere combat proficiency. Their fight escalated, the mercenary's greatsword glowing ominously. Ye Qing remained resolute, his instincts guiding him toward an opening. Ye Qing disarmed the mercenary with a precise counter, the greatsword falling as the mercenary reevaluated his opponent's abilities. The mercenary recovered, his confidence unshaken, claiming he hadn't used his full strength. Ye Qing prepared for the next round. The mercenary declared his sword unmatched, its power a culmination of survival, betrayal, and countless battles that shaped his deadly expertise. Ye Qing's steady gaze never wavered, his silence a challenge. The air grew thick as they prepared for their final clash. With a sudden burst of speed, Ye Qing lunged, his determination and skill proving that even the strongest could falter. The mercenary unleashed his powerful, rock-breaking slash, the greatsword glowing with fiery intensity, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Ye Qing analyzed the attack, noting the sword's slow speed. He prepared to intercept before the strike could fully execute. The clash reverberated as Ye Qing's swift counterattack deflected the mercenary's powerful blow, leaving the ground cracked beneath them. Ye Qing's movements blurred with speed, his focus unwavering as he seized the opportunity to close the distance rapidly. Summoning his inner strength, Ye Qing unleashed a radiant strike that encapsulated his resolve to protect his sister at all costs. Out of the purple energy, shadowy creatures emerged, summoned by Ye Qing's unwavering will, intensifying the chaotic battlefield further. The mercenary's eyes widened as he acknowledged Ye Qing's ability, realizing this fight demanded more than brute strength alone. The summoned creatures lunged forward, creating chaos that disoriented the mercenary as Ye Qing strategically maneuvered through the confusion. The mercenary retaliated, demonstrating his exceptional skill by tearing through the creatures with precision, refusing to yield any ground to Ye Qing. Despite his strength, the mercenary couldn't deny the growing respect for Ye Qing's resourcefulness in combat and unrelenting determination. Ye Qing remained steadfast, driving the mercenary to the edge of his limits with relentless attacks that tested his resolve. The battle reached a fever pitch as Ye Qing combined skill and strategy, turning the tide against the seasoned mercenary. The mercenary smirked, dismissing Ye Qing's tricks as ineffective. Yet the weight of Ye Qing's punches spoke volumes of his resolve. A misstep left the mercenary vulnerable, forcing him to block Ye Qing's strike that carried immense force and precision. With an eerie glow, Ye Qing's aura intensified, shocking the mercenary as he realized this wasn't an ordinary opponent anymore. Ye Qing's power grew darker and more controlled, embodying both strength and determination to overcome the odds for his sister. The mercenary acknowledged Ye Qing's strength, recognizing him as more than just another challenger, but a true threat in the labyrinth. The mercenary's voice cut through the tension, acknowledging Ye Qing's exceptional strength but questioning his resolve to protect others. Ye Qing demanded answers about his sister's location, his voice unwavering as he stood his ground despite the rising stakes. The girl's voice echoed in the background, speaking of her unwavering belief in her brother's determination to protect her. The mercenary admired Ye Qing's relentless spirit, seeing in him the same hardened gaze of those shaped by survival. Ye Qing prepared to confront the mercenary, his mind calculating every possible move as his focus sharpened with determination. The mercenary recognized Ye Qing's potential, silently assessing the hidden power behind his seemingly desperate eyes and calm demeanor. Ye Qing activated his skills, summoning a precise yet overwhelming force, pushing the mercenary to respect his willpower and determination. The battle intensified as both sides clashed, their movements blurring together, testing the limits of their endurance and skill. Ye Qing's tactics shifted, capitalizing on the mercenary's brief hesitation to strike a decisive blow, shocking his seasoned opponent. With every step, Ye Qing proved his resolve, earning the mercenary's acknowledgement while still keeping his ultimate goal in sight. Ye Qing unleashed his final attack, channeling all his strength into a calculated strike aimed directly at the mercenary's weak spot. The mercenary countered with raw power, his weapon glowing with energy as their clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Despite the mercenary's experience, Ye Qing's speed and precision tipped the balance, forcing him to retreat momentarily and reassess. Ye Qing, glowing with newfound power, charged forward, determined to use every opportunity to bring this battle to its conclusion. The mercenary's eyes burned with admiration and defiance, realizing Ye Qing wasn't just strong, he was a force destined to overcome. The mercenary charged with a fierce strike, but Ye Qing reacted instantly, his sharp reflexes turning defense into opportunity. Ye Qing's glowing eyes pierced through the chaos as he activated a skill, analyzing his opponent's movements with precise focus. Cards of information illuminated Ye Qing's mind, showcasing the mercenary's weaknesses, allowing him to formulate a plan mid-battle. As the mercenary lunged again, Ye Qing deftly evaded, his calculated movements hinting at an emerging mastery of combat strategy. With a sudden shift, Ye Qing launched a counterstrike that stunned the mercenary, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Ye Qing observed the mercenary closely, noticing his peculiar approach, completely unbothered by the thought of taking damage in combat. The mercenary's reckless charge puzzled Ye Qing, his instincts warning of a deeper tactic hidden behind the unorthodox behavior. A strange glimmer appeared, leaving both Ye Qing and the mercenary momentarily confused as the battlefield's energy shifted suddenly. The mercenary bellowed with renewed aggression, his overwhelming force clashing violently with Ye Qing's composed yet adaptive techniques. Ye Qing's keen perception and skillful responses allowed him to stay a step ahead, even as the mercenary unleashed his full strength. Ye Qing swiftly evaded the mercenary's aggressive strike, his movements fluid and calculated as the air vibrated with tension around them. A dark energy surged around Ye Qing, his power amplifying as he prepared to unleash a skill that could turn the battle. The mercenary, engulfed in fiery determination, charged forward with blazing energy, aiming to overwhelm Ye Qing with sheer brute force. The clash culminated in a fiery explosion, the resulting shockwave shaking the room as the two opponents faced the aftermath. Ye Qing steadied himself, his focused gaze locking onto the mercenary, analyzing the complexity of the battlefield with sharp intuition. The mercenary revealed his unique ability, a trait rendering him immune to mortal attacks, hinting at the source of his confidence. Ye Qing calculated his opponent's weakness, noting the dangerous allure of power that often came with unbearable curses and heavy sacrifices. The mercenary's revelation unveiled the nature of his immortality, both a gift and a curse bestowed by unseen forces beyond comprehension. Ye Qing's strategy shifted. He recognized the mercenary's curse might be exploitable, his understanding of combat deepening with each revelation. The battlefield crackled with a mix of fear and determination, each combatant aware of the precarious line between life and death. The mercenary's curse reflected divine punishment for power-hungry ambitions, the gods playing cruel games with those who sought forbidden strength. Ye Qing observed, his resolve hardening as he processed the mercenary's tale, a mix of pity and disgust clouding his thoughts. The cursed aura surrounding the mercenary intensified, the air thick with tension as Ye Qing prepared to counter the unrelenting onslaught. Though cursed, the mercenary pressed forward, his power laced with madness, leaving Ye Qing no choice but to fight with precision. Ye Qing braced himself, his agile movements keeping him just ahead of the mercenary's relentless attacks, the room glowing ominously. The mercenary resurrected with ferocity, the curse binding him in a cycle of endless combat, his soul paying the ultimate price. Ye Qing struck back, his attacks calculated and aimed to exploit the weaknesses hidden behind the mercenary's seemingly invincible exterior. Flames roared around the mercenary as his curse consumed him, but he refused to yield, his insanity fueling his strength. Ye Qing realized victory would require more than strength. His mind raced to find a way to end the mercenary's torment. Ye Qing felt his heart racing as the intense glare of his opponent revealed the dangerous skill about to be unleashed. A notification appeared in his mind. Wish of Death activated. His senses heightened, and he braced for the incoming impact. The attack struck fiercely, leaving Ye Qing staggering. He noted how this unique trait amplified his power, but made him vulnerable too. This is insane, Ye Qing thought. Combining such a reckless skill with that curse ability, they're practically bending the rules of combat. A mysterious card floated before him, glowing ominously. The design hinted at immense power, but the risk felt equally overwhelming. Dark shadows rose around Ye Qing as his adversary summoned a swarm of vengeful spirits, each aiming to drain his strength. He dodged the spectral attacks, weaving through the chaos. Every missed strike left a trail of eerie crimson energy behind. Amid the battle, Ye Qing retaliated with a precise counterattack. His blade sliced through the air, shattering the enemy's defensive spells. Is this really unbeatable? He wondered, scanning the battlefield. His opponent's undead trait was relentless, feeding off each failed assault. Victory is inevitable, Ye Qing declared to himself. Determined, he charged forward, channeling all his strength into one decisive strike. A blazing aura surrounded the card as Ye Qing reached for it. Its power surged, filling the room with radiant light. "Divine artifact acquired," the system chimed. Ye Qing's grip tightened around the card, sensing the immense responsibility it carried with it. The enemy hesitated, clearly wary of the artifact's potential. Ye Qing took advantage, advancing with newfound confidence in his steps. The artifact came to life, manifesting as a reaper-like figure. Its scythe swung down, unleashing an arc of fiery destruction. With the battlefield ablaze, Ye Qing made his final move. Victory wasn't just a goal, it was now destiny fulfilled. Ye Qing analyzed the glowing artifact, realizing its power wasn't in its physical form, but in the skill set it unlocked. The artifact's ability activated upon attacking, draining HP and mana from targets, feeding him power in a steady, unstoppable flow. "Since your health is already low," Ye Qing noted, "this skill's activation ensures every blow hits with overwhelming precision." He understood the undead's durability wasn't endless. Their regeneration relied on mana reserves, making them vulnerable if their energy was disrupted. The key to victory lay in observing his enemy's movements and exploiting hidden weaknesses within their seemingly unassailable undead regeneration traits. As Ye Qing summoned his scythe, an eerie purple light surrounded him, radiating immense power and intimidating his relentless opponent. The scythe's ability tore through defenses, forcing his foe back. Yet the enemy adjusted quickly, anticipating Ye Qing's next move. "So this is how they fight," Ye Qing thought, studying his adversary. Observing patterns, he prepared for the perfect counter-strike. The artifact's power surged within Ye Qing, aligning his attacks perfectly with his strategy. His focus turned into a sharpened blade. Ye Qing unleashed a devastating blow, finally breaking his opponent's guard. Victory was close, but he braced for a final twist. The enemy, though wounded, retaliated fiercely, launching an explosive attack that pushed Ye Qing to his limits, testing his endurance and resolve. Ye Qing countered with precise strikes, balancing power and agility. Each move pushed his foe closer to defeat while conserving his own energy. The battle intensified, and the ground beneath them trembled. Ye Qing's focus never wavered, knowing every moment counted toward victory. With one final charge, Ye Qing unleashed the artifact's ultimate ability, enveloping the battlefield in light and sealing his triumph. As the dust settled, Ye Qing stood victorious. He pocketed the card, knowing his journey was far from over. The crimson figure lunged with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful strike that sent shockwaves across the arena, shaking Ye Qing's stance. Ye Qing stood firm, observing his opponent's attacks. His mind raced, questioning if the enemy's movements had started losing their precision. Analyzing the subtle shifts, Ye Qing realized the balance was tipping in his favor. The opponent's stamina seemed to waver under pressure. Outside of combat, Ye Qing thought, every little mistake matters. His careful observations revealed critical weaknesses that he could exploit fully. As his eyes scanned the battlefield, Ye Qing noticed an item lying nearby. It hinted at a forgotten key to victory. Ye Qing lunged forward with unmatched intensity, his fists slamming against the enemy. Every strike carried years of bottled frustration. Amid the chaos, Ye Qing's determination grew stronger. He knew this battle was not just physical, but a fight for survival. He glanced at the opponent, their shared history briefly flashing in his mind. Loyalty was meaningless now. They'd crossed unforgivable lines. "You are different, Ye Qing," echoed in his thoughts. The words made him hesitate, questioning the very essence of his humanity. Caught in a moral dilemma, Ye Qing struggled to balance his instincts with the burden of decisions that carried lives at stake. His eyes darted between choices, save one, or risk many. The battlefield offered no mercy for those with lingering doubts. "How did you know?" The question lingered like a challenge, its weight heavier than any physical confrontation he faced that day. The answer, unspoken yet clear, seemed to rise from Ye Qing's soul. His choices always bore consequences, fair or not. A few hours ago, the cathedral's eerie silence hinted at the secrets buried within. Every step was drenched in unease. Ye Qing braced himself, the hollow echo of his boots fading into the distance. Whatever waited beyond, he wouldn't falter. The towering figure roared with fury, shaking the very ground. Ye Qing's breath quickened as he steeled himself for the clash. "You've angered forces beyond your control," a voice whispered. The weight of countless sins seemed to hang over him now. "I'll face this on my terms," Ye Qing thought. He wouldn't let fear dictate his life, not anymore. The figure hesitated, tears brimming in their eyes. "Even for my own salvation, I wouldn't force this choice upon you." Ye Qing turned away, their words cutting deeper than any wound. Regret would linger, but his path was already chosen. A strange purple glow filled Ye Qing's vision, its intensity drawing him into an unfamiliar realm of raw power and uncertainty. The enemy trembled, caught in a moment of realization as the energy rippled through the air, shifting everything around them. The surge reached its peak, altering the very fabric of the battlefield, leaving Ye Qing in awe of its force. A notification blinked before him, declaring a new skill, Shapeshifter. He felt a profound transformation brewing within his body. With the ground shaking, Ye Qing braced for what came next. The weight of his newfound abilities began to manifest. Ye Qing charged forward with unwavering determination, the monstrous opponent towering above him, radiating a sense of unrelenting danger and power. As the clash intensified, Ye Qing's strength intertwined with his new skill, forcing him to adapt faster than ever before. Bloodied yet composed, Ye Qing stood tall, his gaze sharp. He reflected on the line between strength and recklessness. A colossal bear loomed before him, its monstrous features unnerving yet strangely connected to his growing realization of his potential. Ye Qing's thoughts drifted. The girl's fate echoed his father's words, actions born from desperation but carrying profound consequences for all. Ye Qing sprinted through the dim hallway, his blade reflecting faint light as the roar of an enemy followed closely. The air grew heavier, tension mounting as the enemy loomed closer. Ye Qing's focus sharpened, his instinct screaming for survival. Before him stood an unlikely ally, a beast with a peculiar charm. Its presence brought questions he wasn't ready to answer. Ye Qing's skepticism grew as the creature spoke, revealing fragments of its story. His doubt warred with the surreal truth unfolding. As the creature introduced itself as Ye Xiaozhou, an odd calm settled over Ye Qing. Their connection was undeniable yet puzzling. Ye Xiaozhou stared at his reflection, now resembling a teddy bear. The transformation felt bizarre, leaving him completely bewildered. He struggled to grasp his new form, torn between embarrassment and frustration. Ye Qing's unbothered reaction didn't help much. Ye Qing shrugged, leaving Ye Xiaozhou to solve his dilemma alone. It was a skill he'd need to master himself. Determined to press forward, Ye Qing hinted he'd continue his mission alone. His conviction left Ye Xiaozhou both inspired and uneasy. Carrying the teddy bear form, Ye Qing resolved to confront his next challenge, his thoughts heavy with uncertainty about their journey. Ye Qing watched as the truth unfolded, his gaze hardening. The path ahead would test both his patience and resolve. Weighing his options, Ye Qing realized cooperation could reveal untapped strength. Yet, distrust lingered in his thoughts, clouding his judgment. The revelation about Ye Xiaozhou's true nature stunned Ye Qing. Questions swirled as the gravity of their connection began to sink in. Standing amidst chaos, Ye Qing pieced together clues, his focus sharp. The shadow of a greater threat loomed in the background. As the abyss expanded, Ye Qing reflected on the source of their predicament. A singular name echoed in his mind. The sun painted the streets in golden hues, a calm moment contrasting the storm brewing within Ye Qing's thoughts. Holding the mysterious key, Ye Qing pondered its purpose. A small tool held the weight of the abyss within it. A sinister plot unfolded elsewhere, a man determined to trap their target forever. His motivations burned with vengeance and despair. Ye Qing sensed the depth of the consequences tied to this journey. The stakes were clear, but his choice remained firm. With unwavering determination, Ye Qing faced the challenges ahead, knowing each step carried the weight of lives and destinies intertwined. The man's cold words hung heavy in the air, his calculating tone revealing a dangerous lack of empathy or remorse. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed as he pieced together the implications. Xiaozhou's fate wasn't an accident. It was deliberate manipulation. The offer of compensation felt hollow, a shallow attempt to gloss over the unspeakable damage done. Ye Qing's anger simmered. Despite the man's claims of innocence, Ye Qing saw through the excuses. The truth demanded justice, not meaningless gestures of regret. Without hesitation, Ye Qing struck, his fist delivering the fury of someone unwilling to tolerate deceit any longer. Retribution had begun. Ye Qing stood over the fallen man, his clenched fists trembling with rage. He refused to let injustice go unanswered. The defeated man pleaded with weak excuses, attempting to justify his actions. His words rang hollow, fueling Ye Qing's resolve. Sacrifices for progress, he claimed, yet Ye Qing saw no nobility in exploiting lives. His patience for deceit had run out. Power surged in Ye Qing's veins as anger unlocked a deeper strength. His unwavering will left his opponent cowering in fear. Ye Qing's voice cut through the chaos, declaring Xiao Zhou's life irreplaceable. His determination left no room for argument or compromise. Cornered, the man tried to retract his words, but Ye Qing's piercing glare froze him. His lies had reached their end. A massive force erupted from Ye Qing's energy, shattering the ground beneath them. He no longer tolerated manipulation or injustice. As the dust settled, Ye Qing stood unshaken, his power a clear warning to those who dared exploit others. The defeated man's pleas echoed, but Ye Qing turned away. His focus shifted to the larger mission that lay ahead. Facing the remnants of destruction, Ye Qing reminded himself of his purpose, protecting Xiao Zhou and uncovering the truth behind her tragedy. The swirling purple energy cast an eerie glow. Ye Qing knew it represented both a threat and the path to answers. Xiao Zhou's safety dominated his thoughts. The decisions he faced now would define the future and the lives tied to it. Ye Qing confronted a mysterious figure who seemed equally bound to the abyss. Their intentions remained shrouded in tension and intrigue. Determined to ensure Xiao Zhou's survival, Ye Qing made it clear. Nothing else mattered but ensuring her protection from harm. Even as chaos loomed, Ye Qing's resolve never wavered. Each step forward deepened his commitment to his mission's ultimate goal. Ye Qing's gaze burned with determination as he defended life's sanctity. To him, no price justified sacrificing a single soul. As the purple energy swirled, Ye Qing stood firm, unyielding to the chaos threatening to consume everything in its path. Stepping into the abyss, Ye Qing's silhouette reflected his unwavering resolve, each step forging his destiny against overwhelming odds. Amid the turbulence, Ye Xiao Zhou appeared, her transformed form a bittersweet reminder of the trials they had endured to survive. Seeing Xiao Zhou, Ye Qing's thoughts softened briefly, but the weight of his mission quickly pulled him back into focus. Ye Qing arrived late, regret tinging his expression. He knew every delay came at a price, and time wasn't kind. Xiao Zhou's heartfelt gratitude illuminated her innocence, despite the monstrous form she bore. Ye Qing's reassurance sought to ease her pain. Despite the chaos, Ye Qing reminded Xiao Zhou of her strength. Her survival proved she was far from the monster she feared. Xiao Zhou reflected on her brother's words, her heart lifting slightly. No matter her appearance, she was cherished beyond measure. Together they stood in the desolate hall, a rare moment of quiet, readying themselves for the next looming challenge. Ye Qing recalled Xiao Zhou's reliance on him, her trust unwavering. Her altered state weighed on him, fueling his resolve to protect. Xiao Zhou expressed her fear of her monstrous form, yet Ye Qing saw only her unwavering spirit, untainted by her transformation. Ye Qing reflected on humanity, recognizing that true monstrosity often hid behind human faces, far worse than any external form. Xiao Zhou's warmth reminded Ye Qing of her humanity, proving appearances could never define someone's heart or the love they inspired. With a confident smirk, Ye Qing vowed to distinguish true monsters from the misunderstood, his mission clearer than ever before. Ye Qing studied Xiao Zhou, her bear-like form towering above the beastly carnage. Her unintentional strength reflected untapped power she couldn't control. Xiao Zhou nervously admitted her actions during transformation, unaware of her devastating impact. Ye Qing reassured her, sensing the depth of her potential. Reliving the transformation's chaos, Xiaozhou revealed her struggle to harness her abilities. Ye Qing's steady demeanor provided the calm she desperately needed. Ye Qing praised Xiaozhou's immense strength, reassuring her, but her overwhelming power left her questioning her role in their shared mission. A mysterious glow surrounded Xiaozhou as her body responded to her emotions. Ye Qing braced for what might come next. Xiaozhou's transformation ended, her true form returning. Ye Qing watched with relief as her human figure emerged, marking a turning point. Confused yet relieved, Xiaozhou realized her transformation was temporary. Ye Qing explained her abilities, emphasizing the toll they took on her health. Ye Qing reassured her, encouraging cautious use of her powers. Her innocence sparked hope, but her journey required careful guidance. Xiaozhou's hope to fight alongside her brother inspired her, but Ye Qing's protective nature reminded her to focus on personal growth. With a determined expression, Ye Qing vowed to protect her. Their shared trust deepened, preparing them for battles still to come. Xiaozhou nervously described someone similar to Ye Qing, her words hinting at a powerful figure. Ye Qing listened, curiosity piqued by her description. She explained the figure's request to meet Ye Qing, their similarities intriguing, yet foreboding. Ye Qing felt the weight of this challenge. Walking toward the dark aura, Ye Qing's resolve solidified. This doesn't sound like a friend, he thought, stepping into the unknown. In the quiet alley, Ye Qing reflected on his solitude. The streets whispered of secrets he needed to uncover. Waking to a buzzing phone, Ye Qing hesitated before answering. The caller's urgency hinted at trouble he couldn't ignore. A familiar voice demanded answers, accusing him of vanishing without notice. Ye Qing's absence had clearly caused a stir. Ye Qing explained his struggles, his tone calm yet honest. Desperation drove his decisions, and he had no other choice. Hanging up, Ye Qing's thoughts lingered on his challenges. The path forward was uncertain, but he refused to back down. The caller expressed concern for Ye Qing's scavenging, warning of its dangers. His words struck a chord but didn't deter him. Ye Qing laughed off the concern, his light-hearted tone masking the heavy burdens he carried. He was used to the grind. Staring at his phone, Ye Qing felt a pang of gratitude. Concern, no matter how small, reminded him he wasn't alone. His eyes widened at the sudden notification. An unexpected payment left him momentarily stunned, its origin tied to his recent exploits. The large sum brought relief, but also a reminder of the stakes involved. Every decision now held greater consequences than ever. A message revealed the source of the funds, a successful sale under a trusted name. Ye Qing smirked at the clever maneuver. The note's playful tone made Ye Qing chuckle, but the sheer number of zeros left him both awed and amused. Reflecting on his recent efforts, Ye Qing realized the cunning required to navigate the dangerous world he'd chosen to survive. Recalling the night before, Ye Qing's mind replayed vivid memories of unearthed treasures and battles that tested his resilience and wit. The image of glowing weapons reminded Ye Qing of the abyss's allure. Each item carried its own story and power. Nightlife questioned Ye Qing's remarkable finds, her curiosity evident. Ye Qing downplayed the source, his calm demeanor hiding the truth. He casually mentioned scavenging as his source, but her piercing gaze demanded honesty. Nightlife wasn't convinced by his nonchalant explanation. Ye Qing admitted his lack of personal use for the treasures, brushing them off as mere byproducts of his endeavors. Nightlife teased him about his efforts, her playful tone clashing with Ye Qing's quiet confidence in his ability to adapt. Despite her teasing, Nightlife acknowledged Ye Qing's surprising resilience, her curiosity growing about the full extent of his capabilities. Nightlife theorized about the challenges Ye Qing faced, piecing together clues about his activities. Her insights reflected her sharp intellect and observation. Ye Qing hinted at alternative ways to overcome obstacles, his resourcefulness sparking Nightlife's admiration, despite her skepticism about his methods. She reminded him of the stakes, urging caution as his actions risked consequences. Ye Qing's smirk revealed his calculated confidence. They debated the risks of his approach, Nightlife emphasizing the importance of skill and foresight. Ye Qing reassured her with his resolve. Nightlife conceded, recognizing his determination to master challenges. She trusted his instincts, though her concerns about the risks lingered. Nightlife suggested a formal evaluation of his skills, her tone half serious. Yet Qing considered her words, his confidence undeterred by her doubt. She offered her support, insisting on sharing credit for their success. Her loyalty reassured Ye Qing, strengthening their bond. Nightlife's calm yet firm demeanor reflected her gratitude for Ye Qing's assistance. Her offer symbolized the deepening trust between them. Ye Qing returned to his quarters, reflecting on their conversation. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts, snapping him back to reality. A mysterious package lay on the floor, its presence raising questions. Ye Qing's curiosity piqued as he reached for it cautiously. Xiaozhou expressed gratitude for being back home, her cheerful tone brightening the room. Ye Qing smiled, appreciating her renewed energy. She joked about impressing everyone on her first day back, her positivity contagious. Ye Qing admired her determination to stay strong. Ye Qing inquired about her condition, concerned for her recovery. Xiaozhou demonstrated progress, surprising him with her rapid improvement overnight. Showing newfound strength, Xiaozhou stood confidently. Ye Qing's astonishment turned into pride as he acknowledged her resilience and unyielding spirit. Ye Qing marveled at her transformation, but questions lingered. How had she managed such progress in such a short time? Xiaozhou admitted her worries about accidentally destroying the house during transformation. Ye Qing reassured her, urging caution as she adjusted to her powers. Her determination to control her abilities impressed Ye Qing. He reminded her to take things slow and prioritize her well-being. Xiaozhou promised not to rush, her calm demeanor reflecting her resolve. Ye Qing trusted her to manage her newfound strength wisely. She questioned Ye Qing's sudden departure, curious about his plans. Ye Qing responded with a mysterious smile, hinting at pressing matters. He explained his work obligations, leaving even on weekends. Xiaozhou watched him leave, her curiosity about his activities growing stronger. Xiaozhou pondered Ye Qing's destination, suspecting he might be meeting someone significant. Her imagination ran wild with possibilities, sparking playful curiosity. She considered the idea of him meeting a girlfriend, her thoughts bouncing between amusement and intrigue about his personal life. Meanwhile, Ye Qing arrived at a bustling city, the towering buildings symbolizing the challenges and opportunities waiting ahead. Surveying the crowd, Ye Qing felt the competitive energy in the air. The stakes were high, and so was his focus. He questioned the intense rivalry for this job, but determination anchored him. The journey ahead would demand his absolute best. Ye Qing stared at the towering building, his mind focused. This hunter exam was another trial to prove his worth. Zhou Tong called out to Ye Qing, surprise evident. Ye Qing turned, intrigued by the familiar face appearing unexpectedly. Zhou Tong's disbelief at seeing Ye Qing hinted at their shared history. Their reunion added complexity to the day's events. Ye Qing explained his decision to take the hunter exam now. The financial burden had previously kept him from participating. Zhou Tong reflected on his struggles, recounting how perceptions of his abilities hindered him from advancing. Ye Qing listened with quiet understanding. Zhou Tong encouraged Ye Qing, highlighting his potential to excel. Their conversation brought mutual encouragement and a renewed sense of purpose. A commotion erupted as a loud figure demanded others leave. The chaos hinted at an intimidating leader imposing his authority. The arrival of Liu Wangya commanded attention. His powerful aura made it clear he was someone to be reckoned with. Liu's god-chosen status sparked murmurs. His rare abilities elevated him, setting him apart from ordinary participants in the competitive environment. Ye Qing observed Liu Wangya, noting the overwhelming admiration and fear he inspired. His path would inevitably cross with Liu's. With Liu's presence dominating the scene, Ye Qing registered for the exam, determined to carve his own space among legends. Liu Wangya's group caused a stir, their arrogance on full display. Their confidence reflected their reputation as top-tier competitors. The staff confirmed Liu's aim for the all-in-one certificate, a rare achievement that underscored his unmatched skill and ambition. Whispered awe surrounded Liu, his god-chosen title ensuring he stood at the pinnacle of respect within the room. Ye Qing remained undeterred, his steady gaze hinting at his resolve to prove his worth despite being labeled an underdog. The tension thickened as the exam began. Ye Qing prepared for the trials ahead, each step fueling his quiet determination. Liu Wangya confronted a mysterious woman, her confident demeanor challenging his bravado. Her sharp retort left him momentarily speechless. She dismissed Lu's offer to team up, her piercing glare silencing his attempt at charm. Her strength was undeniable. Liu bragged about his god-chosen status, trying to impress her. She, unimpressed, prepared to show him the truth. Flames erupted as the woman unleashed a powerful attack, her sheer force overwhelming Liu. He screamed, caught off guard by her might. The crowd whispered in awe, realizing her dominance. Even Liu's boastful attitude couldn't mask his shock at her prowess. Liu stumbled back, his face contorted with disbelief. How is she this strong? He wondered, reevaluating his own abilities. The woman's next move ignited another explosion, scattering Liu's lackeys. Her flawless precision revealed a level far beyond a beginner's. Ye Qing observed the chaos, his sharp eyes noting the woman's skills. Zhou Tong chuckled, mocking Liu's god-chosen title. Liu's face twisted with anger as laughter echoed around him. His bruised pride drove him to prepare for a reckless retaliation. Ye Qing remained calm, recognizing Liu's escalating rage. The tension in the air grew thicker as the woman stood undeterred. Liu, consumed by fury, lunged at the woman, vowing revenge. His wounded ego blinded him to her calculated response. She evaded his attacks effortlessly, her composure unshaken. Liu's frustration mounted, each failed strike further humiliating him in front of the crowd. Dark energy erupted from Liu, his desperation fueling his powers. Yet her confidence remained unshaken, her eyes glowing with determination. She restrained Liu with ease, her overwhelming aura silencing his rage. The crowd watched, mesmerized by her commanding presence. A shadowy figure emerged behind Liu, its ominous energy paralyzing him with fear. The woman's allies revealed themselves, escalating the confrontation. Ye Qing's presence unnerved Liu Wangya, his steady composure contrasting Liu's faltering confidence. Authority figures arrived, demanding control over the escalating situation. The enforcers declared skill usage banned in public spaces, enforcing order. Ye Qing and Liu Wangya complied, tension lingering in the air. The purple-haired woman calmly defended herself, citing Liu's harassment. Her composed demeanor highlighted her dominance even under scrutiny. The enforcer questioned her role and certificate application. She revealed her objective: a rare fire elemental magical dealer certificate. Her confident aura exuded experience, her declaration marking her as a skilled hunter amidst the chaos of the exam setting. The enforcer produced a crystal to measure her power. The energy radiating from her presence drew everyone's attention instantly. Her touch on the crystal caused it to pulse with light, reflecting an unusual surge in strength beyond expectations. The enforcer, alarmed by her exceptional score, noted her unregistered power level as a potential threat to order in the abyss. The woman's sly smile betrayed no concern as she complied. Her power now documented, intrigue surrounded her purpose. Her masked thoughts reflected careful calculation. The depth of her abilities hinted at greater intentions, leaving the room in awe. The purple-haired woman suggested a malfunction, feigning innocence, while secretly hiding the truth about the crystal's intense reaction. The enforcer checked the crystal, confirming no errors. The woman's calm facade masked her satisfaction at successfully misleading them. Her exuberant celebration followed the confirmation of her passing. The enforcer remained oblivious to her cunningly hidden capabilities. Ye Qing observed her transformation in demeanor, sensing her hidden nature. Her outward joy starkly contrasted the cunning lurking within. Ye Qing stood firm among the chaos, his calm demeanor masking the storm within as the hall bustled with tension. The examiner's question echoed, his tone doubting Ye Qing's abilities as he revealed his intentions to apply for the all-in-one certificate. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, mocking Ye Qing's declaration, but his unwavering resolve spoke louder than their derision. The examiner explained the rules, detailing the high difficulty, yet Ye Qing's gaze didn't falter, determined to prove himself worthy. A mysterious scroll was presented, its aura ominous, symbolizing the peril awaiting anyone daring to challenge its contents. Ye Qing accepted the scroll without hesitation, his grip firm as whispers about his arrogance spread through the observing crowd. The examiner's crystal glowed, scanning Ye Qing's abilities, yet its result baffled everyone, showing a power they couldn't comprehend. His brother Zhou Tong protested loudly against the ridicule Ye Qing faced, drawing attention to their shared goal of proving their worth. The rules clarified that teamwork was forbidden, leaving Ye Qing to face the daunting trial alone amidst skeptical murmurs. Ye Qing's confident smirk silenced the room, his inner determination reflecting his belief in surpassing the expectations of everyone watching. Ye Qing faced the examiner's challenge head-on, his calm resolve now an unshakable force, despite the odds stacked against him. The gathered crowd watched in awe as Ye Qing's focus didn't waver, his resolve seemingly impenetrable even under mounting doubt. Zhou Tong's faith in his brother stood out as he encouraged him, silencing those doubting Ye Qing's unconventional abilities. The scroll's energy flickered ominously, its contents a test beyond simple strength, demanding a balance of skill, intellect, and courage. The room fell silent as Ye Qing prepared to dive into the unknown, his journey just beginning, carrying the weight of his ambitions. Ye Qing stands before the towering dungeon gates, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the challenge he's about to face. Zhou Tong follows, calling after Ye Qing, whose determination pushes him forward, despite the fear gnawing at his resolve. The crimson gates pulse with ominous energy, warning intruders of the peril beyond. Yet Ye Qing doesn't hesitate further. The group steps inside, met by deafening silence and a suffocating aura, as if the dungeon itself breathes. Faint glowing symbols illuminate the dark chamber ahead, filling Ye Qing with both awe and an ominous sense of forewarning. The official announces there's only one dungeon key, forcing contestants to compete, heightening tension and narrowing Ye Qing's focus. Zhou Tong protests, but Ye Qing steps forward, ready to confront whoever stands between him and his goal. The official's warning about the difficulty does not faze Ye Qing, his confidence unshaken by the overwhelming odds presented. A demonstration of dungeon dangers leaves participants uneasy, each realizing the immense risks tied to entering such a treacherous space. Despite the warnings and his rival's smug grin, Ye Qing's resolve strengthens, his goal firmly fixed in his mind. The dungeon master explains how difficulty scales with participants, revealing the perils of teamwork, making strategy crucial for survival. Inside the first chamber, Ye Qing feels the oppressive energy, the sight of enchanted monsters confirming the high stakes. A monstrous figure steps out, its massive form emanating deadly intent, leaving Ye Qing to brace himself for the inevitable clash. The beast charges, its every step trembling the ground. Ye Qing steadies himself, analyzing its movement with a calm precision. The official outside explains the odds of survival as Ye Qing plunges deeper into the dungeon, determined to see it through. Ye Qing analyzes the monsters, realizing they have unique enhancements requiring specific strategies he's encountered in previous battles. A powerful figure boasts about dominating dungeons, displaying rare loot that proves his confidence in easy victories. Ye Qing examines the enchanted loot stats, noticing its ability to boost strength and speed, essential for dungeon survival. Reflecting on the advantage of high-level loot, Ye Qing considers how even weaklings could rise using the right gear. Surrounded by armed guards, Ye Qing focuses on passing the certification, aware of the risks and opportunities awaiting him. A guild member warns Ye Qing about the challenges ahead, emphasizing how unpreparedness could lead to a swift defeat. Determined to prove himself, Ye Qing walks toward the glowing portal, ready to face the unknown test awaiting him. The dungeon radiates an ominous aura as Ye Qing and his rival enter, their confidence clashing with growing tension. Ye Qing activates a hidden mechanic, intensifying the dungeon's difficulty, increasing monster strength and forcing everyone to fight harder. The once normal dungeon morphs into a nightmare scenario, monsters multiplying as Ye Qing calmly calculates his next move to survive. A red mist spreads, amplifying the monster's strength while weakening all healing effects, turning survival into a desperate gamble. Ye Qing observes the mechanics, silently noting how careless potion use could worsen the situation rather than provide relief. He realizes the potions have side effects and warns others about their misuse, emphasizing the importance of strategic thinking. Picking up a reinforced backpack, Ye Qing prepares to carry only essential loot, leaving unnecessary burdens for others. A masked figure emerges, declaring himself the ultimate hunter, challenging anyone daring enough to outpace his skills and ambition. The armored hunter confidently steps into the ominous portal, his figure swallowed by darkness, as Ye Qing quietly observes him. The system announces increased difficulty, upgrading the dungeon to nightmare level, amplifying the stakes for every participant still inside. A radiant flame-like aura emerges deep within the dungeon, signaling the appearance of a legendary beast tied to a special reward. A rare announcement reveals an absurdly difficult legendary monster with near-impossible odds, leaving Ye Qing curious about what's coming next. A glowing portal opens, revealing a vast space with towering gates that hold hidden dangers and countless unknown opportunities. A group of hunters eagerly charges forward, their excitement barely masking the looming risks of the abyss gate they now face. One participant hesitates, gazing at the fiery aura, silently hoping their stronger allies can return safely from this perilous challenge. The dungeon entrance opens into an enormous chamber resembling a luxurious mansion, its vastness both enticing and unnerving to the hunters. Ye Qing notices the ominous silence, as towering shadows hint at dangers lurking beyond the ornate walls of the dungeon. The arrogant hunter complains about the simplicity of the chamber, unaware of the dangers cleverly hidden within the foreboding statues. Ye Qing identifies the boss room ahead, piecing together clues while preparing for the chaos that awaits behind the next door. With caution, Ye Qing steps forward, alert to the sudden shift as massive knight-like figures block their path with deadly intent. The knights exude terrifying power, their sheer presence a testament to the dungeon's nightmare-level difficulty, testing the group's resolve. Ye Qing, calm and analytical, devises a clever distraction strategy, using his speed to gain an advantage in the chaotic fight. Ye Qing notices the knight's armor conceals weak points, but their overwhelming strength forces him to rely on precision and tactics. Summoning shadowy spiders, Ye Qing manipulates the battlefield, forcing the knights into chaos as he executes his daring escape plan. The arrogant hunter charges forward recklessly, ignoring Ye Qing's calculated approach, determined to claim the loot awaiting in the boss room. The hunter's overconfidence shatters as the Crusher King, a legendary boss, emerges, exuding unparalleled power and an unrelenting thirst for destruction. Ye Qing watches in disbelief as the hunter realizes his mistake, knowing this challenge is beyond reckless brute strength alone. The arrogant hunter charges toward the knight, his weapon gleaming as he prepares to strike, fully confident in his power. The knight counters with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the room as the hunter's confidence begins to crumble rapidly. Realizing the knight's overwhelming strength, the hunter hesitates, his armor barely holding together under the relentless barrage of attacks. Ye Qing watches carefully, calculating weaknesses in the knight's pattern, silently strategizing his next move amidst the chaos. The knight's massive sword pierces the ground, splitting the floor as Ye Qing narrowly dodges, ready to execute his counterattack. Ye Qing notes the knight's focus shifting toward him, his earlier distraction strategy now failing under the knight's relentless aggression. The hunter, dazed but determined, tries to retaliate, realizing that raw strength alone cannot overcome the knight's impenetrable defenses. Ye Qing analyzes the knight's movements, pinpointing a critical opening, as his speed becomes his greatest weapon in the battle. The knight's attacks grow more erratic, its power unmatched, but its precision faltering, giving Ye Qing a fleeting chance to strike. Ye Qing maneuvers skillfully, using his environment to evade and counter, each moment a dance between survival and opportunity. The knight's blood-coated sword radiates deadly intent, every strike increasing the pressure on Ye Qing as he dodges narrowly each time. Ye Qing recognizes the blood loss mechanic, realizing even a minor wound could spell doom, forcing him to rethink his approach. The arrogant hunter shouts recklessly, unaware of the knight's deadly mechanics, inadvertently drawing attention away from Ye Qing momentarily. Ye Qing uses the distraction to corner the knight, aiming for its exposed weak spot with calculated precision and unwavering determination. As the knight stumbles, Ye Qing braces himself, knowing this is just the beginning of a much larger challenge ahead. The knight charges forward, its overwhelming presence shaking the ground, as Ye Qing braces himself for the upcoming clash. Ye Qing notices the knight's shield absorbs impacts, making it nearly impenetrable, requiring precision and creativity to outmaneuver its defense. Using the Spirit Dash skill, Ye Qing moves swiftly, his agility providing an edge as he evades the knight's attacks. The arrogant hunter taunts Ye Qing, charging recklessly, oblivious to the tactical advantage the knight holds in this intense battlefield. Ye Qing capitalizes on the chaos, carefully observing both the knight and the hunter to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Ye Qing studies the hunter's desperate attacks, realizing the distraction offers him a chance to reduce the knight's relentless pressure. Strategizing his movements, Ye Qing calculates how to utilize the environment and allies without directly engaging the knight head-on. The knight unleashes a devastating blow, forcing Ye Qing to dodge while preparing to execute a counterstrike with surgical precision. Ye Qing comments on the hunter's reckless approach, knowing teamwork is key to surviving the nightmare-level difficulty of this dungeon. The knight releases a powerful area effect, creating more chaos, as Ye Qing remains vigilant, waiting for his opening to attack. The knight's glowing armor deflects another attack, leaving Ye Qing wondering why traditional strikes fail to penetrate its enhanced defenses. Realizing the knight's attacks are limited by its surroundings, Ye Qing uses his agility to exploit the narrow battlefield's constraints. Ye Qing targets the knight's legs, attempting to destabilize its movement and gain the upper hand in this prolonged struggle. With the hunter's efforts faltering, Ye Qing steps up, his careful approach the only hope of defeating this overwhelming enemy. Ye Qing's final strike tests the knight's resolve, leaving him both exhausted and ready for the next challenge lurking ahead. The hunter struggles against the knight, frustrated by its resilience, wondering why this monster feels so different from others he fought. The knight's unyielding defense proves overwhelming, shrugging off powerful attacks that would have easily dispatched typical monsters in the abyss. Ye Qing observes closely, realizing the hunter's lack of strategy, while the knight begins to exploit their mistakes with relentless precision. The hunter grows desperate, mocking Ye Qing's calm demeanor, questioning how his preparation focused on defense without any apparent offensive tactics. Ye Qing smirks, subtly revealing his skill-based advantage, knowing his calculated approach will eventually outlast the brute force of his rival. The knight's relentless assault leaves no room for distractions, as the hunter struggles to maintain focus and dodge incoming blows. A sudden misstep sends the hunter flying, his overconfidence crumbling under the sheer force of the knight's calculated strike. Ye Qing stands back, analyzing the chaos, observing how the hunter's reckless approach only worsens his chances against the towering enemy. The hunter laments his poor strategy, while Ye Qing calmly waits, knowing the key to victory lies in careful, deliberate action. Usanke's inherited resilience keeps him standing, his strategy focusing on survival while Ye Qing ponders how to turn this battle around. A colossal beast roared as flames burst forth, shattering the walls. Ye Qing sprinted, dodging debris with agile determination. Glancing back, Ye Qing saw chaos consuming the arena. This madness, he thought, how did I end up here? Gritting his teeth, Ye Qing realized brute force was his only option. He lunged forward, weapon gripped with fierce intent. A brilliant blue light erupted as Ye Qing struck. The energy condensed, launching a decisive attack straight at the beast. The impact was immense, shaking the ground. Yet the beast stood firm, its defenses absorbing the brunt of the blow. Ye Qing reeled as the beast countered with raw power. Sparks flew, and the clash reverberated throughout the battlefield. The beast lunged forward faster than expected, yet Qing dodged narrowly, countering with a daring strike to its core. A tremor surged as Ye Qing's attack landed. The beast howled in pain, but retaliated with an overwhelming force of rage. Leaping above, Ye Qing focused all his strength into one decisive blow. The air crackled as his sword descended. The final strike hit true, causing the beast to stagger. Ye Qing landed, panting as he prepared for its next move. A notification flashed, signaling the monster's defenses weakening. Ye Qing smirked, recognizing his chance to turn the tide. The beast's movements grew sluggish, revealing vulnerabilities. Ye Qing charged, gathering energy for a strike that would end this relentless battle. With unrelenting fury, the beast flailed, its strength wavering. Ye Qing remained steadfast, reading its desperate moves with unwavering focus. In a flash, Ye Qing struck the core, unleashing a radiant blast. The beast roared as its form crumbled. Silence fell as crimson energy erupted. Ye Qing stood victorious, his opponent defeated, leaving behind the spoils of hard-fought triumph. Crimson energy surged around Wu Sankei, his movements fiery and intense. Ye Qing observed, calculating the best way to intervene tactically. Realizing Wu Sankei's damage output was insufficient, Ye Qing knew the battle was his to control, taking charge with measured focus. Shadows loomed as monstrous figures advanced. Wu Sankei yelled to clear a path, giving Ye Qing an opening to move forward. Flipping through the air, Ye Qing darted into the fray, dodging tendrils of darkness and lining up his next strike. A radiant light burst from Ye Qing's attack, splitting through the dark, signaling a turning point in the relentless battle. Blue energy coursed through Ye Qing's weapon as the force grew unstoppable. The beast's defenses cracked under the immense pressure. Arcs of energy danced wildly as Ye Qing's precision strikes landed. The ground shook as chaos erupted with every swing. The beast's massive frame stumbled as Ye Qing launched upward, striking vital points with unrelenting momentum, pushing it closer to defeat. With a final leap, Ye Qing unleashed a powerful cross-shaped strike, severing the beast's defenses in an explosion of brilliance. As the dust settled, Ye Qing landed with calm composure, readying himself for the looming figures rising from the battlefield shadows. The armored enemy roared, its voice trembling with frustration. How did he find weak points so easily? Ye Qing remained steady. Its disbelief grew as Ye Qing's attacks became sharper. Years of training had honed his instincts, overcoming every underestimated challenge before. The enemy's voice cracked with realization. You're a newbie? Ye Qing smirked, using his experience scavenging to dismantle every advantage methodically. Refuting its claims, Ye Qing explained, equipment isn't everything. Resilience and strategy come through blood and sweat. I'm here to prove that. The shadows of defeated foes loomed behind Ye Qing, his defiance a testament to a journey shaped by persistence and grit. The monster's ability amplified its attacks with every blow, making it a growing threat. Ye Qing's determination remained unshaken. Ye Qing smirked, recognizing the mechanics. Its strength scales with damage taken, but its patterns are exploitable, he thought confidently. The battlefield trembled as another mechanical foe emerged. Wu Sankei looked exasperated, muttering about the endless stream of opponents. Ye Qing analyzed the reflection damage mechanic, advising caution. This needs range-based tactics, he thought, adjusting his strategy for precision strikes. Wu Sankei finally stepped forward, energy surging. Time for me to shine, he declared, casting an impressive lightning-infused spell. Wu Sankei unleashed his lightning arrow spell, its brilliance illuminating the battlefield. The foe faltered, its defenses cracking under the impact. Sparks erupted as lightning struck the mechanical monster. The beast retaliated wildly, but Wu Sankei's attacks began wearing it down. Ye Qing exploited the beast's weakening state, striking critical points. His precision turned the tide, leaving no room for the enemy's recovery. Flames burst forth as Ye Qing executed a devastating attack, engulfing the battlefield in chaos and pushing the monster to its limits. As the flames subsided, Ye Qing's silhouette emerged victorious. The battlefield lay quiet, yet a looming threat seemed far from over. Another mechanical foe surged forward, its defenses layered in elemental protection. Wu Sankei exclaimed in awe at the beast's ferocious power. Ye Qing stood firm, his tactical mind already calculating the enemy's weak spots. No foe is truly unbeatable, he thought. Dodging the monster's devastating attacks, Ye Qing used his agility to counter, exploiting every opening to deliver calculated, effective strikes. The battlefield echoed with the monster's roars, but Ye Qing's unyielding persistence kept its power at bay, forcing it to falter. With one final, sweeping blow, Ye Qing shattered its defenses. The battle ended, yet his gaze hinted at battles yet to come. The monstrous foe activated its Thorns ability, reflecting every attack. Ye Qing clenched his fists, planning a strategy to counter effectively. The Thorns retaliated fiercely, and Ye Qing calculated the timing. This is a challenge, but it's not unbeatable, he thought. Observing the enemy's relentless counters, the armored warrior gasped. Using courage's thorns to counter, a technique like this is truly unexpected. Ye Qing leapt into the air, narrowly dodging the beast's enraged attacks. He knew his spirit dash was still on cooldown. With precision and resolve, Ye Qing shifted to a defensive stance, using speed and agility to stall until his cooldown refreshed. A shield icon shimmered as Ye Qing strengthened his defenses. He braced himself, prepared to absorb the next punishing attack. Realizing he needed to endure the blow, Ye Qing hardened his stance, thinking, taking one hit could turn the battle. The ground trembled as the impact landed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Ye Qing staggered but held firm, determined not to fall. Recovering quickly, Ye Qing capitalized on the beast's momentary vulnerability, executing a devastating strike aimed directly at its exposed weak point. The beast roared, its massive form reeling from the blow. Ye Qing's calculated risk paid off, tilting the fight in his favor. Ye Qing sighed, assessing the knight's brutal mechanic. Dodging only worsened the impact, leaving him no choice but to confront head-on. The beast charged with fury, its massive frame dwarfing Ye Qing. He stood firm, a purple aura swirling around him. The armored knight warned Ye Qing about reckless actions, but Ye Qing's eyes burned with resolve, flames forming in his hands. With a burst of energy, Ye Qing unleashed a fiery strike. The ground ignited, forcing the beast to recoil. Flames danced as Ye Qing darted across the battlefield, dodging colossal swings, his speed unmatched by the lumbering opponent. The beast roared in agony, its armor cracking from the relentless heat. Ye Qing's calculated aggression began to turn the tide. Leaping high, Ye Qing raised his weapon for a decisive blow. His movements fluid and precise, the air crackled around him. A dark energy emerged, fueling the beast. Ye Qing's focus sharpened as he prepared to counter its newfound strength. "I'm not here to play defense," Ye Qing muttered, rushing forward, aiming to outpace the creature's growing ferocity. The beast's muscles swelled as it roared with power. Purple energy spiraled around its fists, signaling a dangerous new skill. The armored knight watched in shock, shouting, "Another skill!" as the battle escalated into a spectacle of unrelenting power and will. The beast unleashed its ultimate form, towering with a menacing glow. A notification appeared, warning Ye Qing about its immense danger. Lightning surged from the beast's body as its transformation completed. Ye Qing analyzed its movements, searching for weaknesses amidst its overwhelming power. With each strike, the beast grew faster, its attacks devastating. Ye Qing dodged narrowly, staying light on his feet despite the chaos. A notification about berserk damage informed Ye Qing of a critical trade-off, overwhelming strength at the cost of rapidly draining health. Ye Qing smirked, using the beast's energy against it. He darted forward, his blade glowing, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Ye Qing gathered all his strength, purple energy surging. With a roar, he charged forward, unleashing his ultimate full-power strike. His attack connected with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a devastating critical hit. The force shattered armor, leaving the beast momentarily stunned. Activating his armor-breaking strike, Ye Qing followed up with relentless precision, targeting weak points and maximizing every opportunity to inflict damage. The beast reeled from the assault as Ye Qing calculated his remaining time. 20 seconds left to finish this, he thought. A notification confirmed his dangerously low health. Undeterred, Ye Qing clenched his fists, determined to end the fight in one final move. The beast roared, retaliating with renewed fury. Its massive fist slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves that Ye Qing narrowly avoided. Activating instant self-heal, the beast began regenerating. Ye Qing's heart sank as his previous efforts were undone in an instant. Realizing the battle's prolonged nature, Ye Qing gritted his teeth. The boss's traits punished hesitation, forcing him to fight relentlessly. Ye Qing's resolve hardened. "If I stop fighting, I'll die. If I hesitate, I'll die. Victory is my only option." Entering second berserk, Ye Qing burned through his remaining health. With glowing purple eyes, he roared, charging for a do-or-die assault. Purple energy erupted around Ye Qing as he launched himself into the air, his weapon glowing ominously with overwhelming power. The beast prepared a counterattack, but Ye Qing anticipated its move, weaving past its massive fists with uncanny precision. A burst of light accompanied Ye Qing's final strike, piercing through the beast's core. The arena trembled from the impact. As the beast collapsed, Ye Qing landed gracefully, his body battered but victorious, marking the end of a grueling battle. Standing amidst the rubble, Ye Qing clenched his weapon, ready for the next challenge. The fight was over, but the war continued. The knight, filled with frustration, yelled as Ye Qing walked calmly amidst the battlefield, radiating a composed yet overwhelming presence. As Ye Qing surveyed the aftermath, a notification appeared, congratulating him on clearing the mission and acquiring exclusive rewards. Exhausted, Ye Qing drank a health potion, restoring his vitality. His HP remained low, but his determination refused to falter. The empty potion bottles clattered to the ground. Ye Qing chuckled softly, remarking how close he was to death yet again. Standing tall amidst the battlefield's wreckage, Ye Qing prepared for the next challenge, his mind sharpened by this hard-earned victory. Gazing at the horizon, Ye Qing muttered about the hardships he faced, vowing to become stronger with every battle endured. A swirl of purple energy began to rise as Ye Qing activated a new ability, enveloping the entire battlefield in power. The ground trembled as the void energy consumed the remnants of defeated foes. Ye Qing watched carefully, studying the destruction. The knight, overwhelmed by the void's power, shouted in disbelief, realizing that everything around him was being devoured mercilessly. Standing amidst the void's chaos, Ye Qing remained calm, absorbing the skills and essence of his enemies with unmatched efficiency. The knight stared at Ye Qing, realizing he was more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Ye Qing held complete control. A notification declared, "Salvage successful," granting Ye Qing powerful skill cards. His smile revealed satisfaction at acquiring such rare abilities. Ye Qing inspected the skill cards. The first allowed devastating multi-hit attacks, amplifying his strength in melee combat immensely. Another card provided a shield-based skill, capable of transferring debuffs. Ye Qing acknowledged its utility and decided to keep it. Clutching the cards, Ye Qing walked forward confidently, prepared for the challenges ahead, knowing his arsenal had grown significantly stronger. The knight was stunned by Ye Qing's rewards. Purple loot radiated from the chest, symbolizing its legendary and rare significance. Watching in disbelief, the knight staggered back as Ye Qing advanced toward the glowing chest with an air of determination. A notification appeared, highlighting a low-chance event that could upgrade the equipment significantly. Ye Qing's focus sharpened at the opportunity. The Forgemaster's altar emitted a vibrant red glow, its legendary status leaving the knight utterly speechless as Ye Qing prepared. Ye Qing smirked as the altar activated. This rare event could make even the simplest dagger into a mighty relic, he thought. The knight exclaimed in shock. "How is your luck so ridiculously good to stumble across this?" Ye Qing simply shrugged. Examining the altar, Ye Qing reflected. The more you push limits, the greater the rewards. Effort always yields unexpected gains. With a grin, Ye Qing placed an ordinary dagger into the altar, confident it could be transformed into something extraordinary. The knight scoffed, advising Ye Qing to use higher-grade equipment, but he explained his humble starting gear carried sentimental value. Realizing Ye Qing fought at level 1 without high-tier equipment, the knight was stunned by his sheer audacity and skill. Ye Qing gazed at the glowing dagger, determination in his eyes. "There's no turning back. Let's strengthen it to greatness." Ye Qing placed the glowing dagger into the altar. Flames erupted, signaling the enhancement process, its intensity reflecting the dagger's potential. A notification appeared, showing a 200% success rate for the enhancement. Exceeding perfection? This is going to be incredible, Ye Qing thought. Confirming the enhancement, Ye Qing watched as the flames engulfed the weapon. The air crackled with energy as the process completed. A notification confirmed enhancement success. Ye Qing grinned, holding the newly transformed weapon, glowing with ominous red energy and immense power. Despite its new strength, the system labeled the weapon trash. Ye Qing chuckled softly. Trash to you, but perfection to me, he muttered. The notification labeled it a trash sword, but Ye Qing admired its unique glow. Trash can still surpass legends, he mused. Another notification described the sword's hidden potential, emphasizing its low-level requirement yet high-tier power. Ye Qing couldn't help but appreciate its rarity. Brandishing the sword, Ye Qing inspected its balance. Not bad. It might be trash to others, but it's ideal for me. The knight, baffled by Ye Qing's enthusiasm, sneered at his choices. Trash swords? Looks like even luck has limits here. Ye Qing countered with a smirk, holding the sword confidently. What's trash for you is the perfect tool for me. Ye Qing activated the sword's latent energy. Purple light surged as the weapon pulsed with raw, untapped potential ready for battle. Charging forward, Ye Qing unleashed a powerful swing, purple energy trailing behind him. The strike cut through the air with precision. Pausing briefly, Ye Qing raised his hand, channeling energy into a technique. His calm focus sharpened the aura surrounding him. The weapon's true power erupted, consuming the battlefield in shadows. Ye Qing stood firm, controlling the chaos with absolute precision. Weapons are tools of adaptation, Ye Qing muttered. Even trash can surpass expectations with enough effort. Let's see how far it goes. The knight watched Ye Qing in disbelief, marveling at his ability to extract hidden power from seemingly ordinary weapons with ease. Ye Qing's confidence grew as he held the glowing blade. Even low-tier weapons can outmatch expectations when wielded properly, he thought. Flames erupted as Ye Qing's skill triggered a powerful salvage ability, refining the weapon and unlocking its untapped potential. Purple energy surged, marking the successful salvage. The knight could only watch in awe, realizing Ye Qing's unconventional mastery over weapons. A notification revealed a new card salvaged from the Forge Master's altar, increasing Ye Qing's strategic advantage for future battles. Ye Qing smirked as he inspected his reward. The card offered unique abilities, enhancing his efficiency in combat exponentially. The knight questioned Ye Qing's methods, baffled by his strategy. Ye Qing explained that preparation and adaptability always trump sheer power. Ye Qing equipped the salvaged card, his confidence evident. This upgrade changes everything. I'm ready for whatever challenge comes next. The knight continued his incredulous rant, but Ye Qing remained calm, assuring him that experience and effort outweighed reliance on higher-tier equipment. A notification confirmed the success of Ye Qing's approach. His newfound strategy hinted at even greater potential to dominate future encounters. Ye Qing began upgrading his dual-wielding proficiency, surprising the knight. His skill points soared, unlocking advanced techniques at an accelerated rate. The knight gasped as Ye Qing's proficiency advanced from grade C to A in mere moments, defying conventional limitations. With a flash of light, Ye Qing unlocked grade S proficiency. His control over dual swords reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Ye Qing swung his dual blades effortlessly, the energy radiating from them, reflecting his refined precision and unmatched efficiency in battle. Standing tall, Ye Qing declared his readiness. His dual-wielding prowess, now unmatched, signaled the beginning of a new chapter in his journey. Ye Qing stared at the vast chamber ahead, sensing danger. The knight followed, nervously observing the shadows hiding potential threats. The knight whispered about the abyss's mysteries, mentioning it was filled with unpredictable monsters and entities no one could easily challenge. As they advanced, an ominous aura grew heavier. The knight hesitated, warning Ye Qing about the region's legendary difficulty and unknown risks. Ignoring the warnings, Ye Qing moved confidently forward. I have nothing to lose. This is where the real challenge begins, he thought. Flames burst ahead, revealing a demonic portal. The knight froze, but Ye Qing smirked, ready for the chaos waiting beyond. The portal roared with energy as a red warning flashed. Extreme danger! Ye Qing's lips curled into a daring smile. The knight tried to reason with him, but Ye Qing's confidence pushed him to rush forward, ignoring the risks entirely. A sudden surge of energy from the portal forced both to dodge. Too slow, Ye Qing mocked as the attack missed. The crimson energy swirled faster, taking form. The knight panicked as Ye Qing's determination grew, his weapon pulsing with power. Stepping closer, Ye Qing prepared for the fight. "If it's this loud, then it must be worth conquering," he declared. From the portal emerged a massive beast. Its blood-red aura exuded menace, with its claws ready to tear through anything. Ye Qing analyzed the creature, calmly deducing its movements. "This isn't just a monster, it's a guardian of the abyss," he realized. The beast attacked, forcing Ye Qing to counter. His movements were swift, his blades striking true, slicing through the beast's defenses. As the fight escalated, Ye Qing activated his weapon's ability. A swirling void engulfed the battlefield, tilting the odds in his favor. With a decisive strike, Ye Qing pierced the beast's core. The battlefield calmed, but his eyes searched for what lay beyond. Ye Qing charged forward as crimson energy surged. The overwhelming power of the portal seemed to pull him closer to danger. Observing the swirling core, Ye Qing felt a sudden shift. The energy condensed, indicating something formidable was about to emerge. A shadowy figure stepped out from the blazing portal, its presence radiating dominance. Ye Qing tightened his grip, ready to confront it. The Dark Elf King Damaster emerged, a being of immense power, with traits like gravity control and death drain. Ye Qing smirked. A chaotic red glow illuminates the grand hall as a mysterious portal opens, pulling dark shadows through its threshold. A beastly figure emerges, claws sharp and fiery red, roaring with an otherworldly power that shakes the chamber. The floor shatters as the demon charges forward, its massive frame filling the space, leaving destruction in its wake. Ye Qing examines his card, summoning his hidden ability, a sharp resolve glinting in his determined gaze. With blades in hand, Ye Qing strategizes to unleash a high-speed assault, aiming to outwit the monstrous foe. Ye Qing leaps into action, striking fiercely, his movements fluid as his blades dance under the dim crimson light. The demon's core pulses with dangerous energy, its single eye glowing, signaling a nearly impenetrable defense mechanism. The system announces the demon's unique trait, confirming Ye Qing's suspicions. It can only be damaged by continuous focused attacks. Ye Qing's dual blade technique activates, precision guiding his strikes as he counters the monster's every brutal move. With a daring flip, Ye Qing defies gravity, delivering a strike aimed at the demon's glowing core, breaking its guard. Blood spills as the demon screams in agony, Ye Qing's final attack landing directly on its vulnerable, pulsating center. Exhausted but victorious, Ye Qing watches as the monster collapses, its massive frame dissolving into the fiery portal behind it. The chamber grows eerily silent, the portal's light fading. Ye Qing takes a moment to catch his breath and assess the damage. Onlookers from a hidden faction observe the scene, intrigued by Ye Qing's abilities and his unorthodox fighting technique. A shadowy leader steps forward, smirking, as he declares Ye Qing's victory as the beginning of something far more sinister. The portal radiates ominous energy, swirling wildly as a massive, armored figure steps forward, its presence exuding raw, menacing power. The towering creature stands firm, its crimson core glowing brightly, marking the center of its terrifying energy and destructive potential. The red light intensifies, and the creature's single eye locks onto Ye Qing, as if assessing his resolve and strength. From the shadows, Ye Qing emerges, his eyes glowing with determination as he steps forward to face the monstrous entity. The armored figure prepares its stance, its body brimming with destructive energy, signaling the beginning of an intense, unavoidable clash. Ye Qing charges forward, blade in hand, his movements swift as he prepares to deliver the first strike of the battle. The system interface appears mid-fight, highlighting critical information about the opponent's core weaknesses and potential strategies for countering its devastating attacks. Blue text streams across Ye Qing's vision, detailing his options. He narrows his focus, carefully selecting the best approach for the fight. With a burst of speed, Ye Qing launches himself into the air, his blades glowing as they slice toward the creature's core. The towering foe roars in defiance, its crimson energy surging outward as it braces for Ye Qing's focused and deadly assault. The creature swings violently, its massive strength cracking the floor as Ye Qing dodges narrowly, his precision saving him from imminent death. Sparks fly as Ye Qing counters with rapid, precise strikes, each aimed at weakening the enemy's formidable, glowing core. A sudden burst of shadowy energy erupts from the creature, forcing Ye Qing to adapt quickly, dodging the destructive wave. Blood splatters as Ye Qing lands a critical blow, his blade piercing deep into the core, disrupting the monster's power. The final strike resonates through the chamber, the monstrous figure collapsing in defeat, its energy dissipating into the surrounding darkness. Ye Qing dashes forward, his blade gleaming under the intense light of the creature's incoming meteor strike, preparing to counter. The monstrous foe crashes down with explosive force, the ground shattering beneath it as Ye Qing narrowly avoids the devastating impact. With incredible speed, Ye Qing launches an upward slash, aiming to disrupt the core energy radiating from the beast's chest. The battle intensifies as Ye Qing's clones strike from multiple angles, but the beast's sharp perception nullifies his deceptive tactics. The crimson glow of the enemy's core pulses dangerously, signaling the unleashing of its next, more catastrophic attack. Ye Qing focuses his energy, initiating a desperate high-speed maneuver, each step propelling him closer to the beast's vulnerable core. His blades dance in the air, striking the enemy's defenses with precision, forcing the creature into an unstable defensive stance. The foe retaliates with a powerful, glowing slash, its deadly energy ripping through the air and pushing Ye Qing to his limits. The creature's energy vortex grows stronger, drawing everything nearby toward it. Ye Qing fights to resist the pull and find an opening. Determined, Ye Qing channels all his strength into a final strike, aiming directly for the creature's pulsing crimson heart. The beast's ultimate attack is unleashed, a wave of fiery destruction engulfing the battlefield as Ye Qing dodges with razor-sharp precision. Ye Qing counters with a flawless combo of strikes, each slash cutting deeper, breaking through layers of the creature's hardened armor. Shadows and flames erupt around them, the battle escalating into a chaotic storm of power, skill, and sheer determination. Blood and energy burst from the beast as Ye Qing's decisive blow lands, shattering the core and ending the deadly encounter. The battlefield falls silent, Ye Qing standing victorious, his glowing card in hand, ready for the challenges yet to come. Ye Qing stands firm, observing his foe's movement. The sky above burns crimson as tension builds, preparing for the next clash. The enemy launches a deadly strike, crimson energy tearing through the air, forcing Ye Qing to react with calculated precision. With a swift counter, Ye Qing evades the attack, his blade shimmering as he deflects the fiery arc with finesse. The battlefield erupts as Ye Qing flips over the enemy's next attack, skillfully dodging the sweeping crimson slash aimed at him. Momentum shifts as Ye Qing lands behind the enemy, preparing for a decisive move, while the foe repositions for another attack. The creature's core pulses violently, energy swirling like a storm as it prepares to unleash a catastrophic surge of crimson magic. Ye Qing charges forward fearlessly, leaping through the blinding energy, his eyes locked on the glowing heart of his foe. With impeccable timing, Ye Qing plunges his blade, aiming to disrupt the energy flow within the swirling chaos of the core. The anti-magic strike activates, slicing through the energy field. The creature recoils, its regeneration system interrupted, leaving it defenseless. A notification flashes, confirming the successful disruption. Ye Qing stands tall, his resolve unshaken, preparing for the final confrontation ahead. The battlefield is left scarred, with craters etched into the ground, as Ye Qing surveys the damage from his fierce encounter. A new system notification appears, signaling the arrival of a dangerous entity. Ye Qing readies himself for the next challenge ahead. The menacing aura intensifies, and Ye Qing focuses his energy, his determination burning brighter against the overwhelming darkness surrounding him. A massive, twisted figure emerges, its crimson core pulsating with energy. Ye Qing braces himself, knowing the stakes have just increased. Energy crackles in the air as Ye Qing unsheathes his blade, preparing for an epic clash with the monstrous opponent. Purple energy flows wildly, the monster unleashing its full power. Ye Qing evades swiftly, dodging deadly strikes with lightning-fast movements. Ye Qing retaliates with a flawless combo, his dual blades glowing as they slice through the oppressive darkness surrounding the enemy. With a determined shout, Ye Qing channels his inner strength, closing the gap between him and the towering creature. Energy barriers shimmer as the system warns of the foe's special abilities. Ye Qing strategizes his approach for the critical attack. The clash of power intensifies, each strike shaking the ground as Ye Qing pushes himself to the absolute limit. The battle reaches its peak, Ye Qing's strikes growing faster and stronger as the system tracks his incredible combat efficiency. Purple and crimson energy collide in a blinding explosion, the air crackling as the monstrous foe struggles to maintain its strength. A final system notification declares an increase in Ye Qing's abilities, his growth surpassing expectations as he gains the upper hand. With his body glowing in purple light, Ye Qing delivers the final blow, piercing through the beast's core in a triumphant strike. The battlefield quiets as the foe collapses, and Ye Qing stands victorious, his determination driving him toward future, greater battles. The notification flashes, warning Ye Qing of the escalating power. The enemy's single crimson eye locks on him with ferocity. Ye Qing braces himself, charging forward at a faster speed, dodging a sharp energy strike that slices through the battlefield. A devastating energy slash narrowly misses Ye Qing, but the sheer force leaves cracks and destruction across the ground. Ye Qing deflects another attack with agility, pushing himself beyond his limits to counter the increasing intensity of the battle. A new notification declares the enemy's core critically damaged, but the foe continues unleashing its overwhelming strength, desperate to win. The monstrous figure barrels toward Ye Qing with relentless fury, its remaining energy bursting in violent, chaotic waves. Ye Qing leaps into action, his blade glowing as he delivers precise strikes, inching closer to the enemy's weakened core. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the clash intensifies, each strike shaking the very foundation beneath them. With one final surge of strength, Ye Qing pierces through the foe's energy shield, aiming to end the battle decisively. The ground shatters as Ye Qing's final attack connects, causing the enemy to collapse in a blinding explosion of light. As the dust settles, Ye Qing reflects on his victory, the system displaying his earned rewards and critical battle achievements. He readies himself for the next challenge, knowing each fight pushes him closer to mastering his abilities and ultimate potential. A surge of purple energy envelops Ye Qing, signaling a new, unexpected threat rising from the shadows of the battlefield. The enemy reappears, cloaked in vengeance and dark energy, its sinister form now even more terrifying and unpredictable. With unshaken resolve, Ye Qing tightens his grip on his blade, stepping forward to face the reawakened enemy once again. Ye Qing locks eyes with his foe, their gazes filled with determination as purple energy sparks begin to consume the air. The enemy shifts, summoning a massive purple vortex that radiates destructive energy, signaling its final, desperate attempt to overpower Ye Qing. The creature lunges forward, its crimson core pulsing violently, swinging with a force that threatens to crush Ye Qing entirely. Ye Qing counters with a swift move, slicing through the incoming attack. His blade glows brightly as it absorbs the raw energy. A health bar above the monster drops drastically, indicating Ye Qing's precision strikes are working, though the fight is far from over. The battlefield falls eerily silent as Ye Qing steps forward, his blade glowing faintly. The enemy's power begins to regenerate. A system notification warns of a full recovery. Ye Qing realizes he has to act quickly before the situation spirals out of control. The monster's core glows brighter, energy surging through its veins. Ye Qing narrows his eyes, preparing for a decisive final strike. With one last surge of power, Ye Qing charges at full speed, his blade cutting through the vortex surrounding his opponent. The room fills with a bright flash as Ye Qing's blade connects. The enemy collapses, leaving behind a glowing portal. The portal hums with energy as mysterious figures approach, their intentions unclear but their presence commanding attention amidst the silence. The onlookers murmur among themselves, acknowledging Ye Qing's efforts while hinting at a deeper conspiracy behind the events unfolding. Ye Qing stares at the glowing gateway, pondering his next move. The portal's glow reflects the uncertainty lingering in his heart. A shadowy figure speaks of a hidden agenda, suggesting the battles so far were only a prelude to a greater war. Flames flicker in the distance, illuminating the group as they prepare to step into the unknown, their resolve unwavering for what's ahead. A group walks cautiously toward the glowing portal, their shadows stretching as they discuss the dangers of the legendary monster inside. A younger man protests, his voice trembling with anger. He pleads with the armored figure, determined to take a stand himself. Tension rises as the armored figure steps back, warning the youth of the risks. The crowd watches in silence, uncertain. The young man grits his teeth, his frustration growing. He questions the hesitation, insisting the group should attempt a rescue mission. A mysterious figure appears, calmly stating the futility of recklessness. His piercing gaze silences the group, exuding authority and calm assurance.
Ye Qing stood at the abyss entrance, watching the swirling portal. The mission was set, and danger awaited beyond the gateway. The portal crackled with dark energy as Ye Qing stepped forward. Shadows danced around its edges, whispering unknown secrets into existence. Ye Qing walked through, his eyes widening. The sky stretched inside the abyss, an impossible sight that defied all expectations. A vast open world unfolded before Ye Qing. The endless desert felt unnerving, an abyss unlike anything he had encountered before. A teammate groaned about the sand, but Ye Qing ignored him. The real concern was surviving this unfamiliar, dangerous environment. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps barely making sounds in the burning sand. Ye Qing scanned the horizon for anything unusual. Distant mountains loomed ahead, their jagged peaks shrouded in mist. Ye Qing felt something unsettling, as if unseen eyes watched them. A teammate murmured poetic words, lost in thought. Ye Qing remained focused, knowing this abyss was far from a peaceful place. Time slipped away as they wandered the desert. Ye Qing felt frustration rising. Without direction, they might never find their mission target. An oasis was mentioned, but Ye Qing saw nothing but sand. His instincts screamed, warning him of an unseen threat nearby. Ye Qing's gaze locked onto the sky. Circling birds cast shifting shadows, their unnatural formations setting off an alarm in his mind. A teammate sensed it too. The creatures weren't just flying, they were stalking, preparing for something sinister above their heads. Ye Qing's heartbeat quickened. These were no ordinary birds. They hovered like hunters waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Dark wings spread wide as monstrous harpies dived, claws flashing under the sun. Ye Qing braced himself for a brutal fight. The open desert left them vulnerable. Ye Qing moved quickly, knowing they had to defend themselves or risk being wiped out instantly. Ye Qing observed the approaching enemies. Others hesitated, unsure where to hide. The open desert offered no cover from aerial threats. Some dismissed the harpies as minor threats. Ye Qing knew better. A moment of carelessness would mean death from above. A teammate scoffed, claiming the harpies only dropped people from heights. Ye Qing smirked, knowing arrogance would soon lead to disaster. The battlefield favored those who adapted. Ye Qing's sharp gaze tracked the harpies, predicting their strikes before they even moved. A large warrior roared, belittling Ye Qing's group. His pride blinded him to the harpies descending swiftly with deadly precision. Screeches echoed as harpies struck first. Ye Qing evaded effortlessly, while others struggled against the relentless aerial assault from above. Swords clashed with claws, feathers scattered. Ye Qing moved fluidly, his blade cutting through the chaos while others panicked. A teammate barely dodged an attack. Harpies swooped low, grabbing another unfortunate soul who screamed before vanishing into the sky. More harpies emerged. Ye Qing shifted his stance, anticipating their next move. The weak fell first, but he would survive. A warrior clad in armor stumbled. The harpies locked onto him, targeting his weight and slow reaction. Ye Qing remained unimpressed. Ye Qing's eyes flickered. The battlefield wasn't just about strength, it was about control. His patience was wearing thin. A powerful kick sent an opponent flying, the impact shaking the ground. Ye Qing executed it flawlessly, proving his strength. Explosions followed. Dust and debris filled the air. Ye Qing moved effortlessly through the chaos while others fumbled in fear. The ground shattered under impact. Ye Qing observed from above, realizing that brute force alone wouldn't dictate the outcome. Amidst destruction, Ye Qing smirked. The so-called elites crumbled too easily. If this was their best, victory would be effortless. Ye Qing observed the arrogant warrior. His words held no weight in battle. The true measure of strength came from survival. A hooded figure sneered at the chaos. Ye Qing didn't care. Distractions meant weakness, and weakness led to death here. The battlefield rewarded patience and awareness. Ye Qing's sharp eyes assessed mistakes, seeing why many members of Hunting Heart were exhausted. Harpies shrieked as they swooped again. Ye Qing moved effortlessly, dodging their attacks while others barely reacted in time. A warrior fell behind, his panic obvious. Ye Qing had no sympathy. Those who couldn't adapt had no place in this abyss. Sharp talons aimed for Ye Qing's head. He dodged with precision, blade flashing as the harpy's attack failed instantly. Feathers scattered as a single slash ended a harpy's life. Ye Qing barely exerted effort, while others still struggled. The battlefield stilled for a second. A teammate stared, unable to believe Ye Qing had taken down a harpy instantly. The harpy shrieked louder. Ye Qing knew their instincts were reacting. Once enraged, they would swarm anyone they considered a threat. A harpy lunged at another warrior. Panic filled his eyes. Ye Qing watched without interest. Fear only made them easier targets. The harpy's claws closed in. Ye Qing remained calm. Weaklings needed saving, but he had no time for pointless rescues. Another harpy fell, its body crashing down. Ye Qing barely glanced as he continued moving, uninterested in unnecessary heroics. Screams echoed as a man struggled, arms flailing. Ye Qing shook his head. A reckless fighter always attracted the worst attention. Blood splattered as another harpy was slain. Ye Qing kept his focus sharp. The battle wasn't over yet. The remaining warriors regrouped. Ye Qing already knew what came next. Either they adapted and survived, or they became more harpy prey. A powerful energy blast tore through the battlefield. Ye Qing watched, unimpressed, as another fighter unleashed magic, barely controlling its force. Lightning arced through the air, striking multiple harpies mid-flight. Ye Qing noted the technique, but knew reckless power alone meant nothing. More harpies descended in a coordinated attack. Ye Qing studied their movement, realizing they targeted the weakest members first. Wings filled the sky as the harpies regrouped. Their sheer numbers could overwhelm anyone who lacked proper positioning in battle. A warrior barked orders, urging discipline. Ye Qing remained silent. Hunting Heart tolerated no incompetence, and those who failed would perish. The battlefield quieted. Ye Qing watched as cautious teammates debated if the threat had passed, but he knew better than to relax. A teammate speculated about harpies targeting loud casters. Ye Qing smirked, understanding why reckless mages became primary victims in battle. The weak always relied on strategy. Ye Qing understood this, but he also knew tactics crumbled when fear overtook confidence. One fighter realized the danger of standing too exposed. Ye Qing noted how quickly the battlefield punished those who hesitated. A final glance at the retreating harpies confirmed it. Ye Qing understood. They weren't fleeing. They were regrouping for something worse. The ground trembled violently beneath Ye Qing's feet. Dust rose as scattered rocks signaled something massive stirring beneath the abyss floor. Ye Qing's sharp instincts confirmed it. The harpies weren't fleeing from them, but from something far more powerful lurking nearby. The ground quaked as a massive horde charged forward. Ye Qing's sharp eyes caught monstrous figures emerging from the dust cloud. A swarm of ogres rushed in, their roars shaking the battlefield. Ye Qing watched as chaos erupted among the unprepared fighters. A warrior called for healers while tanks braced for impact. Ye Qing knew this would test whether they could actually fight. The battlefield exploded with energy. Fighters rushed in, blades clashing against thick ogre hides. Ye Qing remained motionless, observing their strategy. A powerful figure stood atop a hill, commanding the battle. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, sensing something more dangerous approaching. Ogres swung massive clubs, shattering the ground. Fighters dodged desperately, but Ye Qing noticed the battlefield was already tilting out of control. Magic users unleashed blasts of energy, scorching the ogres. Ye Qing calculated the flow of battle, knowing brute force alone wasn't enough. A powerful warrior launched forward, fists crackling with energy. Ye Qing's gaze followed him, intrigued by his sheer raw, explosive strength. The warrior slammed into an ogre, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Ye Qing noted his reckless yet effective combat technique. Another explosion erupted, scattering enemies. Ye Qing remained calm, knowing the true challenge wasn't just winning but maintaining control in battle. The ogres roared, recovering quickly. Ye Qing realized they were stronger than expected, forcing the battle into prolonged, exhausting combat. Blades clashed against monstrous flesh as fighters pushed forward. Ye Qing studied their movements, deciding if joining would be worth his effort. A rogue fighter hesitated, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the ogres. Ye Qing shook his head, seeing fear creeping into battle. The battlefield raged on. Ye Qing remained still, analyzing weaknesses. His moment to strike would come when the battle truly demanded it. A teammate panicked, questioning their lack of involvement. Ye Qing smirked, knowing patience was key. Only fools rushed into uncertain danger. Ye Qing smirked as others fought fiercely. Watching their struggle, he knew when to act and when to let fools exhaust themselves. A monstrous ogre lunged forward, roaring. Ye Qing barely flinched, knowing brute force alone would never determine the true victor here. Explosions erupted as an ogre collapsed. Ye Qing's interest remained low. This battle wasn't about strength, but what came afterward. Among the chaos, scavenging began. Ye Qing knew the real opportunity lay not in fighting but in securing the most valuable spoils. A warrior arrogantly barked orders demanding a flawless battlefield collection. Ye Qing scoffed, knowing true value came from what others ignored. Loot shimmered in midair, items appearing worthless. Ye Qing examined them, knowing his profession gave him insight others completely lacked. A strange notification flickered before Ye Qing's eyes. His luck attribute dropped significantly, making scavenging even more unpredictable than before. Others dismissed the scattered gear as trash. Ye Qing, however, saw potential. One man's junk could be another man's survival. His allies grumbled, complaining about equipment quality. Ye Qing ignored them, knowing the battlefield's true winners weren't the strongest, but the smartest. A heated debate erupted over item rarity. Ye Qing remained unfazed, understanding that perception often clouded what was truly valuable. Weapons struck, yet nothing shattered. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, realizing something was off. The battlefield felt strangely resistant to destruction. Magic spells barely scratched enemies. Ye Qing's suspicions grew. Even enchanted equipment, which cost fortunes, was proving utterly ineffective here. Something was disrupting damage output. Ye Qing silently observed, piecing together the puzzle that left warriors and ogres equally confused. No one, not even the strongest, could deal decisive strikes. Ye Qing smirked, realizing this battle had a hidden twist. This wasn't just an ordinary battlefield. Ye Qing now understood something deeper was affecting both luck and strength in this abyss. Ye Qing listened to the discussion. Monsters shouldn't act strategically, yet something was forcing them to react intelligently, making survival difficult. A memory surfaced in Ye Qing's mind. The Dark Elf's presence in the hunter test had hinted at something unnatural. His gaze followed a pointing finger. Distant figures moved unnaturally, their coordination suggesting intelligence far beyond typical abyss creatures. The ogres communicated in their strange language. Ye Qing knew this wasn't ordinary behavior. Someone, or something, was controlling their actions. Commanders barked orders, forcing tanks to endure. Healers rushed to sustain the front line, while Ye Qing continued piecing together the situation. Laughed, celebrating another ogre kill. Ye Qing remained silent, knowing the battle wasn't about individual victories, but overall survival. Blades clashed as the battle raged. Ye Qing's focus shifted. The monsters' movements were unnatural, adapting faster than they should. The excitement faded as reality struck. A sudden warning erupted. Something dangerous was coming from behind, catching them off guard. An overwhelming force crashed into their rear. Ye Qing's instincts screamed. This wasn't just a battle, but an orchestrated ambush. The second wave arrived, roaring. Ye Qing knew hesitation meant death, but the real question remained. Who was truly leading this attack? Fighters scrambled, struggling to hold the rear. Ye Qing observed carefully, calculating his next move while chaos erupted around him. Webbing shot across the battlefield, capturing warriors. Ye Qing frowned. These creatures weren't acting on instinct. They were executing a planned assault. A desperate voice shouted for help. Ye Qing watched as an ally was entangled, their escape cut off completely. Another warrior debated retreating. Ye Qing knew turning back wasn't an option. The only way out was forward, cutting through overwhelming odds. A ruthless order was given: sacrifice the rear to keep advancing. Ye Qing smirked, understanding that true survival meant never trusting anyone. A panicked warrior reached out, eyes wide with fear. Ye Qing's gaze locked onto the thrown object spiraling mid-air. The small device spun rapidly before impact. Ye Qing's instincts screamed danger. This wasn't an ordinary tool, but something far deadlier. A sudden explosion erupted, thick purple smoke engulfing the battlefield. Ye Qing remained calm, understanding this attack was meant for disruption. A strange notification flashed. Aggro had been reset. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, realizing the battlefield's balance had shifted drastically. Ogres turned their attention elsewhere, momentarily confused. Ye Qing saw an opportunity. Now was the perfect moment to exploit the chaos. The ogre leader roared, its eyes glowing ominously. Ye Qing knew this wasn't blind rage. Something was commanding them with absolute control. Dust clouds rose as approaching figures emerged. Ye Qing's instincts sharpened. This wasn't random. Something deliberately lured the monsters toward them. The enemies weren't strays. Ye Qing observed their movements, realizing they had been herded away from the main battlefield into another trap. One ally eagerly prepared for battle, flames in hand. Ye Qing remained calm, knowing restraint was key in unpredictable situations. He warned against using magic recklessly. Ye Qing understood resource management was vital. Survival wasn't about brute force, but smart decisions. Doubt flickered in his allies' eyes. Ye Qing smirked, knowing hesitation meant they were beginning to understand the abyss's true danger. The main force of Hunting Heart advanced, unaware. Ye Qing knew this was the perfect chance to test their capabilities first. He stepped forward, gripping his weapon. Ye Qing was confident. If the rear needed defending, he alone could handle everything. The enemies roared, surrounding them. Ye Qing's expression didn't change. Instead, he welcomed the challenge, knowing victory was already in sight. A spiderweb trap shot toward him. Ye Qing reacted instantly, dodging mid-air with precision before his blade slashed through the strands. Dark silhouettes emerged, their eyes glowing. Ye Qing's calm demeanor remained. This was his battlefield now, and he never lost control. Enemies lunged, but Ye Qing's counterattack came first. Sparks erupted as his sword moved, slicing through the abyss creatures effortlessly. Electricity crackled as Ye Qing struck. The battlefield became his stage, every movement precise, his strikes overwhelming every approaching foe. The remaining monsters hesitated, sensing his overwhelming presence. Ye Qing's smirk deepened, knowing even instinct-driven creatures could recognize true dominance. A final surge of power erupted. The battle was decided before it began. Ye Qing never entered a fight he couldn't win. Surrounded by fallen enemies, Ye Qing turned to his allies. Their stunned expressions told him everything. They finally understood his true strength. Ye Qing's sword flashed, cutting through the charging enemies. His movements were seamless, each strike more precise than the last. Dark energy crackled around Ye Qing's blade. The abyss creatures lunged, but his speed overwhelmed them before they could react. The battlefield fell silent as Ye Qing's attacks devastated everything in his path. His power had increased beyond natural limits. His allies stood in awe, unable to follow his movements. Ye Qing had become a force they no longer understood. The remaining monsters hesitated. Ye Qing smirked, knowing instinct alone wasn't enough to save them from the fate awaiting them. Another wave of enemies rushed in. Ye Qing didn't slow, his blade carving through them as if they were nothing. Energy erupted from his attacks, launching enemies backward. Even the strongest ogres struggled, realizing they had underestimated their opponent. More ogres appeared, their eyes wide with fear. They recognized the shift. Ye Qing was no longer just another scavenger. From a distance, warriors watched, disbelief in their eyes. Ye Qing, once underestimated, had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. His movements were now impossible to track. Each swing brought another kill, his presence reshaping the battlefield with terrifying efficiency. Ye Qing glanced toward the fleeing enemies. Their fear confirmed his suspicions. Something else was controlling them from the shadows. His allies mocked the retreating monsters, oblivious to the real danger. Ye Qing's sharp gaze stayed on the battlefield's shifting tides. A sudden realization struck him. The monsters weren't running in fear. They were regrouping, preparing for something far more dangerous. Dust clouds rose in the distance. Ye Qing clenched his blade, knowing the true enemy had yet to reveal itself. The battlefield wasn't won yet. Ye Qing exhaled, preparing for the next wave. This was only the beginning of something greater. Ye Qing stood firm as the battlefield shifted. A monstrous force emerged, shaking the ground, its presence demanding immediate attention. A powerful ogre roared, exuding a terrifying aura. Ye Qing's sharp gaze analyzed its movements, sensing intelligence far beyond normal beasts. The front line wavered. Even the strongest warriors hesitated. Ye Qing remained unfazed, knowing hesitation meant death in a battlefield like this. The main tank fell, his defenses shattered instantly. Warriors panicked, realizing how fragile their strength was against this overwhelming enemy. Confusion spread as their strongest defense collapsed. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed, realizing this wasn't just brute strength. Something deeper was at play. A warrior shouted in disbelief. The fallen tank hadn't even shown signs of weakening, yet a single attack erased his defenses. The realization hit hard. No visible damage appeared before the strike. Ye Qing clenched his weapon, understanding this was a calculated ambush. Dust swirled as a new figure emerged. Ye Qing's instincts sharpened. This wasn't an ordinary ogre. It was something far worse. The ground trembled under its steps. Its presence alone suffocated weaker warriors, their weapons trembling as fear overtook their resolve. Ye Qing exhaled. This enemy wasn't just a brute. It carried experience, strategy, and intelligence. A real opponent worth his full attention. Warriors scrambled to reorganize, but fear weakened their movements. Ye Qing remained calm, knowing true strength lay in composure under pressure. The beast observed, its glowing eyes calculating. Ye Qing smirked, realizing this wasn't just a battle. It was a game of wits. One warrior foolishly charged. Ye Qing didn't intervene. Some lessons could only be learned through failure, and this was a harsh one. The ogre countered instantly, its massive hand swiping effortlessly. The warrior's attack failed, and his body was sent flying instantly. Ye Qing sighed. If no one else stepped up, he would end this himself. After all, strategy always beat reckless power. The battlefield erupted into chaos as monstrous figures surrounded them. Panic spread, but Ye Qing remained calm, seeing through the deception. His suspicions were confirmed. The ogre raiders were never the real threat. They were merely bait for something far more dangerous. A sudden explosion sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Energy surged as a warrior unleashed a devastating attack, forcing enemies to retreat. Flashes of golden light tore through monsters. The warrior moved with precision, his power shaking the battlefield, turning chaos into order. With a thunderous impact, the ground cracked. The warrior landed, his energy radiating like a beacon, challenging anything in his path. The enemies recoiled, sensing the shift. Ye Qing observed, knowing true strength wasn't just power but how it controlled the battlefield. Electricity crackled as an enemy retaliated. A towering figure emerged, muscles bulging, its eyes glowing with ominous energy, exuding terrifying pressure. The warrior roared, his body engulfed in golden light. He met the enemy's gaze, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming aura. A powerful ogre stepped forward, its deep voice booming. This was no ordinary monster. Its intelligence made it even more dangerous. Ye Qing watched closely. This wasn't just brute strength. Strategy was in play. The battlefield wasn't about force alone, it required intelligence. The warrior charged, fists glowing. The enemy anticipated, countering instantly. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, shaking even the strongest. Dust settled, revealing both fighters still standing. The battle was no longer about survival. It was a clash of absolute dominance. A sudden dark aura erupted. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed, sensing something unnatural. The battlefield was shifting yet again, another force emerging. The ogre roared, absorbing the dark energy. Its muscles expanded, power surging through its veins. The battle had reached another level. The warrior hesitated for a moment. Ye Qing smirked, knowing hesitation was the difference between victory and becoming another forgotten fighter. Energy erupted again. The ogre moved faster, its strikes sharper. This wasn't the same enemy. It had evolved mid-battle into something terrifying. Ye Qing's grip on his weapon tightened. If this continued, intervention might be necessary. After all, only the strongest deserved victory. The battlefield shook as another devastating impact landed. Warriors staggered, watching as their leader took the full force of the attack. Shock spread through the ranks. Their strongest fighter was barely standing, his body struggling against the overwhelming power radiating from the enemy. Cries of desperation echoed. Warriors rushed forward, determined to support their leader before the battle spiraled completely out of their control. Their enemy wasn't slowing. Dark energy pulsed through its massive form, feeding its strength as it prepared for another deadly strike. A flash of purple light erupted. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal magic. Something far more sinister was at play. A new force entered the battlefield. Magic users unleashed waves of energy, desperately trying to contain the monstrous foe before them. Blades clashed, spells collided, and the air crackled with deadly energy. Warriors fought, knowing one mistake could mean instant death. A feral scream rang out. An enemy burst forward, its body glowing red, veins pulsing with unnatural power drawn from dark sorcery. Terror filled the warriors' faces. The fallen enemies weren't staying dead. Something was reanimating them, turning corpses into relentless, undead warriors. Ye Qing exhaled, watching the chaos unfold. Necromancy. This battle was no longer just about strength. It was a fight against the unknown. A warrior's desperate strike landed, but the reanimated enemy didn't flinch. Ye Qing confirmed it. These creatures had become nearly unkillable. Another fighter screamed as his sword barely scratched his foe. Panic spread. Even their strongest attacks weren't enough to destroy them. The undead surged forward. Their glowing eyes locked onto the living hunger radiating from their twisted forms, their bodies defying death itself. A spellcaster shouted frantically. Their healing magic couldn't counteract the damage. The battlefield was becoming a graveyard of resurrecting monsters. Ye Qing tightened his grip. This wasn't just a battle anymore, it was a massacre waiting to happen. And he had seen enough. Explosions ripped through the battlefield as warriors scrambled. Ye Qing observed, realizing these bombs were meant to manipulate the flow of battle. A chilling realization struck him. The corpses weren't staying dead. They were being turned into weapons, fueling an ongoing cycle of war. Ye Qing's voice cut through the chaos. The order was simple but urgent: eliminate all remaining corpses before they could be reanimated. Dark energy swirled as something unnatural stirred. The battlefield became a ritual ground, an eerie presence consuming fallen warriors before their eyes. A command echoed, "Recycle." Ye Qing's expression darkened. This wasn't resurrection. It was something far more sinister, warping death itself into a resource. A vortex of magic erupted, pulling corpses inward. A massive entity loomed beyond, manipulating the battlefield with unseen hands. Bodies vanished into the void. Those watching were horrified. Everything they killed was merely fuel for an even greater nightmare. Shock turned into admiration as Ye Qing's allies processed his calm demeanor. He wasn't surprised. He had already anticipated this trick. "You have such an ability?" A warrior's voice carried disbelief. Ye Qing smirked, always prepared for surprises others couldn't comprehend. The battlefield cleared momentarily, giving them a brief reprieve. But Ye Qing knew one thing: the true danger had yet to emerge. A new challenge arrived. A powerful warrior stepped forward, eyes locked onto Ye Qing, presenting an unexpected but intriguing opportunity. "Trash collectors, listen up," the warrior called out. He grinned, offering something unexpected, a proposal neither Ye Qing nor his allies expected. He offered them an opportunity to prove themselves. Ye Qing remained silent, his mind already calculating the true intention behind this gesture. The battlefield tension didn't fade. Ye Qing knew this wasn't just about testing strength, it was a move with deeper implications. Ye Qing finally spoke. "Let me hear it." His expression remained unreadable, ready to decide if this was worth his time. Ye Qing's expression remained unreadable. The offer sounded sincere, but he knew too well that words often hid ulterior motives. The warrior's confident grin didn't waver. He extended an invitation, promising cooperation, yet Ye Qing sensed something deeper beneath his words. Silence filled the air. His allies exchanged uncertain glances, waiting for Ye Qing's response, while an eerie tension loomed around them.
The grand hall burned with ominous flames as knights stood guard. The air was heavy, tension rising with each cautious step taken. Ye Qing walked forward confidently, his eyes scanning the scene. The test wasn't over yet, and failure was not an option. A deep voice echoed, announcing the trial's continuation. Fiery energy crackled in the air, signaling an even greater challenge than before. From within the inferno, a figure emerged. Flames wrapped around him like armor, his presence overwhelming as everyone took an instinctive step back. Ye Qing's gaze remained steady. Passing this test wasn't just about strength, it was survival. He clenched his fists, ready for anything ahead. A soldier shouted in excitement, confident that Ye Qing had survived. Relief washed over some, but others weren't convinced of his victory. The battlefield expanded, the flames reaching the ceiling. Ye Qing stood firm, prepared for what was coming next, determination burning in his eyes. Holding up the golden token, Ye Qing smirked. He had secured it, proving his worth. The trial's requirements had been fulfilled. Shocked expressions filled the room. Nobody expected a scavenger to emerge victorious. Power wasn't just about status. It was about true resilience. One man stepped forward, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible, he thought. How could a mere scavenger defy expectations so easily? Ye Qing held the token high, letting it shine under the flickering firelight. This is proof, he thought. I belong here. Without hesitation, he tossed the token toward the examiner. His mission was done, but something about their reaction seemed off. "Do you even understand the significance of this?" the examiner asked, voice laced with suspicion. Power wasn't freely given. It came with consequences. Ye Qing's expression didn't waver. Strength was the only way to survive, and he had no regrets. He knew what he wanted. The examiner's eyes widened, gripping the token tightly. "This changes everything," he muttered. The trial was over, but something even bigger had begun. The examiner's gaze sharpened as he considered the outcome. Power alone wasn't enough. Proving worth required something far beyond raw strength. Ye Qing stepped forward, his presence unsettling those around him. The flames behind him flickered, casting long shadows on the stone floor. The moment felt decisive as the silence stretched. Everyone present knew that something had shifted, yet doubt lingered in their expressions. Suspicion rose as murmurs spread. A scavenger surviving such a brutal trial was unheard of, and accusations began to form instantly. The tension thickened as assumptions turned hostile. The idea of someone outside the system breaking expectations made them question their own rules. A calculated stare accompanied the unspoken challenge. Strength was not exclusive to those with rank. Those who adapted could surpass expectations. The examiner's frustration grew as the situation became clearer. No logical explanation could justify how a scavenger had succeeded this far. Ye Qing's presence alone disrupted the balance they relied on. A world built on hierarchy struggled to accept a break in tradition. The realization set in, but denial remained. The absence of evidence meant accusations fell apart, leaving nothing to discredit the unexpected victor. A shift in perception took hold. The trial's outcome had changed everything, revealing that survival itself was proof of undeniable power. An exhausted sigh escaped as the examiner scanned the scene. There was nothing left to argue. Every condition had been met. The weight of the trial settled as Ye Qing stood firm. This moment was proof that he belonged among the strongest. The examiner struggled with the reality before him. The decision was clear, yet acknowledging it meant accepting a change in structure. A final announcement echoed through the chamber, marking the completion of the challenge. Recognition had been earned, though it came begrudgingly. With certification granted, everything shifted. Ye Qing had defied expectations, and now the world would have no choice but to acknowledge him. A confident figure stepped forward, radiating authority. Her presence alone shifted the mood, making everyone reconsider what they thought was decided. Whispers spread quickly as recognition dawned. The Liu family's heiress wasn't expected here, making her sudden appearance even more significant. The atmosphere turned tense as expectations shattered. Those watching felt uncertain about what came next, their previous assumptions now thrown into question. Power dictated everything in this world, yet something unspoken held greater weight. The lines between authority and influence began to blur. Possessing the golden token meant freedom, but that privilege wasn't easily granted. Every action carried weight, and every decision shaped the future. Doubt crept into the minds of those observing. Forming a group wasn't just about strength, it was about proving true capability. The balance of power was fragile, dependent on the unspoken rules governing this place. A shift could change everything forever. Tensions rose as arguments unfolded. Those in control weren't ready to accept change, especially not from someone outside their hierarchy. Resistance to change was inevitable, but some challenges couldn't be ignored. The future wasn't built on tradition, it was forged through defiance. Power struggles weren't always settled by force. Sometimes, the right to lead wasn't taken by battle but claimed through undeniable proof. A sudden outburst silenced the room, frustration breaking through. Resistance was expected, but the reality unfolding was far beyond predictions. A powerful artifact was presented, its glow undeniable. Energy readings fluctuated, confirming something unexpected, proof that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. Observers exchanged uneasy glances as calculations updated. Numbers didn't lie, and the evidence left little room for further argument or doubt. The results shattered previous assumptions, forcing those in power to reconsider. The impossible had been achieved, and denial was no longer an option. Fear crept into the expressions of those watching. If even their most rigid systems couldn't predict this outcome, what else had changed? A sudden shift in the air sent tension rippling through the room. The energy surrounding Ye Qing grew heavier, unsettling everyone nearby. Unease spread as something beyond comprehension unfolded. The aura thickened, distorting the surroundings as if reality itself struggled to contain it. Dark energy pulsed from Ye Qing's body, swirling like a storm. Power long suppressed now surfaced, carrying an undeniable force. A crushing presence weighed down on those nearby. Fear crept into their eyes as they struggled to grasp what was happening. With an unwavering gaze, Ye Qing extended his hand. The energy obeyed him, reclaiming what had always belonged to him. A surge of dark energy erupted from Ye Qing's hand, spiraling outward. The overwhelming power sent shockwaves through the entire hall. The golden token trembled, reacting to the energy. The examiner struggled to hold it as the force threatened to consume everything. Ye Qing's expression remained calm as the swirling energy wrapped around him. The power he wielded was no longer something they could ignore. Panic set in as the token resonated violently. The sheer force caused some to stumble back, realizing they underestimated his true strength. A measuring crystal flickered in response, barely containing the rising energy. The unstable readings hinted at something beyond their known limits. The room fell silent as Ye Qing stood amidst the dark aura. His power spoke louder than any argument they could make. Energy crackled around him, making it clear he no longer needed validation. Those who doubted him now questioned their own judgment. The measuring crystal shattered, unable to withstand the intensity. The final reading before it broke had far surpassed all known records. A growing sense of disbelief filled the room. The results defied logic, forcing everyone to reconsider everything they thought they knew. A knowing smile played on Ye Qing's lips. This moment changed everything. He had proven himself in a way no one expected. Liu Qingran observed quietly, her sharp eyes assessing the situation. She had anticipated his potential, But witnessing it firsthand was different. A realization dawned on some. True power didn't always come from status. Strength could be built, but adaptability was what truly mattered. The tension in the air didn't fade. Some were still unwilling to accept what they saw, clinging to their outdated beliefs. Ye Qing's presence alone disrupted everything. He was no longer just a scavenger. He was someone they could no longer ignore. A light-hearted voice suddenly broke the tension. One familiar face stepped forward, bringing an unexpected moment of humor to the situation. A sudden idea changed the atmosphere. A celebration for the certification was suggested, but the proposed location immediately sparked unexpected concern. The realization hit hard as Ye Qing processed the idea. Hosting a grand event at his place wasn't exactly an ideal plan. Panic settled in as thoughts raced. His small rental unit was hardly suitable for esteemed guests, especially someone with high status. The awkward silence stretched before forced enthusiasm took over. No way could he let anyone discover the reality of his living space. A mental note was made. Somehow he had to fix this. His reputation couldn't survive the embarrassment of exposure. An eager suggestion brought unexpected tension. Hosting an event meant facing scrutiny, but dodging it would only raise further suspicions. The conversation moved forward, yet nervousness remained. Plans were made, arrangements set, and expectations suddenly loomed far beyond his comfort zone. The weight of the situation fully dawned. Tomorrow night's gathering would change everything, whether he was ready for it or not. Departing footsteps echoed in the air, sealing his fate. The meeting was set, and there was no backing out now. A determined sigh followed. Preparations had to be made, and somehow he had to transform his humble place into something grand. The cityscape stretched before him, a reminder of how far he'd come. Change wasn't just happening, it was closing in fast. Frustration flickered as he realized the next challenge wasn't combat, it was appearances. A makeover was suddenly more urgent than expected. Familiar streets welcomed him home, yet the sense of unease lingered. His world was shifting faster than he could process. A voice snapped him back to reality. His sister's observant gaze held questions, ones he wasn't prepared to answer honestly. The interrogation began. Dodging the truth was impossible, and any attempt to twist facts would only land him in more trouble. The warm water cascaded down, washing away the exhaustion. Each drop carried away dried blood, revealing wounds earned through relentless survival. Steam filled the small bathroom as silence stretched. The weight of the recent battle lingered, a reminder of his struggles. Scars crisscrossed across his body, fresh and old, each telling a story of hardship. Every mark symbolized another battle endured, the blood swirling down the drain mixed with memories of pain. The price of power wasn't just effort, it was suffering. With a deep breath, he steadied himself. The battle was over, but new challenges would soon come knocking once again. A blue system window flickered before his eyes, bringing updates. His strength had grown, but recovery would still take considerable time. The interface displayed an unexpected notification, a term rarely seen. The word reincarnation stood out, hinting at something more profound. The world he knew operated on rules unknown to most. Unlocking secrets meant understanding that strength wasn't merely about numbers. A surge of power radiated from a shattered relic. The energy condensed, granting him something beyond ordinary comprehension, an absolute transformation. With newfound knowledge, the realization struck. His limits weren't dictated by rank, but by how far he was willing to go. A selection of glowing artifacts hovered before him, each containing immense power. The moment of decision had arrived, shaping his destiny. Without hesitation, he chose the most unstable option. The path of growth demanded risk, and he had never feared uncertainty. A system alert confirmed his choice, displaying rewards. The knowledge of countless battles and techniques condensed into a single moment. The interface flickered as attributes surged. Each gained point represented not just growth, but a step closer to surpassing his former self. As power rushed through him, he clenched his fists. This was only the beginning. True mastery required pushing beyond the impossible. A notification appeared, displaying increased attributes. His agility had reached an incredible threshold. Yet further growth seemed to be unexpectedly restricted. The system's message explained the limit. Advancement required breaking past boundaries, pushing beyond normal potential, and understanding the essence of true evolution. Standing alone, he processed everything. Growth wasn't just about raw numbers. It was about grasping the deeper mechanics governing his existence. The decision loomed: continue along this uncertain path or risk everything for something greater. The weight of reincarnation pressed against his thoughts. A sinister presence stirred, watching from the abyss. Unseen forces had taken notice, and his progress would no longer go unchallenged. Exhaustion weighed heavily, but determination burned within. Every battle, every sacrifice, had been for a future where his family could live peacefully. He refused to accept limits. Strength wasn't just about numbers. It was about surpassing obstacles, proving that his struggle hadn't been in vain. A surge of energy wrapped around Ye Qing's body, his muscles tensing. His determination to grow stronger had reached its peak. His body trembled as the power flooded through him. Every fiber of his being resisted, yet he pushed forward without hesitation. A notification flickered in the air, displaying unexpected results. He hadn't reset, but had instead reached a new, unprecedented threshold. His wounds faded, scars disappearing like they never existed. The rapid regeneration left him momentarily stunned by the sheer impossibility of it. Shocked by the change, his sister gasped. Her worried expression deepened, unable to comprehend the strange transformation happening before her eyes. A sudden explosion shattered the morning calm, sending vibrations across the district. Alarmed eyes turned toward the source of destruction. Flames roared as debris scattered. The intensity of the blast left the onlookers speechless, unable to process the sheer devastation. A shadow moved through the dust, gripping an object tightly. The aftermath of the explosion had only marked the beginning. The towering structure loomed in the distance, a reminder of power and influence. This was a place only the strong dared enter. Standing before the luxurious estate, Ye Qing took a deep breath. Today, he wasn't just another scavenger. He had a mission. The moment he stepped forward, guards immediately blocked his path. Suspicious eyes scanned him, assessing whether he was worth acknowledging. His calm demeanor didn't falter. He had faced worse dangers, and intimidation wouldn't stop him from reaching his goal. Their skepticism was obvious. A scavenger claiming to be a collector seemed laughable, yet his unwavering presence made them hesitate. Rank dictated respect, and he had none. Their laughter echoed, but he knew power wasn't measured by titles alone. The mention of the auction house changed the atmosphere. This was where wealth dictated influence, and only those with value were accepted. Ye Qing confidently presented the weapon, its aura barely noticeable. The appraiser sneered, dismissing it as nothing more than worthless junk. Skepticism filled the room as the appraiser lazily examined the blade. His arrogance blinded him from noticing its hidden potential. With a smirk, he tapped a few buttons, calculating the value. The screen flashed, displaying an insulting verdict: absolute zero. Laughter erupted as the appraiser waved dismissively, mocking the supposed collector. Without hesitation, he suggested throwing it away like useless scrap. Just as the situation seemed settled, a sudden fluctuation in the scanner's readings caught the appraiser's attention, forcing him to pause. Eyes widened as the machine re-evaluated the weapon. Numbers fluctuated wildly, warning of something beyond a normal appraisal's expectations. Panic replaced arrogance as the appraiser leaned in. His casual dismissal turned into disbelief upon realizing what he nearly discarded. The weapon's interface unlocked, revealing hidden attributes. An artifact of such caliber was beyond anything even high-ranking warriors could access. The appraiser's face twisted in regret. He had almost labeled a priceless treasure as worthless, a mistake that could cost him everything. Ye Qing smirked knowingly. He had anticipated this reaction, knowing full well that some things required patience to be properly recognized. The narrative rewound, revealing events leading up to the auction. Half an hour ago, Ye Qing had been deep in thought. Living expenses loomed over him. Calculating each cost, he realized survival required more than power. Wealth determined one's place in this world. Scavenging wasn't just about fighting. It was about maximizing every opportunity. The right trade could change everything, securing his future. Hidden within his inventory were items of immense value, overlooked by many. Knowledge, after all, was the key to true fortune. Standing firm, Ye Qing knew the next step. With the right negotiation, he wouldn't just survive, he'd rewrite his own destiny. Ye Qing analyzed the market, understanding that wealthy buyers only valued exceptional equipment. Ordinary items held little appeal to those with power. A glint in the inventory caught his attention. A unique marking pulsed faintly, hinting at something beyond simple identification. His pulse quickened as the system recognized the symbol. A forging altar was now accessible, a rare function hidden within his abilities. The realization struck. If abyssal forging could be performed outside its domain, equipment refinement might hold potential far beyond conventional methods. Anticipation built as dark energy swirled, signaling activation. The forge altar's interface flickered to life, confirming his theories about its function. A sudden burst of smoke and light revealed the forging altar's physical form. The powerful tool manifested, surpassing all expectations. Dust settled as Ye Qing coughed, marveling at its presence. The forge altar materialized as if responding to his determination. The interface provided detailed enhancements, revealing how ordinary items could be transformed. Upgrading equipment now meant reshaping their value entirely. With careful selection, he placed a weapon within the forge. If rumors were true, the right process could create legends. As the flames roared, a rare transformation took place. A system message confirmed an increase in quality, marking a successful refinement. Confidence surged as he initiated a second forging attempt. However, an unexpected failure notification sent a chill through his spine. Desperation crept in as he questioned the process. Had he lacked materials, or was something else disrupting the altar's mechanics? The failure message mocked him. An item worth 100,000 yuan had just turned worthless in mere seconds, frustration mixed with disbelief. The legendary process wasn't infallible. Refinement success wasn't guaranteed, and the loss felt heavier than expected. Eyes narrowed as he assessed the issue. If not the materials, then was the forge altar itself malfunctioning or incomplete? The system displayed an unidentified message, sparking confusion. The forge altar's true nature remained hidden, leaving Ye Qing with more questions. His eyes sharpened as he activated observation eyes, a skill capable of revealing hidden information within complex or ancient artifacts. Blue energy surged as the system analyzed the forge altar. Information unfolded, revealing a mysterious yet powerful mechanism beyond normal comprehension. The name appeared: Joker Forge Altar. Unlike ordinary forges, its abilities focused on refining limitless possibilities through unpredictable transformations. Realization struck. This wasn't just a tool. It was something only the daring could use. Fortune and disaster were merely steps apart. A massive skeletal specter loomed, engulfed in blue flames, clutching a colossal hammer. Its aura crackled with overwhelming energy, shaking the surroundings. Ye Qing stared at the entity, realization dawning. If it could forge weapons from scraps, then he had discovered something powerful. Smirking, he extended his hand, channeling energy into the forge. "Time to test this," he muttered, eyes glinting with excitement. A shimmering light erupted as broken shards and discarded blades fused together. A new weapon materialized, glowing faintly, awaiting its destined wielder. With a determined grip, Ye Qing seized the newly forged sword. Electricity coursed through its blade, filling him with a surge of strength. Sparks erupted as the forge roared to life again. Another weapon began forming, its presence exuding an aura unlike anything Ye Qing had seen. The newly forged sword gleamed with a violet hue. Legends spoke of its origins, an artifact bathed in both darkness and light. Ye Qing's eyes widened. A unique weapon? His heart pounded. This wasn't just any blade, it was one of a kind. An absolute rarity. He marveled at his luck. This forge was no ordinary tool. It was an artifact capable of turning trash into treasure endlessly. Grinning, he tightened his grip on the forge's handle. With enough junk, he could forge an arsenal unlike any warrior before. Another successful fusion. This time a golden bow emerged, its aura pulsing with a fiery energy that seemed almost alive in his hands. Flames flickered along the bowstring as he inspected its details. A masterpiece, forged from remnants, carrying an immense untapped potential. The forge rumbled again, spewing out another divine relic. This cycle of reforging was evolving his collection into something truly terrifying. Ye Qing couldn't believe his fortune. Each fusion was yielding weapons beyond his imagination, artifacts capable of shifting the tides of battle. With one final surge, a hammer imbued with lightning emerged. Power crackled around it, its might rivaling the gods themselves. Sitting before the forge, Ye Qing examined the weapons he had created. The sheer number of high-grade artifacts was beyond his expectations. Realizing his inventory was overflowing with powerful equipment, he carefully considered his next move, knowing each item held immense untapped potential. Weighing his options, he pondered whether to keep them for himself or introduce these weapons into the market for massive profit. The thought of testing their market value excited him, imagining the impact his creations would have on collectors and powerful warriors alike. In a modern, pristine office, a businessman eagerly sat across from him, awaiting the opportunity to assess the quality of his items. The businessman leaned forward, his gaze fixated on the inventory. The sheer number of items hinted at something beyond ordinary craftsmanship. Ye Qing's collection radiated an unmistakable energy, each weapon carrying a presence that set them apart from anything commercially available. The businessman observed closely, trying to mask his astonishment. It was evident that these artifacts were no ordinary discarded items or scraps. Reaching into his inventory, Ye Qing summoned a collection of weapons imbued with power, their mystical energy pulsating with undeniable strength. As the artifacts materialized, dark energy swirled around them, filling the room with an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down spines. Inside a vast and elegant chamber, wealthy collectors gathered, each seeking to acquire the rarest artifacts in existence for themselves. Majestic chandeliers illuminated the room, casting golden reflections on marble floors as noble figures conversed about upcoming high-value auctions. Ye Qing strode through the towering entrance, completely unfazed by the grandeur surrounding him, his sights set on something greater. Eyes turned toward him, whispers spreading like wildfire among collectors who sensed the presence of something unprecedented arriving in their midst. A well-dressed merchant smirked, watching from a distance, amused by the idea that someone new dared to challenge their market. The grand hall was filled with powerful figures, each representing influential groups, their gazes assessing every unfamiliar face in the gathering. A man stepped forward, exuding arrogance, his sharp eyes locked onto the newcomer, sensing someone who did not belong among them. His posture remained rigid, scrutinizing every movement. In a place where hierarchy dictated power, status was everything in determining one's worth. The insignia on his chest gleamed under the chandelier's light, displaying his allegiance to a well-established organization with unquestionable authority. A heavy silence followed as the weight of unspoken rules settled. Every outsider had to prove their right to be here. Tension thickened in the air as whispers spread among the guests, each assessing whether the newcomer was worth acknowledging or ignoring. The man's scrutinizing gaze sharpened, filled with an unshaken sense of superiority, dismissing any notion that an outsider held significance. His words carried condescension, laced with amusement, expecting a reaction. The power balance in the room remained tilted in his favor. Eyes narrowed as his posture remained unwavering, unimpressed by the unfolding interaction. He understood the games of influence played here. The room seemed to hold its breath, watching carefully. A single misstep could mean exclusion from circles of immeasurable wealth. A low murmur spread as an attendant hurried over, realizing that an unrecognized figure had entered through an improper entrance. His movements were quick, attempting to correct the situation before it escalated, while glances flickered between the guests in curiosity. One figure erupted in anger, his voice cutting through the murmurs, unwilling to tolerate anyone disturbing the carefully structured event. The tension peaked as the power dynamics shifted. The weight of reputation, wealth, and strength dictated everything in this environment. An opportunity or a disaster loomed. If handled correctly, this night could lead to new alliances, or the creation of bitter rivals. The air grew tense as he moved forward, his sharp gaze scanning the room, recognizing hidden opportunities others would easily overlook. A chuckle echoed behind him as the tension faded. The grand hall awaited, filled with treasures that only a few understood. The grand auction hall gleamed under golden light, its stage displaying rare artifacts that drew the attention of countless powerful individuals. Whispers filled the room as rumors spread about the origins of the newly displayed unique equipment, sparking excitement among bidders. Seated at a luxurious table, experienced collectors speculated about the source of the auctioned items, trying to trace their origins. Some believed a mysterious collector had recently liquidated an entire stock of high-grade artifacts, fueling speculation about their true value. Meanwhile, a discreet bidder observed the auction, waiting for the right moment to introduce rare equipment of his own. A flamboyant auctioneer stepped forward, raising his arms dramatically as the hall quieted, signaling the start of the highly anticipated event. The first item revealed was a mysterious ring, pulsing with faint energy, its true abilities yet to be fully understood. Experienced bidders hesitated, cautious of the first auctioned item, often placed as bait before the truly valuable treasures were revealed. Watching from above, a keen observer analyzed the room, sensing hesitation and recognizing an opportunity others were unwilling to take. The silence lingered as no hands raised for a bid, the uncertainty of the item's worth keeping everyone on edge. A bold figure finally made his move, announcing a 1 million bid, sending a ripple of surprise across the entire auction hall. Some scoffed at his decision, convinced the ring was nothing more than overpriced bait meant to lure in reckless bidders. Others reassessed their assumptions, realizing that someone willing to spend so much might have seen something they had overlooked. Momentum shifted as additional bids rolled in, each one raising the stakes, turning initial skepticism into heated competition. The energy in the hall intensified as numbers climbed, turning a once-ignored item into one of the auction's fiercest battles. The bidding war escalated as a confident figure raised the stakes, pushing the price to an unexpected and shocking amount. The crowd murmured in disbelief. The increasing bid signaled that the item might hold more value than anyone initially realized. Competitors hesitated, unsure whether they were being baited into an unnecessary financial risk or if they were missing a true treasure. A determined rival clenched his jaw, refusing to back down, convinced that the item's worth was beyond what others suspected. The atmosphere thickened as intense gazes locked onto the auctioneer, waiting to see if the bidding frenzy would continue further. The tension reached a peak as the rival bidder aggressively countered, determined to seize control of the rapidly escalating auction. Observers whispered among themselves, questioning the identity of the persistent bidder who showed no hesitation, despite the absurdly high stakes. Experienced traders speculated that the price had entered the range of unique grade artifacts, elevating the importance of the ongoing battle. The auctioneer's voice rang out, announcing the highest bid yet, causing murmurs of disbelief and admiration to ripple through the room. The competitor clenched his fists, realizing he might be outmatched. His pride demanded victory, but his wallet warned him otherwise. Silence briefly settled as the newest bid reached an astronomical level, surpassing expectations and cementing this as a legendary auction moment. Some attendees doubted the bidder's intentions, believing he was recklessly inflating the price to manipulate the auction's outcome. Others admired the confidence, recognizing that only someone with deep financial backing could play at such an outrageous level. The auctioneer confirmed the bid, making it official. The room buzzed with excitement, as onlookers realized they had witnessed history. The defeated rival clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept the outcome, his mind already plotting a way to reclaim his pride. The auction hall fell silent as the bid reached an unprecedented level, shocking even the most seasoned collectors in attendance. Eyes turned toward the bidder, who remained unfazed, his confidence sending waves of unease through his competitors. A desperate rival hesitated, knowing that surpassing the bid would require taking a financial risk beyond what he could afford. Despite his reluctance, pride forced him to counter, his voice shaking slightly as he called out his final offer. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the newest bid shattered all expectations, pushing the competition to an all-or-nothing climax. The auctioneer's booming voice echoed, announcing the staggering offer, while the crowd murmured in disbelief at the turn of events. Some doubted the bidder's true intentions, suspecting that he was testing his opponent's patience rather than aiming to win. Whispers of hidden motives spread among onlookers, each speculating whether this bid was a strategic bluff or an intentional challenge. The rival's composure cracked as he hesitated, questioning whether the treasure was truly worth such a ludicrous price. With every passing second, pressure mounted, forcing a decision that would determine the outcome of this historic bidding war. Just as the final call approached, a new bid erupted, doubling the amount and sending shockwaves through the auction hall. Gasps filled the room as collectors and merchants reevaluated the stakes, struggling to process the sudden, astronomical increase. The rival's face twisted in shock, unable to comprehend how anyone could afford to risk such a massive fortune. All eyes locked onto the bidder, admiration and fear mixing in equal measure at the sheer boldness of the move. As silence stretched, the final words sealed the deal. The treasure had found its owner, and the room erupted in awe. Laughter echoed through the auction hall as a rival scoffed, belittling the winner for daring to challenge his authority. His arrogance remained unshaken, convinced that no one was worthy of opposing him, especially after his extravagant bid. Panic spread among his followers as they realized explaining the reckless purchase to their boss would be nearly impossible. Some still held faith in the item's potential, believing it might be a divine relic waiting to be recognized. The auctioneer announced the winner's name, signaling the conclusion of the intense bidding war that had captivated the entire room. Suspicion clouded the winner's mind as he inspected the ring, realizing its design closely resembled worthless, low-tier accessories. Eyes gleamed with certainty. A special ability allowed him to perceive value beyond the surface, sensing something hidden within. Confidence surged through him as he activated an appraisal skill, determined to uncover the ring's true nature before the crowd. A blinding glow enveloped the ring, its dull appearance peeling away to reveal an intricate, otherworldly design pulsing with energy. Gasps erupted as the once ordinary ring transformed, proving its divine origins and leaving everyone stunned at what had just unfolded. His face twisted in horror as realization struck. The so-called divine artifact was nothing more than an ordinary iron ring. The grand auction hall was in turmoil as accusations flew toward Ye Qing, who stood on the golden stairs, calm despite the uproar. A bidder panicked, realizing the absurd bid was binding. Regret hit hard, but no one cared. The auction house had rules. Desperate attempts to back out began. The bidder insisted it was a mistake, hoping to avoid the disastrous consequences. The auction official remained unmoved. Bids were commitments, and payment was due. The consequences would fall entirely on the reckless bidder. A brutal truth settled in. Failure to pay meant complete disgrace. Reputation, honor, and status would be lost in an instant. The room buzzed with quiet murmurs as others observed. Platinum status meant nothing fazed someone like Ye Qing. Whispers spread among the crowd. Wealth, power, and confidence were weapons in this game, and some held them effortlessly. The auction resumed, revealing a rare wild transformation necklace, a treasure with extraordinary abilities coveted by many. The announcer praised its craftsmanship, emphasizing its exclusivity. Designed for only the strongest, it held immense value. A single hand was raised. The bid came without hesitation, an offer so absurd it left the entire hall in stunned silence. Uncertainty filled the air. A bid so low was an insult, but challenging it felt like falling into a trap. The idea of countering lingered, yet hesitation remained. The risks of defying the unseen power behind the bid were real. The auctioneer waited, but no one dared to speak. Some feared manipulation, others feared the consequences of a foolish decision. The silence stretched. The moment felt like a test, one that exposed the difference between true influence and blind ambition. A realization settled among the attendees. Sometimes refusing to act was the only way to avoid becoming part of the game. The auctioneer announced the final result, confirming that Ye Qing had secured the powerful artifact with a bid no one believed possible. The crowd could hardly process the outcome. A treasure worth millions had been obtained for mere pocket change, leaving some in disbelief. A realization struck. Opportunities existed everywhere, but hesitation cost everything. If someone had acted faster, this absurd deal wouldn't have happened. Ye Qing checked his balance, a notification confirming the auction transfer. Everything had gone according to plan, just as he expected. A subtle smirk appeared. With new resources at his disposal, it was time to acquire something even greater than before. The city skyline stretched below, lights flickering against the dark sky, as discussions turned to a particular high-value property in the area. A towering building stood among the rest, rumored to be one of the best investments in the entire district. The price was steep, but wealth wasn't only measured in currency. Those with vision controlled the future, not just assets. Every acquisition had a purpose, and this one was more than just financial. It was a statement of influence. The deal was clear. 100 million up front would secure ownership, setting the stage for something far beyond simple business. The weight of the decision hung in the air. Owning this property wasn't just about wealth, but a move toward greater power. Past mistakes weren't forgotten. If this deal succeeded, it would be the foundation for something much bigger. Discussions within the city's elite continued, unaware that things were shifting beyond their control. A promise echoed in Ye Qing's mind, one that ensured those who once held power wouldn't have it forever. In a quiet corner, another meeting began. Those watching from the shadows knew change was coming, but none could predict how. The city lights stretched endlessly below as Ye Qing stood on the rooftop, lost in thought, absorbing the cool night air. Footsteps approached from behind. The presence was familiar, bringing a moment of comfort in a world filled with uncertainty. A quiet conversation began. Achievements had piled up, but satisfaction still felt distant. The weight of responsibility never truly lifted. Official recognition had been earned, yet the path ahead remained uncertain. Strength alone didn't guarantee peace or security. A small but meaningful gift was offered, a reminder that some bonds remained unchanged despite everything that had happened. The sight of an old artifact brought back forgotten memories. Something once lost had finally returned, carrying unspoken significance. A promise had been kept. Years had passed, but certain things never faded. The past had a way of catching up. Stories about the depths of the abyss resurfaced. Every battle carried a price, and survival had never been guaranteed. Memories of past struggles served as a warning. Strength was not just about power, but the wisdom to wield it correctly. The night breeze carried unspoken words. Some paths could only be walked alone, but others were meant to be shared. Some lessons could never be taught with words. True authority came from standing firm, proving strength without unnecessary explanations. Power meant little without purpose. Influence was built through actions, not empty justifications or wasted negotiations. The desire to reach something greater burned stronger than before. The past had shaped everything, but the future remained unwritten. Understanding between two individuals ran deep. Some roads required sacrifice, but hesitation only led to regret. Even amidst victory, the weight of choices lingered. The world would remember this moment, but what came next was uncertain. Thoughts of the future became clear. With enough resources, building a path toward personal power and independence would no longer be impossible. The realization sank in. Establishing a formidable hunting group required not just strength, but substantial wealth to sustain operations in dangerous zones. The goal was set. The vision extended beyond simple survival, aiming to explore the deepest, most treacherous parts of the abyss. Power alone wouldn't be enough. If the rules of the world couldn't be conquered, then adaptation was the only true option. A single decision solidified everything. Rather than obeying the system, the best course of action was to take control and redefine it. The city skyline illuminated the night, towering buildings casting shadows as Ye Qing walked towards his newly acquired property with steady confidence. A glance at the entrance revealed the luxurious reputation of the area. Everything exuded wealth, yet something about it felt shallow. Thoughts lingered. Wealthy people lived comfortably, yet they discarded waste like everyone else. The only difference was how they hid it. A confrontation arose near the entrance. A resident looked down on Ye Qing, assuming him to be beneath the status of this district. Rules were thrown at him. Some held authority, others merely pretended to have it. but respect wasn't something given freely. Silence filled the air before an answer came. Ye Qing didn't bother with explanations. Status was meaningless without proof of power. The arrogant resident hesitated, eyes narrowing as confusion spread. Confidence alone wasn't enough. Something about this situation felt different. A wrong assumption had been made, but backing down wasn't an option. Appearances often dictated how people were treated. A sneer followed, demanding respect based on old principles. Some people believed wealth determined superiority, but reality often proved otherwise. The demand became clear: know your place or leave. Yet the mistake was assuming Ye Qing had ever been below anyone. Darkness swirled in Ye Qing's hands as reality shifted. Wealth didn't determine power, and tonight that truth would be made clear. Panic set in as energy twisted, pulling at the surroundings. The world responded to those who knew how to control it. Eyes widened in disbelief. What seemed like arrogance was something else entirely, a presence not to be ignored or underestimated. The situation reversed instantly. Superiority crumbled when faced with undeniable strength, and fear took hold in an instant. A final statement echoed, a lesson taught through force. Some people only understood power when it was used against them. The swirling energy wrapped around the arrogant man, making him realize his mistake too late. The rules of power were shifting. Suppression locked his abilities, leaving him completely vulnerable. The realization hit hard. Strength meant nothing when completely at someone else's mercy. The demand wasn't negotiable. The order echoed with authority, leaving no room for resistance. Actions always had consequences, and this was proof. Desperation ignited defiance. A burst of hidden strength erupted, momentarily breaking through the suppression, proving instincts didn't die so easily. A dangerous power emerged. Some abilities couldn't be controlled easily, and some battles couldn't be won through sheer force alone. Strength alone wasn't enough. Legendary abilities didn't ensure victory when faced with someone who understood the mechanics of power. Shock registered in his eyes. How could someone seemingly ordinary possess such high-tier control skills? This wasn't normal. Gravity distorted, forcing submission. The overwhelming pressure made even the strongest struggle, proving intelligence could outweigh brute force. Thoughts scrambled. A moment of hesitation could be deadly, yet surrendering wasn't an option. The question remained: who was truly superior? The situation wasn't about winning anymore. Understanding dawned. Facing an unknown power head-on without preparation was the worst possible mistake. The final move was executed. Raw force alone wouldn't be enough to escape. The lesson needed to be finished properly. The resistance shattered completely. The truth of dominance was undeniable, leaving nothing but realization in its wake. The confrontation ended with a clear victor. Lessons came in different forms, and some were best taught through undeniable experience. A sigh followed. Even in the wealthiest areas, trouble still found a way to exist. Power attracted complications. The night settled again, but a thought remained. Peace was temporary, and challenges would always come knocking again. The city lights flickered as Ye Qing walked through familiar streets. There were loose ends that still needed to be dealt with. A new day brought fresh opportunities. The past had been left behind, but some things still needed to be reclaimed. Returning to an old place, memories surfaced. Time changed everything, yet some things remained as valuable as ever. The value of experience was undeniable. The longer something lasted, the more meaning and comfort it carried over time. Ownership had shifted. What was once a home no longer belonged to the past. The future had already been decided elsewhere. A smirk crossed Ye Qing's face. Property, power, and influence were all part of the grand plan unfolding before him. A towering building stood in front of him, symbolizing another victory. Ownership wasn't just about money, it was about control. Rumors spread within the corporate world. A single unexpected move had disrupted plans that had been years in the making. Those in power refused responsibility. When things didn't go their way, they conveniently shifted the blame to others. Connections between hunters and business were undeniable. Strength and influence intertwined, shaping the very foundation of society. Behind closed doors, discussions unfolded. Ye Qing's name had surfaced, and those in charge sought to understand his place in the system. Traces of his power had been recorded. The past left marks that couldn't be erased. tying him to bigger events. Magic patterns matched previous records. There were too many coincidences for this to be ignored any longer. Questions arose. If someone like him existed outside the usual hierarchy, what kind of threat did he pose? Control was everything. If he couldn't be manipulated, then the only option was to treat him as a potential enemy. Power rested in the hands of those who controlled the system. The architects of the world dictated the rules all must follow. Standing before towering structures, the weight of their words settled. But not all roles were chosen. Some were meant to be rewritten. The guild hall bustled with activity as hunters moved around. Sunlight streamed through the towering windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Ye Qing stood at the counter, placing a golden token in front of the guild staff. His decision to form a hunting group was final. Pink-haired staff member examined the token carefully, her expression neutral. Regulations dictated that forming a group required more than just enthusiasm. Licensing was necessary to ensure that hunting groups operated legally. Just like individual hunters, groups needed approval to participate in official activities. Money, however, could bypass many obstacles. With enough resources, guilds allowed flexibility, prioritizing financial contributions over rigid procedural barriers. The registration screen confirmed the creation of the group. Scavenger's home was officially formed, but with only one member, it barely counted. Whispers spread throughout the guild hall. Hunters observed the new registration with amusement, questioning the logic of forming a group alone. Lower-ranked teams faced significant limitations. Without strong backing or numbers, access to high-value resources remained out of reach. The system restricted new groups, assigning them low-priority tasks. Most avoided such groups, preferring well-established ones for better opportunities. For Ye Qing, this was nothing new. He had started from nothing before, and now he would do it again. A familiar figure stepped forward, his eyes filled with amusement. Memories of past encounters surfaced, stirring an old rivalry. The guild hall grew tense as the man recalled a previous incident. Grudges held in a world like this rarely faded. A strong presence alone was not enough to command respect. Strength dictated one's worth, and unresolved conflicts often resurfaced. The gathering crowd sensed the tension, anticipating a confrontation. Rivalries in the guild often escalated into violent encounters, yet Ye Qing's focus remained unchanged. His priority was securing a future, not entertaining distractions from those unwilling to move forward. Tensions rise in the guild hall as Ye Qing faces opposition. His presence in this territory is seen as a direct challenge. His confidence remains unshaken despite the hostility. With so many hunters gathered, opportunities to recruit strong allies could arise. A few individuals in the crowd take notice. The possibility of joining a new team sparks curiosity among ambitious hunters. The hall buzzes with mixed reactions. Some mock the idea, while others consider the advantages of a fresh start. One hunter steps forward, expressing interest in joining. A new team could mean opportunities unavailable in overcrowded, established groups. A familiar face appears, recalling past failures in forming a group. The struggle of finding trustworthy allies remains an ongoing challenge. Survival in this world depends on both reputation and strength. Those lacking recognition often struggle to gain a foothold. The system's harsh reality forces weaker hunters into undesirable roles. Those unwilling to fight are left with menial work. Even with sufficient resources, not everything can be solved through wealth alone. Power remains the true deciding factor. The atmosphere in the hall shifts. The realization dawns that a strong enough leader could reshape the hunting group hierarchy. A respected hunter steps forward, declaring the importance of hierarchy. Only the strong deserve to form and lead hunting teams. The announcement draws interest from multiple hunters. New members rush forward, eager to register and secure a position. Among the applicants, varying skill levels emerge. Some possess real strength, while others merely seek security under a promising leader. The sudden rush for recruitment surprises the onlookers. The formation of a new group sparks an unexpected shift in power dynamics. At the center of it all, Ye Qing remains composed. His next move will determine whether this opportunity turns into success. A powerful figure enters the scene, her presence commanding attention. Her reputation as a skilled sorcerer precedes her, making hunters wary. The unexpected arrival of a high-level hunter at this moment adds tension. Strong individuals rarely show interest in newly formed teams. The discussion shifts to her abilities. Known for destructive magic, she holds the capability to change the outcome of any battle. Her gaze remains steady as she assesses the situation. Her intentions remain unclear, but curiosity lingers among those watching. One hunter steps forward, eager to recruit her. A team gains prestige through its members, and she would be a valuable asset. A rival presence disrupts the scene, trying to take control of the moment. The competitive nature of recruitment fuels underlying tensions. A confrontation brews as both sides vie for dominance. The balance of power within the guild hall subtly shifts with each passing moment. Doubt fills the air as some question why a skilled sorcerer would join an unfamiliar team. The choice seems illogical. Despite the speculation, her decision is unwavering. The reasons remain her own, but the impact of her choice is undeniable. The revelation sparks disbelief. The formation of this new team has suddenly become a topic of interest for many in the guild. The sorcerer formally introduces herself, her sharp gaze fixed on the new leader. Her choice to join adds legitimacy to the team. A firm handshake seals the agreement. The newly formed group gains its first powerhouse, shifting expectations entirely. Excitement fills the atmosphere. The momentum behind this recruitment effort begins to draw more attention than anticipated. A suggestion arises to celebrate the occasion. The formation of a team, especially one with potential, calls for acknowledgement. The guild hall momentarily shifts from tension to liveliness. The uncertain path ahead now carries the promise of something greater. The atmosphere in the guild shifts as excitement builds. The cost of forming a team is high, but the potential rewards outweigh it. Confusion spreads as an unexpected rejection leaves some questioning her motives. Few understand the true reasoning behind the sorcerer's decision. Discontent brews among those watching. Some see it as a strategic move, while others view it as a wasted opportunity. A tense moment follows as a confrontation looms. The formation of new alliances often disrupts existing power structures. A sudden surge of energy floods the hall, drawing gasps. The source of this display instantly captures everyone's attention. A towering figure enters, his presence sending chills through the room. His name carries weight, one associated with deadly reputation. Rumors swirl as whispers spread. A man known for eliminating his own teammates walks among them once more. Uncertainty fills the air as past grudges linger. Some recognize him as a rogue force, dangerous and unpredictable. The confrontation from before remains unresolved. This unexpected arrival only escalates the tension further, bringing hidden conflicts to the surface. A challenge lingers in the air. The formation of a new team invites both opportunities and dangers, testing its leader's resolve. The atmosphere shifts as a towering figure reaches for food. A sudden movement causes chaos, leaving the sorcerer in disbelief. His presence brings tension, his reputation preceding him. The ominous aura surrounding him hints at an ability that alters fate itself. A discussion about failure spread through the room. Weakness wasn't just a personal burden, it affected everything, including dropped equipment quality. Rumors followed certain names. Some were seen as cursed, their luck so terrible that it dragged down those around them. No one wanted to associate with misfortune. A reputation for bad luck often mattered more than actual skill or experience. A playful remark turned into an observation. Could someone's bad luck influence the quality of loot they found? Perspective shifted. To some, it didn't matter what was obtained, only that rewards kept coming, no matter their form. A sudden invitation interrupted the conversation. A hunting group saw value in things others ignored, choosing to seek something different. Practicality over reputation. Strength was needed, but sometimes unconventional methods were the key to survival in dangerous places. Others scoffed. Who would be desperate enough to work with someone who scavenged from places no one else dared approach? Warnings came quickly. Some paths only led to ruin, and joining a weak group meant sharing in their inevitable destruction. A choice was given, but not without consequence. Strength determined fate, and this was an opportunity to prove who would control theirs. Doubts filled the room. Only the reckless or the desperate would take such an unorthodox approach to forming a team. The numbers weren't enough yet. More members were required to meet official hunting group qualifications, and time was running out. Strategies differed, but the end goal remained the same, reaching the minimum threshold before others interfered. The towering building stood as a reminder. Success required persistence, and not everyone understood the value of patience. Some paths weren't about popularity. Those willing to walk them often found something more valuable than approval: absolute control over their own future. The conversation took a sharp turn as blame was placed. Low popularity wasn't luck, it was tied to the group's reputation. Strict rules dictated the hunting system. Without a complete roster, even the strongest couldn't operate officially within the established framework. Some groups were set up to fail from the beginning, barriers placed to prevent certain individuals from ever reaching higher ranks. A direct warning followed. Only those who adhered to the system would survive. Challenging it meant facing relentless suppression. Yaqing remained unfazed. Numbers weren't a problem. The path forward was already decided, and nothing would change that now. A misunderstanding nearly escalated into conflict. Loyalties and numbers were questioned, yet the truth remained clear. His group had the required members. Frustration erupted from all sides. Some felt their efforts were wasted, but others saw an opportunity hidden beneath the chaos. Official recognition wasn't just about meeting requirements. It was about proving worth in a world that actively rejected anything unconventional. A bold decision was made. Regardless of challenges ahead, commitment was unwavering. Some people never hesitated, no matter the consequences. The situation shifted. What once seemed impossible was now reality. A group once dismissed as weak had gained a formidable new member. A name carried weight, and some names were impossible to ignore. The sudden addition to the team sent ripples through the ranks. Status dictated expectations. Being part of an elite family meant access to resources that most could never hope to obtain. Questions arose. If a renowned hunter had joined this group, did that mean the underestimated scavenger leader was more dangerous than assumed? Doubts lingered. Some refused to acknowledge the possibility of a rising force, clinging to outdated ideas of strength and worth. A system that sought to control everything had been challenged. The acknowledgement of this group meant the beginning of something far greater. The cleanup team followed orders, ensuring that even the aftermath of major battles was managed efficiently under strict regulations. Doubts arose regarding the group's ability to handle higher-tier missions. Many questioned if they even qualified for A-class assignments. Rules were flexible when convenient. If a loophole existed, then nothing prevented those who knew the system from exploiting it. The official confirmation arrived. The team was granted participation, proving that technicalities sometimes outweighed direct strength. Laughter filled the air. In a game where rules dictated everything, bending them was often the smartest move. Challenges weren't just about fighting. They extended into politics, alliances, and navigating systems designed to exclude outsiders. The conversation grew tense. Respect had to be earned, but some people refused to acknowledge those they considered beneath them. Understanding the system granted power. By following regulations precisely, even the most unexpected contenders could gain access to exclusive missions. The mention of a key raised curiosity. Some paths could only be walked by those who understood the significance of hidden truths. Attention shifted toward the Black Tower. If the rumors were true, then its secrets could change everything. The tower held significance beyond simple authority. Legends spoke of those who entered and emerged completely transformed. Speculation arose. If certain groups had access to these privileges, what did that mean for those who were intentionally excluded? Strength dictated survival. Those who climbed the tower didn't just gain power, they became something far greater than before. A lingering thought remained. What was hidden at the top, and why had so few ever returned to speak about it? Curiosity clashed with caution. Even knowing the risks, some still felt the urge to take the first step into the unknown. Frustration lingered. The only way to silence the doubters was to grow stronger, proving that fate could be rewritten by force. A rare opportunity presented itself. Those who understood the system would find a way to reach the hidden rewards first. Suspicion grew. Had every move been calculated from the start, or was this all just a carefully played gamble? Plans didn't always unfold perfectly. Sometimes, unexpected events aligned in ways that even the strategist couldn't fully predict. The outcome seemed almost absurd. Everything pointed to a carefully designed plan, yet the truth was far simpler, pure coincidence. As the portal opens, a strange aura surrounds the group, signaling the beginning of their dangerous mission in the abyss. Ye Qing can't believe his eyes as he notices the sky above him, despite being inside what's supposed to be a dungeon. His mind struggles to comprehend the impossibility of this place. Why is there sky when they're supposed to be in a dungeon? One of the members of the group explains that this is not a typical dungeon, but a vast, open-world abyss. Annoyed by the sand, someone expresses their disdain for this barren environment, wishing for a smoother, easier path to follow. The group marches forward, navigating the hostile open terrain as Ye Qing remarks how difficult it is to track the mission target. Frustrated with the endless desert, another member expresses their discomfort with this kind of environment and the exhausting journey. Reports confirm an oasis might be located at the center of this vast wasteland. Hope gleams in their tired eyes. One of the group members dismisses the optimism, saying there's no sense in rushing. They need to be cautious of their surroundings. The group is now determined to locate the oasis, but it's clear they must proceed with extreme caution in this unfamiliar, hostile environment. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling creeps up on the group. Ye Qing finally notices a dark shape circling above them in the sky. The eerie presence of the birds circling overhead sets off alarm bells, and Ye Qing can't shake the unease that's rising. One of the members seems to sense something, his eye nervously darting upwards, realizing the birds might not be harmless. A shocking realization hits the group. Those aren't just regular birds, but dangerous predators circling, preparing to strike. Everyone scrambles into action, positioning themselves for defense as they prepare for the inevitable attack from the birds above. A heavily armored warrior mocks the others, calling them trash pickers, questioning why they're cowering instead of fighting like real warriors. Ye Qing smirks, unfazed by the insult, dismissing the birds as mere threats that only pick off the weak. A scout argues back, saying if anyone gets caught, it simply means their battle positioning and awareness were never good enough. Another warrior, visibly angered, snaps back, reminding them that their faction, Hunting Heart, isn't to be underestimated by mere scavengers. Before the argument escalates further, the sky darkens as the creatures above swoop down, launching their first attack with razor-sharp talons. The harpies descend in a violent wave, their claws slashing as the battlefield erupts into chaos, forcing the warriors into immediate action. A rogue-like fighter narrowly dodges an incoming attack, countering with a swift strike, his blade reflecting the sun's glare mid-motion. Ye Qing watches as one of the soldiers struggles against a harpy, barely blocking its attack before getting knocked backward into the sand. The battlefield turns into a flurry of movement as harpies lift soldiers into the air, screeching as they attempt to rip them apart. One of the armored warriors panics, screaming for help as a harpy digs its claws into his shoulder, attempting to carry him away. A heavily armored fighter charges forward with brute force, his fist radiating energy as he delivers a devastating punch straight into a harpy's chest. Another warrior launches a magical counterattack, a glowing purple explosion bursting through the battlefield, forcing enemies to scatter in midair. The impact sends shockwaves through the sand, and the injured harpy crashes down, its body twitching from the sheer force of the blast. Dust settles as the battlefield grows silent for a moment, the victorious warriors catching their breath, assessing the damage around them. Ye Qing stands above a crater, unimpressed, shaking his head as he mocks the so-called elite warriors who just barely survived the ambush. A hooded figure sneers, implying that some members are only here to make the numbers look better rather than contribute. Another warrior blames a weak fighter, claiming they should have sacrificed him instead of wasting resources protecting someone useless. Ye Qing observes, unimpressed, noting how the so-called elite squad of Hunting Heart is already showing internal division and arrogance. Before more insults could be exchanged, the harpies in the sky spot an opportunity, diving down at incredible speeds. A shield-wielding warrior yells at his squad, realizing they don't have time to argue. They need to reposition before it's too late. Ye Qing notices the incoming attack but doesn't flinch, calmly watching as the harpies descend toward their next unsuspecting target. With swift precision, a harpy strikes, but Ye Qing moves effortlessly, countering before anyone can register what just happened. The battlefield grows tense as one harpy collapses in a single strike, its body lifeless before it even touches the ground. A stunned fighter gasps, questioning how Ye Qing took down the enemy with just one clean, effortless slash. Another dismisses it as luck, refusing to believe someone they underestimated could be significantly stronger than the so-called elite forces. A harpy screeches in panic, its grotesque face twisting in fear as it desperately tries to flee from the chaotic battlefield. A weaker warrior stares in horror as a harpy flails midair, seemingly crying out for its mother before it falls. The situation becomes even more chaotic as another fighter screams for help, realizing he's the next target of the deadly creatures. Ye Qing observes, unbothered, making a casual remark about how harpies become significantly more aggressive when their numbers are thinned. In the midst of the chaos, a female warrior steps in, unleashing a powerful counterattack, her blade slicing through the air effortlessly. A powerful energy blast surges through the battlefield, sending shockwaves as a muscular fighter unleashes his devastating attack on the harpies. With incredible agility, he maneuvers midair, striking down multiple enemies, his attacks radiating with intense blue energy. The harpies, sensing overwhelming danger, attempt to retreat, their once aggressive flight now reduced to a panicked, chaotic escape. Watching their enemies flee, a heavily armored warrior scoffs, mocking the incompetence of the weaklings who failed to contribute to the mission. A leader among them scolds the failures, reminding them that Hunting Heart has no room for incompetence or cowards who drag them down. A nervous fighter fidgets, questioning whether they're truly safe now or if another attack is lurking just out of sight. Another member speculates that the chaotic fighting must have disrupted the natural balance, marking them as priority targets for the creatures. They discuss how harpies prioritize enemies who cause loud disruptions, making spellcasters and weaker fighters particularly vulnerable in such chaotic environments. Realizing this fact, a hooded fighter panics, coming to the conclusion that the harpies are now his natural-born nemesis. Looking around, another member notes that the harpies have backed off, unwilling to return after their overwhelming defeat in battle. The ground trembles violently beneath them, dust rising as cracks spread. Something massive stirs beneath the surface, shaking the battlefield. A warrior watches in realization, noting that the harpies weren't retreating because of them, but fleeing from an even greater threat. Ye Qing sprinted through the canyon trail, dust kicking up behind him, the ground rumbling louder with every step he took. From the shadows of the cliffs, monstrous figures burst forward, shaking the earth with wild footsteps and savage grunts of hunger. A whole horde of ogres roared to life, their twisted faces full of rage, charging as one bloodthirsty stampede. "It's a company of ogres!" someone shouted, panic gripping the warriors as the dust clouds swirled behind the stampeding beasts. "Healers to the backlines!" barked the captain. "Tanks, with me! Hold that front line like your lives depend on it!" Commanders stood watch from above, scanning the chaos, issuing strict orders. "No one engages ogres unless we outnumber them 20-1. "This time," Ye Qing muttered, "let's give the scavenger team a little demonstration of real frontline power." From the ridge, he saw the ogres swarm like ants, the ground trembling as they barreled into battle formation. Ye Qing launched forward, lightning trailing behind him, fists clenched tight, using Titan power to boost into the fray head first. With blades flashing and power surging, he crashed into the mob, slashing left and right, forcing the ogres to scatter. "Too weak!" Ye Qing yelled mid-swing, twisting past an ogre's axe, countering with a crushing punch that cracked bone and ground. "All foes in sight! Eliminate them!" a warrior shouted, charging beside Ye Qing, glowing weapons cleaving through ogre flesh. From the canyon ridge, the scavenger team watched the chaos unfold below, standing still while others fought to protect them. "The ogres aren't too powerful," Ye Qing thought, "but the hunting squad should at least be able to keep them at bay." "Are we not entering the battle?" one of them muttered. "Didn't you say you trained to become sword mages?" another snapped nervously. Ye Qing watched the chaos unfold, already knowing they'd be late to the fight, but right on time for opportunity. The scavenger team strolled down casually, stepping over fallen ogres like tourists passing street trash no one wanted to claim. One ogre, still alive, lunged forward snarling, eyes filled with rage, teeth bared, unwilling to die without taking someone along. Blood splattered as Ye Qing's strike landed clean, ending the beast mid-charge before anyone even processed the movement had happened. The hit wasn't mercy, it was deliberate, messy and loud, drawing attention just so Ye Qing could make a petty point. From above, the squad captain spotted Ye Qing and waved impatiently, reminding them their job wasn't fighting, it was cleaning up. With a sigh, Ye Qing flipped open his inventory, revealing the usual disappointment. Splintered axe, dull shard, cracked wooden junk. A system prompt blinked coldly across his screen. Luck attribute significantly lowered. Even the game seemed bored of his existence. They all knew the guild discarded trash tier gear immediately, only keeping purple rarity, or better, to impress upper ranks. Ye Qing didn't care about rank. He cared about hidden effects, overlooked bonuses, anything that could give him a quiet advantage. Down below, ogres dropped like flies, but nothing valuable appeared, not even a single usable weapon or enchantable armor piece. The pattern felt off. Something about the loot drought didn't match the difficulty of the fight or the enemy tier. The entire battlefield felt muted, like every attack lacked weight. Every critical moment softened into something statistically ordinary and dull. Even enchanted items, enhanced with rare ores, seemed to fizzle out uselessly, leaving everyone confused and cursing their misfortune aloud. Ye Qing stood still, watching the larger army movements, realizing this chaos had a pattern that didn't belong to randomness. Monsters were supposed to be wild, unthinking beasts, but something about this group's behavior didn't match the usual patterns. Ever since encountering the Dark Elves in a previous hunt, Ye Qing had sensed something unnatural growing in monsters. From the ridge, Ye Qing pointed at a group moving strangely, ignoring battle, communicating like soldiers instead of creatures. Below, the ogres barked in a strange rhythm, shouting in what clearly wasn't random noise, but structured language patterns. Fighters on the front line held strong, tanks soaking damage, while healers scrambled to restore their rapidly dropping health bars. The front line roared with confidence, slicing down ogres one by one, celebrating kills without noticing the mounting danger behind them. The rhythm was perfect, almost too clean. They moved forward with ease, blades finding targets, energy riding high with each strike. But no one saw the rear shift, ogres pushing from behind, tearing through gaps in formation, unnoticed until it was too late. Chaos hit the backline, traps sprung, screams followed. Those stationed farthest behind were suddenly isolated, surrounded, cut off completely. The command squad hesitated, torn between pushing forward and turning back, unsure if retreat would even be possible at this point. Some shouted to turn back, others to press on, until one voice suggested using the scavenger team as disposable bait. The plan was cruel, but effective. Expose scavenger positions, force monsters to redirect, buying time for the main unit. The real order wasn't survival, it was sacrifice. Let the weak get crushed so the rest could keep fighting onward. While tanks braced and ogres screamed, the backline burned, overrun by creatures that no longer fought like mere animals. Amid the madness, one voice accepted it all with a grin, already stringing another arrow for the next ambush. Panic kicked in as the scavenger team realized they'd been exposed, sweat beading, instincts flaring, no one offering help. A smoke bomb flew through the air, launched in desperation, a last-ditch move to create cover between them and death. The moment it hit the ground, thick purple fog exploded outward, swallowing the battlefield in swirling, sight-stealing clouds. The ogres inside stumbled, their targeting broken. System alert pinged across displays. Aggro has been reset. Confusion spread like wildfire. With vision blocked and paths lost, the ogres scattered blindly, chasing shadows where scavengers no longer were. From inside the fog, one ogre suddenly howled with clarity, eyes blazing, pointing skyward, rallying the others with renewed, focused rage. The ground rumbled again as more ogres charged forward, drawn to the scent of exposed magic and scattered defensive lines. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, watching carefully. Something was moving past the front, too fast, too coordinated to be random. It wasn't a breach, it was bait. The ogres had been pulled away on purpose, guided straight toward the scavengers. One mage clenched her fist eagerly, flame building, but Ye Qing raised a hand before any spells could be cast. "Save energy," he warned calmly, eyes still locked forward. "Only fight if there's no other choice. Don't waste strength here." He pointed at the ogres, calculating calmly. "Let the main party test them first. We'll act only if needed." With sword in hand, Ye Qing stepped ahead, quiet and focused, completely confident he could handle the rear alone. The hunting party crashed into the ogres ahead, blades flashing as dirt flew, each hit stalling the beasts only briefly. Unbothered, the ogres regrouped mid-battle and moved toward the cliff, spotting Ye Qing standing like a sentinel with blade drawn. His feet slid into motion, dashing forward through enemy traps with flawless balance, slicing through webs without breaking stride once. Behind him, the ogres chased relentlessly, some caught in traps, others leaping clear, but all closing in with snarling focus. Ye Qing twisted mid-air, blade flashing blue with energy, cutting down the lead ogre before it could strike. Another came from the side, fangs bared, but Ye Qing's sword arced faster, energy crackling as it tore through flesh. The group barely had time to react before a third ogre fell, the shockwave from his slash shaking the ridge. As dust cleared, Ye Qing stood surrounded, unmoved, breathing steady, blade resting on his shoulder like it weighed nothing. The ogres charged recklessly, but Ye Qing stood firm, sword glowing with pulsing energy, calm as the chaos closed in. He sidestepped the first beast, slicing clean through it before twisting mid-motion, continuing fluidly into a second perfect strike. His body moved faster than sight, slashing through monsters before they understood what hit them, leaving trails of violet light. The scavenger team stared from a distance, stunned by the precision and raw speed of his clean, efficient destruction. Even his allies couldn't track his swordplay anymore. It was just motion, impact, and ogres dropping before they could blink. Ogres swung wildly, their blows crashing into air, Ye Qing weaving through them like smoke, untouchable with every movement. Each strike knocked back another foe, purple energy exploding with impact, sending limbs flying across the battlefield like broken weapons. The rhythm of his attacks was relentless, clean arcs, perfect timing, enemies falling faster than they could group or react. On the cliffs, confused ogres growled, sensing the shifting tide, unsure whether to flee or follow the sound of carnage, but those closest had no time to decide. Ye Qing's blade hit again, scattering bodies and panic across the terrain. From afar, other squads noticed movement. "Why are the ogres running?" someone muttered, confused by the sudden enemy retreat. One scoffed. "Let the trash pickers deal with leftovers. Their pain buys us time to fight without interruptions." The battlefield thundered again. Dust rose, eyes widened. The ogres weren't fleeing, they were regrouping, returning with far more force. "No way!" a voice gasped. Panic swept the squad as they realized Ye Qing hadn't stalled them. He'd triggered a flood. From the smoke, the ogres returned, twice as many now, leaping forward with rage, charging directly at the stunned observers. Ye Qing observed the shifting tide quietly, eyes narrowing as he watched the ogres act with precision instead of chaos. The way they moved, flanked, coordinated, it wasn't instinct, it was command. A clear strategy had been set in motion. He realized something unsettling. These ogres weren't mindless. They were adapting, communicating, fighting like a trained squad rather than monsters. Before anyone reacted, a massive ogre leapt high. Its strike came down like thunder, overwhelming the shield of the main tank. With one blow, the frontliner was crushed, and everything around him exploded into chaos as players scrambled to recover. "The main tank's down?" Shock echoed. No one expected him to fall so quickly, especially not to a single enemy hit. Panic set in. Someone shouted about healing stats, blaming poor monitoring, but no one saw the instant damage spike coming. A younger member whispered, trembling, "I didn't even see his health drop. It just vanished in one strike." Dust swallowed the battlefield again. Vision blurred, everyone unsure of where to run or regroup as monsters howled louder. More ogres crashed forward through the haze, their enormous leader towering over the fight, growling orders with terrifying clarity. The war leader wasn't just brute strength, he commanded presence. Even veteran players felt it, backing up unconsciously under his pressure. A frontline defender swung but missed. In seconds, 2 more were down, their bodies flung aside like broken training dummies. The commander stepped forward, eyeing the battlefield, realizing they weren't facing beasts anymore. They were up against strategic, intelligent aggression. "This squad's no normal raider group," he muttered. "They're smarter, stronger, built for something beyond this canyon skirmish." Then it hit him. They weren't here to wipe players. The ogres were gathering data, testing formations, measuring responses to pressure. Screams erupted as the hidden ogre strike force surged from the rear, surrounding the hunters before they could reposition. Ye Qing watched calmly from afar, already piecing it together. The raiders weren't attackers. They were distractions masking something worse. Ye Qing's punch collided with raw force, golden light bursting out like a shockwave splitting through every inch of silence. The beast growled in pain, its horn cracked, but Ye Qing didn't stop. His eyes were locked on the opening. With a quick pivot, he launched upward, aura blazing, dodging claws like he'd done it 100 times before. Spinning midair, he unleashed a second blast, his body radiating power like a sun ready to explode. Landing hard, Ye Qing rose slowly, light flickering around him. He wasn't done yet, not until this beast hit the ground. The horned brute grinned, eyes glowing. "In front of me, your glow means nothing." But Ye Qing didn't flinch. Towering over everything, the monster roared like thunder, his muscles tensing as his aura grew even darker than before. Ye Qing rocketed upward, arms crossed, golden streak behind him lighting the battlefield like a streaking comet of fury. But the monster was faster. Spinning around, he threw a punch straight at Ye Qing, fire bursting behind the strike. Ye Qing blocked with all he had, but the force sent him skidding back, boots tearing grooves into solid stone. His heart pounded. Ye Qing wiped blood from his lip. That punch rattled him more than he'd ever admit. Then the second brute stepped in, lightning coiling around his fist. His punch slammed the earth like it owed him something. Buried in rubble, Ye Qing rose with a cough. "This damn thing actually carries this much strength," he muttered, stunned. But he didn't retreat. His eyes narrowed as the dark energy twisted around the beast's new, monstrous transformation. The final form loomed, taller, meaner, with electricity snapping off its horns. Ye Qing knew this fight was far from over. Ye Qing slammed the brute into the rocks, dust exploding out. It shook the cliffside, like nature itself held its breath. He gasped for air, body aching, but stood proud. The others watching knew he was still holding the front line. "Team leader!" someone yelled. Fear cracked through the crowd as they saw their strongest man struggling against a monster. One stepped forward, fists clenched. "We need to support him!" The squad began charging in without waiting for orders. They rushed forward, hearts pounding. "Protect our team leader!" rang out as energy exploded from the charging demon ahead. The squad collided with enemies mid-charge, blades flashing, purple energy crackling, chaos swallowing everything like a whirlwind of smoke and violence. Ye Qing was still fighting, but barely. Dodging attacks, lashing back, each second he stood felt like stealing time from death. "Die, you stinking bastard!" someone yelled, launching into a frenzy. Blood-red energy surged, wild and blinding as fury took over. But that energy didn't stop. It transformed the beast, grew larger, darker, angrier. Something ancient had just awakened inside it. The red glow deepened, its fangs bared wider. Ye Qing's squad froze. This monster, it wasn't done, not even close. The creature grabbed one of theirs, lightning running through its claws. The man screamed, "Wasn't this thing supposed to be dead?" A teammate hesitated. "Why can it still move?" The beast's body twitched like a puppet yanked by invisible strings. "Crap! It's necromancy magic!" someone yelled. Panic broke out as realization struck. They weren't just fighting strength, they were fighting the undead. "Get away!" screamed the woman with red armor. Too late. Explosions burst across the field like cursed fireworks in daylight. Ye Qing turned grim. "Our healing is completely unable to keep up." His face said it all. This fight just flipped. Ye Qing moved fast, tossing a capsule into the dirt. Deploy a magic trap zone. Don't let them revive. As enemies swarmed, backup pulled away. Retreat quickly, someone yelled, realizing they couldn't hold off another horde this size. Ye Qing calmly observed the battlefield. Turning corpses into bombs. Looks like necromancy, he muttered, reading the spell mid-battle. He raised his voice. Everyone, step back from the corpses. His tone didn't shout, but people listened like it was law. The monsters lunged, but Ye Qing stayed still. With one word, recycle. The entire field started shifting like magic obeyed his call. A wave of purple light swallowed the monsters. The corrupted energy twisted violently, then started dissolving into nothing but dust. The entire horde vanished. Not a sound left, only emptiness. Ye Qing stood calmly in the middle of the silence. From the cliffs, someone gasped. The corpses! They've all disappeared! The whole squad was stunned at how fast it happened. Big bro, you're just too amazing! One of them shouted, running over with bright eyes and stunned admiration. Another man smirked. You have such an ability, huh? Interesting. Ye Qing didn't answer, just slightly tilted his head, unreadable. Ye Qing sighed. If I don't handle it early, I can't even look around in peace afterward. From behind, the squad leader shouted, Hey, you trash collectors over there! His voice boomed across the rocky plain. I'm going to be very serious and give you guys an opportunity. What do you think? He offered. Ye Qing looked up. Let me hear it. Calm as ever, but his gaze sharpened like he already knew the answer. You probably want a chance to shine, right? Join the elite team? Earned battle points, top-tier gear, and real respect. Ye Qing stood calmly as the others watched. His gaze sharp, remembering how quick they were to judge before. The leader grinned wide, acting friendly now, offering an invitation like nothing ever happened. Ye Qing wasn't easily convinced, though. His team looked on, silent and unimpressed, clearly unsure if this offer was genuine or just another setup waiting ahead. Explosions echoed across the field as waves of corrupted monsters charged forward, pushing everyone back with overwhelming pressure and weight. Ye Qing's group held the line, but fatigue was setting in fast. Even the leader's face tightened with frustration. The monsters weren't falling easily. Each one fought like it couldn't die, and the strongest among them hadn't moved yet. A plan was offered. Just sneak around and avoid the fight entirely. Risky, but maybe the smarter option after all. Some hesitated. Avoiding battle sounded weak, but charging headfirst into death wasn't bravery. It was just bad decision-making dressed as pride. As arguments bounced around, another player spoke up, already scheming how to exploit the situation for personal gains and glory. Cheers followed. Excellent idea, they clapped, pretending it was smart strategy, when really they just wanted to avoid dying. Others didn't care who said it first. They only wanted to follow whoever kept them breathing and looking good doing it. Ye Qing said nothing. He already knew the script. People smiling, pretending, twisting loyalty until it conveniently served themselves again. His team remained quiet, watching closely. They'd seen this type before, opportunists in disguise, dressed up as generous teammates. The leader grinned, tossing out promises like candy, extra rewards, better splits, praise, anything to make himself look like the hero. Ye Qing's crew huddled together, answering fast. We're in. Their voices were steady, but their minds were already one step ahead. Cheers exploded. The leader declared brotherhood and friendship like it was a festival, but the smiles were thinner than paper. Ye Qing pulled his team aside. Give us a minute, he said, eyes calm, but the mood shifted cold. That bastard had bad intentions since the beginning, someone muttered. Ye Qing nodded slightly. Yeah, this was clearly a setup. Ye Qing handed over the rare shield casually, its glowing surface reflecting quiet confidence as the others watched in surprise. Dutong hesitated, nervously accepting it. Even Yi Ling looked uncertain, sensing the weight of responsibility more than the shield's size. Ye Qing remained calm, already thinking ahead. To him, broken gear was replaceable. What mattered more was their safety and progress. Bai Qi shifted tactics, proposing Ye Qing assist with healing. It wasn't ideal, but improvising had become their team's strongest skill. Yi Ling adjusted quickly, moving to the rear. Her chaotic energy now channeled toward defense, a surprising shift in her focus. Yiling raised her hand energetically, her expression serious for once. Everyone felt it. They were stepping into something unpredictable again. Bai Qi trusted Ye Qing, despite his recklessness. The formation moved, tight and alert, aware that even seconds could change everything. Du Tong took point, eyes scanning the terrain. The healer's trail was faint, but he could sense the echo of damage. Bai Qi warned them. Her fire magic caused unstable corpses. Any misstep would trigger explosions, turning allies into shrapnel without warning. Ye Qing barely flinched. His control over flame wasn't just power, it was precision, honed through countless fights no one remembered. He stepped forward, eyes locked ahead. His aura changed, calm but sharp, like a blade waiting for the right moment. Declaring his solo push, Ye Qing didn't glance back. The others knew better than to argue when he moved like that. The front line advanced, Du Tong and Yiling adapting fast. Their role wasn't damage anymore. It was containment and support under pressure. Corpses littered the path, volatile and twitching. Touching them wrong meant death. Their only safety was timing and absolute coordination. From the ridge, enemies stirred, unaware. Ye Qing's squad, strange and silent, prepared to strike before the first scream ever came. The squad moved quickly, boots pounding dust. If the left flank collapsed, they'd be caught under a rain of arrows. Sand kicked up behind them. Orders were clear. Get to position fast before the beasts swarmed like they did last time. Ye Qing stepped into view, drawing attention. His posture was casual, but his presence sparked hesitation across the enemy line. Without waiting, the monsters charged, red eyes flashing. They didn't think, only rage and instinct guided their desperate momentum toward him. Flames erupted as they reached him, shockwaves punching skyward. The battlefield trembled, smoke swirling around Ye Qing's unmoved silhouette. Red-lit beasts circled him, snarling with twisted joy. The air pulsed with their growls, thick with madness and bloodlust. Their leader shouted strange orders. Words were guttural, warped by rage. Yet every creature responded like soldiers trained for war. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. Something was off. The creatures weren't wild. They moved in sync, like minds linked by invisible chains. His ability kicked in, analyzing the language mid-battle. Symbols decoded themselves, revealing the hidden commands and hierarchy beneath the chaos. The shaman's orders were clear. Kill Ye Qing to win favor from some greater power lurking behind this entire invasion. The frontline beasts screamed in unison, their minds overridden. Sparks danced above their heads, loyalty stripped, fear erased, purpose injected. Ye Qing kept calm. It wasn't just bloodlust, it was mind control. And the shaman was its single vulnerable anchor. One strike could break the chain. His team understood it too. Du Tong moved, flanking fast while others covered the gaps. But before they could act, the earth quaked. A towering brute, blade swinging, tore through dust like a wrecking machine. Yiling's eyes widened. That wasn't just muscle. It was the cleaner, assigned to erase threats, and Ye Qing was target one. The brute wasn't just muscle. Regenerating health and resisting magic, it stood like a wall between them and the shaman. Yiling ducked low, calculating odds. Charging blindly was suicide. Every move now had to be smarter, faster, tighter. The battlefield stretched wide. From a distance, it looked like chaos. But the truth? They were bait, nothing more. Ye Qing stayed calm, already reading the pattern. The undead's strategy relied on throwing waves to wear down defenses repeatedly. Plans shifted quickly. He'd go for the beheading strike. The others only needed to focus on keeping the way clear. Ye Qing launched forward, wind tearing behind him. Time slowed. The moment had to be perfect, or the cost would be everything. He shouted mid-flight, voice cutting across the field. The enemy noticed, but the distraction was already too late to matter. The rest held the line. Orders were clear now. No survivors. Every monster left breathing meant more risks down the line. Bai Qi drew her blade, aura flaring violently. She wasn't holding back. Magic wrapped around her like a second skin. Yiling's laughter echoed, wild and unhinged. Fire danced in her hands, her role no longer support, but full-blown destruction. The signal was given. He charged ahead, face set, no hesitation. Timing had to be flawless. There wouldn't be another chance. Du Tong braced himself, heart pounding. He wasn't ready, not truly, but ready or not, he had a job to do.
Ye Qing glanced up and saw the beast charging like a nightmare on fast forward, red eyes glowing like hot embers. Before he could even think, claws came flying, instincts kicked in, and he barely dodged. With his heart pounding. He twisted his body midair, sliding through a narrow gap, sparks flaring from contact with razor-sharp claws. Breathing heavy, he spun with a broken blade, landing 2 clean strikes, just enough to clear a little space. "Cover the rest!" he yelled, sprinting ahead, purple shadows forming behind him, magic crackling louder than his racing heartbeat. With a deep breath, Ye Qing launched himself again, body soaked in golden light like someone dipped him in lightning. Wu Ling smashed down like thunder, a wave of force sending monsters flying like paper caught in a hurricane. One beast got up, taller than the rest, with teeth like steel and muscles that rippled like nightmare rope. "That's my guy," someone cheered in the back, laughing like it was a weekend match instead of life or death chaos. The crowd scattered across the dunes, kicking up sand as arrows flew and orders echoed through the desert wind. A scream broke the moment Lin Yue turned, wide-eyed, pointing behind as monsters stormed through the rear ranks. Without hesitation, Lei threw his hands out, black chains bursting from his sleeves and pinning the monsters mid-stride. The chains snapped tight, wrapping one beast like a net of fire and dragging it into the dust, snarling. Lin Yue grinned, a rare flicker of pride on his face for once. His timing wasn't terrible today, but then a burst of flame exploded nearby and someone yelled, "Move!" because nothing ever stayed quiet for long. Lin Yue nearly got fried again, throwing his hands up in frustration, the blast missing him by just a breath. Lan Ji stood calm, casually explaining the monsters needed to be overkilled or they'd blow up like unstable bombs. New creatures burst from underground, muscle and fury, scattering dust and rocks as if the ground itself had betrayed them. They swarmed fast, overwhelming the outer lines, claws digging deep, forcing everyone to scramble for high ground or shelter. Wu Ling leapt over the wave of monsters, body wrapped in golden light, crashing down with impact that split stone. Fire spread behind Wu Ling's strike, licking through tunnels like living snakes while the ground collapsed beneath her landing. The collapsing floor revealed hidden paths, tightly carved and dangerous, suggesting someone or something was guiding these creatures underground. Lin Yu raised his hand in victory, proud of the carnage, until reality reminded him he wasn't the star today. Bai Shui arrived quietly, her presence calming the storm, eyes scanning for weak spots while energy pulsed through her steps. She formed a barrier with perfect timing, blocking the charge while preparing healing bursts for anyone who couldn't stay upright. Ice burst outward from Bai Shui's palms, freezing charging monsters mid-motion, locking expressions of rage in crystallized snapshots. She reasoned frozen beasts wouldn't detonate their energy trapped, their bodies stuck. Problems paused for the moment at least. Lan Ji and Lin Yue stood stunned, watching her work like she was painting frost across a burning battlefield. Her smile faded as realization struck Ye Qing was missing again, which usually meant trouble brewing far worse elsewhere. Ye Qing faced off alone, spinning between attacks, fire and steel crashing around him, every movement a calculated brush with death. The monster's strength surged, red energy pulsing from every muscle, launching a charge like a truck with no brakes. Ye Qing slid low beneath the blow, his momentum smooth, calculating distance as if this fight were just a routine. The enemy circled, glowing with rage, but his focus stayed sharp, eyes locked, stance calm, like a dancer performing. Behind him, shadows thickened as a larger figure emerged, energy radiating purple, pulsing across cracked earth like thunder. With a raised hand, Ye Qing released a black wave, his body steady while the battlefield bent around the strike. One beast froze in panic, eyes wide, as purple mist surged like fog, swallowing the ground beneath its massive feet. Ye Qing moved forward, gathering the scattered remains, redirecting force discarded junk now orbiting him like weapons reborn. The wave exploded outward, hurling monsters into the air, their bodies tossed like leaves caught in an autumn storm. A blast of flame finished the strike, shaking the dust, and silence followed, broken only by crumbling stone beneath them. The other team watched from afar, confused at the noise laughter followed, thinking it meant Ye Qing's squad succeeded. A massive brute stepped forward, carrying another monster like a snack, casually dropping it into his mouth without hesitation. Lin Yu blinked twice, stunned as the beast's body began to grow larger, absorbing power from the creature it devoured. Even Ye Qing paused, taken aback not by fear but by disgust, watching power rise through something so grotesque. That thing's aura swelled fast, muscles bulging unnaturally, and everyone felt it a shift in pressure like storm winds rising. The beast roared, eyes blazing, chest pulsing like magma. the air vibrating from power that seemed to burn straight through reality. The ground split violently as a red vortex exploded upward, air warping around it like a storm ripping through dimensions. Yiqing narrowed his eyes, realization hitting the beast wasn't empowered, it had been restrained until now. That changed everything. Ogma's full form rose from the dust, towering and terrifying, energy bleeding from his bones like fire given shape. Flames curled behind him like art, bones cracking under heat. Yiqing walked slowly, not even checking for danger anymore. Healing light glowed faintly as Ren fixed his burns. Everything hurt, but he stood still, waiting for it to pass. Warriors scattered, blades clashing with beasts. Someone noticed Yiqing was missing, confusion rising like smoke over the desert battlefield. Dust blew through the silence. Someone guessed he'd died, but doubt lingered. It wasn't like Yiqing to vanish. From the edge of chaos, Yiqing reappeared, calm as ever, with 1,000 eyes watching him from the dark. A breeze pushed sand past his boots. Teammates looked relieved, but Yiqing barely reacted, scanning the monsters instead. While chaos raged ahead, he stood alone at the rear, his presence quietly unsettling without saying a single thing. He knew his curse warped everything near him. The best help he could offer was staying far away. Ren's expression soured. The others might not survive another wave. Still, she healed whoever moved, ignoring the ache inside. He remembered why he joined Headcount, nothing more. That didn't change the fact that every move he made carried weight. The greatsword swung without hesitation, tearing through flesh and silence alike. His movements were effortless, like slicing paper in air. A quiet calculation unfolded behind his eyes. Numbers mattered here, one swing, one body, one reward. Rinse and repeat again. A screech erupted ahead. The creature launched forward. Yiqing didn't flinch, stepping aside like dodging a puddle on pavement. Shadows bent around him, power erupting from his frame. He spun through enemies with practiced ease, always one step ahead. When dust settled, only silence remained. Yiqing stood center stage, surrounded by chaos, as if he'd never left. A monstrous shadow loomed ahead, fire trailing from its limbs. Yiqing's focus narrowed, boots crunching across hot, cracked earth. Dust swirled as he launched forward, leaving behind only a circular trail of force and rising momentum in the air. Above the ground, purple energy flared as his body twisted. A perfect arc formed, gravity guiding each calculated movement precisely. His boots struck the ground. Energy shockwaves blasted outward, shaking cliffs. Enemies watched, unsure whether to attack or run. With every movement, Yiqing made distance his weapon. Attacks flew below him, wasted, lost to empty space and wind. Arcs of violet light traced behind him, burning symbols into the sand. His opponent countered, but Yiqing was faster. His cloak rippled as he skated along rock edges. The wind howled, but he barely noticed the shift in pressure. His steps grew sharper, movements cleaner. Aggression swelled inside. He wasn't dodging anymore, he was choosing exactly where to strike. Momentum burst beneath his heels. He flew forward, blade drawn, riding gravity like a wave crashing through stone. His sword glinted red in the sun. The enemies snarled. Their bodies collided like thunder, raw strength versus practiced precision. Sparks flew, fangs clashed with steel. Yiqing twisted mid-air, turning his attack into something more fluid, like water cutting. A vortex of cursed energy bloomed from his palm, curling like smoke. The battlefield felt smaller, now focused only on him. The enemy growled, eyes glowing crimson. Yiqing's power spiraled tighter, every movement drawing shadows closer like moths to flame. He struck again. This time it hit deeper. The beast reeled back, reeling in pain while the air snapped apart. Violet energy carved through muscle and memory. Yiqing didn't pause, his blade kept moving until silence finally took its place. The beast lunged fast, each movement earth-shaking. Yiqing stood calmly, adjusting posture just enough to align the perfect counter. Sparks flew from the clash. His body twisted as system alerts flashed, reminding him even perfection couldn't erase all pain. Energy pulsed beneath his skin. The cost of precision wasn't zero. Pain crept in, slow but familiar like morning aches. His eyes narrowed, blades arcing wide. He struck again, knowing every second bot was borrowed from a bruised, overworked body. The monster roared in frustration. Yiqing somersaulted backward, leaving only footprints and smoke curling where he had just stood. A red alert lit across his vision. Movement stiffened, sand coiled up his legs, imprisoned again, escape options quickly fading. He fell backward, breath catching, muscles strained. The enemy approached, smug, slow, unaware of the storm Yiqing was storing. Purple light crackled behind the beast. Another emerged, yelling recycle as mechanical arms launched forward, glowing with scavenged energy. Yiqing's pulse steadied. Not escape, regroup. Let chaos collide around him while the next phase simmered quietly in thought. Purple tentacles whipped around his ally, smashing hard into the beast. The pressure eased, but strategy now mattered more. Green light wrapped around him, healing first. Internal systems rebooted. Wounds sealed. The damage was deep, but not permanent, thankfully. Ye Qing darted left, sliding under wind blasts. He moved fast again, like inertia itself had finally remembered his name. The other warrior shouted equipment recycling. As gears twisted open, sparks flew, weapon cores recharged from scavenged beast limbs. Energy burst beneath his feet. He launched through sand like a bolt, momentum shaped by instincts sharpened through quiet survival. A beast card flipped on screen, another target marked. Ye Qing grinned faintly, just another name added to his growing ledger. Ye Qing's blade slid clean through the beast's charge, disrupting momentum. Dust flew upward like a curtain falling after battle. The impact revealed a fracture, one sharp cut behind the knee. The beast stumbled slightly, its movement pattern now easier to read. As purple energy swirled, Ye Qing dashed low again, spinning tightly beneath claws that missed him by inches, just barely. Sparks burst across the beast's back. It staggered, roaring. As health bars dropped, progress finally visible after endless repetition. Ye Qing nodded to himself. The pattern worked. No need to rush, just repeat until the monster forgets how to stand. The beast Ogma radiated fury, crackling with red lightning. Its stance widened, and the sky felt heavier by the second. It stomped hard, causing shockwaves across the sand. Ye Qing leapt back midair, riding the force like it was planned. Debris flew, teammates scattered. A brief pause passed as they tried to find ground not cracked beneath their feet. The impact ended, dust rising like smoke. Ye Qing landed rough but upright, brushing sand from his sleeve without panic. He grinned slightly, eyes sharp. The monster wasn't done, but neither was he. This wouldn't be over with a single trick. Ye Qing waved off concern. Pain was minor, nothing compared to the problem regenerating muscle like a time-lapsed cartoon. The beast's severed tendons knit back together. Strength returned rapidly. Its body adapted faster than anyone wanted to admit. The creature's core pulsed a recovery engine in overdrive. Damage didn't matter unless it was dealt all at once. Ye Qing stood quiet, calculating risk. If they let it live longer, their window to defeat it would disappear. He thought of Fanong, quiet, reliable, always choosing logic. She wouldn't hesitate now. Delay wasn't an option anymore. Ye Qing squinted at the horizon. With current strength, solo battle was suicide. But coordination? That gave him a chance. Everyone listened. Strategy settled like dust, simple, risky, necessary. Surround, stagger attacks, and keep pressure constant to break Ogma's loop. They stared across the battlefield. Ogma stood alone, energy pulsing. If it healed mid-fight again, it was game over. Ye Qing assigned roles, each carefully timed. Jitong, unpredictable as always, got a single instruction: don't die too early. Realistically, their odds weren't great. But Ye Qing had seen worse odds before. 20% was more than it sounded. Tong Ji questioned the odds, arms flailing. But to Ye Qing, 20% was more than hope, it was structure. He explained it plainly. One chance, one clean run. If Ogma healed again, everything after that meant nothing. Ren nodded, confidence rising. She cast buffs slowly, steady hands glowing green, believing fully in this reckless math of trust. Even the quiet ones joined in. Confidence grew like moss quiet, spreading fast, fed by loyalty rather than certainty. Shingren smiled sharply, mana still full. She raised her hand, ready to contribute, eyes gleaming like someone lighting a fuse. Wu Liang exhaled slowly. Doubts quieted. His fists clenched with focus, waiting for the right signal to unleash contained force. Ye Qing thought quickly. Pairing Ren's heals with his regeneration would create a loophole safety through synchronized, overlapping recovery. Everyone was surprised. Not just strategy, actual synergy. Healing became armor, aggression became precision. No more bleeding out mid-charge. Triple Berserk echoed in their heads. A risky state. But Ye Qing had the control to manage it barely. He explained the mechanics calmly. Each berserk stacked, pushing the body harder. Most couldn't survive the third. He could just barely. Someone joked he was the real savage. Ye Qing smirked, but his eyes locked forward. Savage or not, he moved. Lightning burst around him. His silhouette glowed violet. When he stepped forward, it was like gravity shifted around him. The scene cut. A new presence emerged. The girl radiated pure flame, stepping into battle like it was her right. Her power activated, instantly damage boost tied to health lost. Even injuries had become fuel now. Everyone moved with purpose. Flaming orbs erupted around her, launched like comets. Each hit landed hard, burning through Ogma's outer shell like paper. Flames twisted behind Ogma as it charged again, horns blazing red. The desert floor cracked like thin glass under pressure. Energy gathered in its arms. A crimson shell hardened, shielding it while absorbing the chaos building inside the storm. Ren spun forward, leaping through fire, her momentum curved like wind, slicing heat before it could even touch her. She landed strong, striking through smoke, breaking gaps in the defense. Her boots slammed dust upward like a warning shot. Behind her, Wu Liang leapt into position. Guarding the rear line with wild eyes and arms ready to catch debris, Ye Qing barked orders across the wind, pulling everyone into rhythm. This wasn't a brawl now, it was a pattern. Ren followed instantly, water-formed attacks coiling like silk. They twisted around purple energy, redirecting force instead of blocking it. As she twirled midair, her ice blade met Ogma's claw, the clash cracking through nearby cliffs like thunder slapping stone. Still, the beast charged. Its fists burned gold now, blasting shockwaves into the ground, launching sand like cannonballs. The flames scorched forward, but timing beat strength, her angle shifted, and every movement became survival, calculated down to breath. Xingren smiled wickedly, her mana surged as her spellbook floated up, flames collecting fast like smoke circling a chimney. She released the attack instantly. It spun red and wide, carving through 2 horns before Ogma could even react. The monster screeched, absorbing most of it, but not all. The core shook briefly, a hint of vulnerability exposed. Ren held firm near the rear, watching Ye Qing move with clinical speed, orchestrating this battle like a chess match. Another blast launched this one blue and narrow, cutting the air like glass. Timing was everything, and they were sinking fast. Ren clenched her teeth, ice surging at her fingertips. She poured everything into this one strike, timing, rage, and belief combined. The ice shattered under pressure as Ye Qing lunged forward, forcing the enemies back before things could spiral totally out of control. With sweat dripping and mana low, his ally screamed she had triggered a shift but couldn't hold much longer alone. Ye Qing didn't think twice. He gritted his teeth, pushed past her, and yelled for her to get out the way. Blades of ice rained around him, but he spun through the shards like a storm dancer, charging into danger without hesitation. Dust exploded upward with the impact, the earth trembling. Ye Qing's strike wasn't clean, but it broke through just enough. With the dust settling, Ye Qing glanced back and nodded. She darted forward ahead. Keeping formation tight, they trusted each other. A shadow twisted above. Their enemy, cloaked in dark energy, launched a barrage too fast for most eyes to even track. They jumped together, spinning in the air as the wind howled around them, barely dodging that crushing black wave of force. Ye Qing twisted midair and shouted, drawing all attention to himself. His voice boomed, cracking through the energy like lightning. That got the beast's attention. Purple darkness gathered like smoke, then exploded forward. Ye Qing clenched his fists and met it head-on. The skeletal creature roared, swinging wild and brutal. Ye Qing skidded back, boots carving trenches in the dirt, refusing to budge. His ally ducked under a frozen claw, launching an upward slash that slammed into crystal armor, rattling the entire massive frame. A chilling message flickered in the air, freezing effect rising fast. Their window to act was closing second by second. The creature staggered, eyes glowing red as it called for retreat. It didn't expect these two to press so fiercely. Ye Qing didn't hesitate. He jumped off the frozen slope, slamming down, blade first, while his partner struck from the side. Purple shadows sliced through ice as Ye Qing charged in again, signaling the others to launch everything they had all in. The pink-haired mage didn't hesitate. With a grin, she pulled energy into her palms and unleashed a stream of fireballs. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Blinding flames curled around the monster, swallowing it in light and thick smoke. Amid the chaos, the twisted beast screamed, caught off guard. Flames bit into armor while Ye Qing moved fast through the blaze. With the smoke clearing, the white-haired beast leapt forward again, but now the team was finally moving like a real unit. The creature growled, energy flaring as it stomped forward, shattering rock. The force behind it shook the air with each step. Ye Qing glanced at the warning text. Dark energy was intensifying, their damage was holding, but the threat was growing. The massive enemy growled again, now glowing purple. Its arms swelled, fists hammering down in a frenzied burst of rage and pain. Ye Qing's partner ducked in low, blades slicing upward. He caught the beast just before its fists crashed into solid ground. They struck hard, sinking perfectly. The enemy reeled, struggling to counter. For once, Ye Qing could see real fear in its eyes. As one final hit landed, Ye Qing slid back and smirked. Their rhythm was working, this was real progress now. Landing beside him, his partner gave a brief nod. No words needed, they were locked in, focused only on survival. Ye Qing analyzed quickly. The damage was consistent, the creature wasn't regenerating fast. Their timing was keeping it under full control. He knew this was it. They had the upper hand. One last coordinated push, and the thing would go down for good. With a deep breath, Ye Qing shouted to the others, Everyone surged forward. His voice echoed across the battlefield they believed. The silver-haired woman narrowed her eyes, stepping forward with purpose. She wasn't flashy, but her focus brought the whole fight together. Meanwhile, the purple-haired mage casually sipped her juice, calm as ever though her magic pulsed, waiting to explode at command. The beast roared again, chest swelling with rage. Flames danced across its shoulders as it prepared a devastating area strike. She stepped forward, hands lit up, then a burst of fire swallowed the ground in front of her in seconds. Unfazed, she rolled her eyes and spoke with annoyance, magic peaking. Her mood matched her power. Both were explosively sharp today. A fireball erupted behind her, the shockwave catching her mid-air. She twisted out of the blast just in time. Her eyes sharpened. Something was flying fast. It was an axe spinning with death. The angle made dodging almost impossible. Ye Qing's voice echoed across the field, calling to Xin Rang. But even her timing couldn't close the gap now. She braced for the hit, but her arms shook. The force was insane. She couldn't stop it, not completely. As the impact neared, another fighter rushed in. Heavy boots hit the earth. This wasn't her moment to fall, not yet. Back at base, Zhou Tong got orders to focus on survival. Things were spiraling fast. That axe changed everything. Tensions ran high. Another teammate questioned their chances, and Ye Qing, calculating as always, gave the answer straight. It wasn't hopeful. 20% chance. That was it. The room went quiet. Reality hit hard. Those were grim odds for staying alive. But the purple-haired girl wasn't one to back down. With sass and spark, she called out the doubt right away. Down on the field, lightning cracked. One fighter shouted to hold formation. The mission wasn't over no matter the odds. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in silence, chasing a dream he never caught, wondering if he was ever meant to try. He stared at the ground, thinking about missed chances and harsh truths. Self-doubt clung to him like an old sweater. Lights flickered overhead while he walked slowly forward. The stage looked massive, terrifying, but he couldn't walk away anymore. Fingers shook as he reached for the microphone stand. He didn't feel ready, but something pushed him anyway to move. A strange hand touched his, cold and dark. His heartbeat slowed. But he didn't flinch. He held the mic tighter. The stage shadows curled around him, whispering everything he feared. Doubt didn't come suddenly. It had always lived inside quietly. Zhou Tong didn't fight the weight pressing down. He just stood there, breathing through it, while the lights began to shift. He had never been the best at anything. Always second, always unsure, always trying not to fall behind completely unnoticed. Feet steady now, he stepped further. That small walk to the center felt heavier than battles he'd fought with weapons. They called it the spotlight moment. Not everyone had one. But maybe, just maybe, showing up was the hardest part. Shadows stretched long and sharp. Was the spotlight just a lie? He wondered that quietly, beneath the blinding theater lights above. The words hurt more when repeated in silence. Trash. Unworthy. It wasn't new, just louder now under everyone's watching eyes. He had no special gift, no sharp voice or stunning look, but he still hadn't left the stage just yet. That refusal burned gently inside. A soft rebellion. He didn't want stardom, just one moment that felt entirely his. Even if forgotten later, he wanted this. To stand in the center. To feel that light. To matter. Briefly. Zhou Tong stood surrounded by shadow, heart pounding, but he kept moving, not away, but straight into the pressure ahead. The voice snarled, cruel and sharp. Doubt clung to him like smoke, but his legs didn't stop moving forward anymore. Even if the stage rejected him, even if the world did too, he'd still reach once towards something brighter. A hand reached from the spotlight's edge. Zhou Tong grabbed it like it meant everything. In that second, it did. Running now, he leapt forward. The ground changed, lights shifted, not applause, but it felt just as big as one. That moment was his spotlight or not. Zhou Tong dove in, not to impress, but just to finally belong. His fists crashed downward like thunder. The world narrowed to impact, breath, momentum, and finally undeniable weight behind his choice. Pain followed instantly, the kind that leaves marks forever. But even through blood, he smiled. That hit had actually mattered. From a distance, eyes widened. Ye Qing saw Zhou Tong drop, and in that instant, everything else around them froze. A surge answered, gravity warped, enemies staggered. It wasn't just grief, it was Ye Qing finally letting everything inside explode outward. The axe flew first, cloaked in purple force. It twisted midair like it had a mind sharp and furious with purpose. Ye Qing raised his hand, and the weapon answered like an old friend. It slammed into the beast's chest instantly. A roar cracked the sky. The enemy stumbled, unbalanced. For once, even it seemed unsure what had just happened here. But Ye Qing wasn't done. His aura spiked heat and color surrounding him, turning pain and memory into a pure charge. He activated the form without hesitation. The red glow blazed outward. It wasn't for power. It was for Jotong. Darkness spread like spilled ink, pulsing with power. The creature's body twisted and grew. Shadows now clung to it completely. The red glow shifted as molten forms slithered up its arms. Heat cracked the floor. Pressure rose thick like syrup. The enemy loomed enormous, red eyes locked on Ye Qing. Every step it took made the air vibrate with rage. But Ye Qing didn't blink. He stood still as the heat warped around him. This fight was his to finish. Behind him, the team regrouped. They realized the terrain wasn't ice, it was glass. Superheated sand, shattered battlefield turned furnace. Ye Qing launched forward like a cannonball. He didn't aim, he trusted instinct, momentum, and sheer stubborn will to guide him. His strike landed clean. The beast staggered sideways, caught off guard by raw aggression. Dust lifted around them like storm clouds. A second blow followed. Faster, harder. Ye Qing didn't stop swinging, pushing with everything built from pain, fear, and pride. His shout echoed across the canyon as another hit landed. This wasn't finesse. It was fury trained through survival alone. Mid-air now, Ye Qing spun under the monster's reach. He kept moving because stopping would mean being crushed completely. The horned creature reared back and roared. A flaming blast erupted, but Ye Qing was already charging, ignoring the searing heat. The silver-haired warrior dove in from the side. Her blades lit up, slicing through the shell with perfect sharp precision. She smiled faintly as her attack cracked the armor's center. The monster faltered, giving Ye Qing another second to strike. Blue data flashed above its head. Freezing percentage increased, 40%. The tide was shifting fast, and everyone could feel it. Ye Qing smashed down again. This time, the ground didn't shake, the beast did. It finally felt real pressure now. The freezing meter climbed again, but the beast stood tall. Even with ice crawling up its body, it kept roaring louder. Ye Qing darted across the battlefield, leaping off frozen edges while flames exploded behind him, a mix of chaos and control. Every blast counted. The percentage dropped. With each hit, the monster's defenses cracked, heat rising from below like a ticking clock. Ye Qing and his allies struck together, red flames swirling around them. Their attacks synchronized like rhythm. Pain turned into purpose. Then silence fell. A deep wound split the monster's chest, pulsing dark. It stumbled back for the first real time. Ye Qing's arm pulsed with energy, dark and heavy. The core spun wildly, everything he had left poured into this. He drove the attack downward, landing straight into the monster's chest. The impact cracked stone, shadow, and even the battlefield silence. The beast twisted violently, its scream echoing. The swirling force tore into it deeper than blade or fire ever could. With one last surge, the vortex expanded. The freeze meter dropped to 0. Light consumed shadow, the battle was finally ending.
The shattered shield fragments sparkled under the sun, marking the place where Tono barely survived death. The healer knelt beside him, her weak powers struggling just enough to barely keep him breathing. Filled with guilt, Ye Qing blamed himself. He, more than anyone, should have known survival's harshest rules. He whispered regret, scolding the boy for risking everything, but the boy only smiled with pride. Wounded but smiling. He raised his hand. I have finally stood at the center of everything. Ye Qing stared ahead, silent. Determination hardened his gaze. He'd made up his mind completely now. Turning away from his companions, he vowed to challenge the danger directly, alone inside the rift. The healer shouted in disbelief, her voice trembling. How could he dare go in by himself? As he entered the swirling void, agony erupted, testing body and mind like 1,000 blades at once. Yet he moved forward. Despite pain, he absorbed knowledge and power, slowly mastering the laws within. Tono clenched his fist, blaming himself. Despite effort, he believed he remained a burden till now. Ye Qing watched silently, unable to offer comfort. Even his words felt powerless in that moment. He questioned himself, was his hesitation concern for others, or fear rooted deep for his own survival? Monsters emerged again, from the abyss, merciless and overwhelming. This world and its laws spared no weakness. Standing firm in the corruption's center, Ye Qing reappeared, wreathed in darkness, eyes focused with unshaken resolve. Ye Qing observed distant creatures in flight, cautious. He sensed recent activity across the nearby battlefield's ruins. He spotted traces of conflict, monster corpses scattered, yet no sign of the Heart Hunter team's bodies. Their smooth progress was clear. No casualties left behind meant they passed successfully through enemy territory. Reading the smoke bomb message, Ye Qing realized they had relied on stealth, not direct confrontation. Understanding dawned Heart Hunter never meant to fight. They planned to reach the abyss's end using stealth. A sharp pulse surged in Ye Qing's eyes. Something powerful had just entered his perception range nearby. He spotted them, hulking ogres moving with unnatural aggression, targeting anything without warning or hesitation. These were elite berserkers, mindless brutes with explosive strength, dangerous even for experienced warriors of equal rank. But Yi Qing didn't retreat. Calmly, he pulled out his weapon, prepared to meet them head-on, stepping forward engulfed in shadowy energy. He called out to the enemy his battle was just beginning. The berserker ogres charged, roaring wildly. Their bloodlust surged, eyes locked onto Yi Qing's advancing figure. Unfazed, Yi Qing tightened his grip. His power surged, matching the ogre's ferocity with focused intent. Elsewhere, another group descended into a vast canyon hearthunter, finally reaching the lowest floor of the abyss. A heavy stone door blocked their path. Someone struck it, sending echoes through the hollow chamber. Their leader stared ahead cautiously. If treasure awaited, then so might danger worse than anything before. They read the inscription entry required a guardian's amulet, something none of them had collected earlier. One member protested they hadn't seen any guardians, and avoided every threat to conserve strength deliberately. The scholar explained the amulet must have been dropped by a guardian left behind in the canyon. Realization hit hard. They sent the garbage team as bait. Now they'd need to retrieve the item. Urgency returned. The leader asked for smoke bombs. They'd need every tool just to sneak back safely. One member admitted he had no smoke bombs left. Their supply had been completely exhausted earlier. Another confessed the same. Their only remaining option now was to fight their way back through. The strategist objected. Several team members had fallen. With weakened roles, direct combat would guarantee defeat. Tensions rose. The leader cursed their misfortune, blaming everything on the supposed curse from the outcasts. Suddenly, a voice cut through. Yi Qing stood calm, revealing the amulet they desperately needed. The Heart Hunter leaders stared in disbelief. Yi Qing stood before them, holding the amulet confidently. One man gasped. Shock. Yi Qing survived. His voice trembled. No one expected him to return alive. Yi Qing calmly replied. He wasn't just alive, he was stable, composed, and stronger than before. Accused of abandoning comrades, Yi Qing clarified he sent them back early, prioritizing their safety above all. Without hesitation, he pressed the glowing amulet into the door, activating the final passage of the abyss. Together, they stood before the final gate. The portal shimmered, next step unknown, but necessary to take. The portal led them into a vast hall. One questioned the amulet's origin in Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing casually admitted the truth. He'd looted it using his scavenger skill during the earlier chaos. They began to realize his class might be underestimated. Even legendary items could be stolen unnoticed. Yi Qing interrupted. He'd killed Aloma and others. It wasn't about classes, just skill and decision-making. The group advanced deeper. Questions still hung in the air, but footsteps filled the silence ahead. A rogue stepped forward, challenging Yi Qing. His tone was mocking, but curiosity lingered in his voice. Impressed by Yi Qing's calm, the rogue backed off. Strength and confidence were now clearly established. Yi Qing explained the strong rule here, but outside he only wanted fairness and equal contribution recognized. Their leader reminded them of the split. Hunter team gets more since Trash team had 6. Suddenly, the floor lit up. Traps! Someone shouted. The team scattered as danger flared across the tiles. The traps activated violently. One member was nearly caught, barely escaping thanks to a last-second warning. Yi Qing watched their scramble, already anticipating the uneven reward they'd propose once danger had passed. Calmly, he muttered a guess. This time they'd probably reduce the split even further out of greed. The group took a breath. Some complained, some sighed, thinking the worst of it was over. But Yi Qing's instincts flared. Something felt wrong. He scanned the dark ahead, preparing for the next threat. Yi Qing's system detected traps everywhere. He muttered that disabling them normally would cost a fortune. Without hesitation, he triggered the skill manually. A spiraling wave of energy surged through the corridor. One by one, hidden mechanisms lit up. The traps activated violently in sequence as he walked through. Behind him, the area flared dangerously. A grid of lights revealed every triggered threat with intense brightness. The others cried out in frustration. Everything was now active. They had no clear path forward anymore. Yi Qing stepped forward and demanded the item. His voice was firm. There was no room for doubt. Dark energy surged as he unleashed his ability. Purple waves rose, intercepting every trap mid-air. The barrage of spikes, arrows, and spears dissolved into the swirling energy without touching a single ally. Every remaining hazard was shattered. The last wave of deadly traps vanished into black-purple mist completely. He turned calmly. The traps have all been destroyed. You can go now, he said without hesitation. Stunned, the leader shouted, was this power still part of a scavenger class? It seemed impossible. The mage questioned it too. Whatever skill Yi Qing used wasn't listed in any known records. Their group whispered anxiously. This man had calmly erased traps like dust, yet remained completely composed. The leader barked confidently, insisting there were 5 of them. The mage corrected him. 4. Now. They halted. The leader asked nervously why had Yi Qing stopped walking. Something dangerous was close again. The party moved cautiously into the next hall, unaware they were about to reach the final chamber. Suddenly, light spilled across the stone floor as an enormous mountain of treasure appeared before them. The hoard contained rare metals, enchanted gear, and artifacts not seen since the early Abyss expeditions. Among the treasure, pure crystals emitted magical energy strong enough to alter equipment or awaken skills. The group's priorities began to shift. Some no longer saw value in allies who collected scraps behind them. While others celebrated the loot, Ye Qing remained cautious, sensing something unnatural beneath the mountain of gold. He moved slowly, eyes scanning the ground. Each step confirmed his suspicion. The treasure was oddly undisturbed. A single coin shifted strangely. Ye Qing's breath caught. Something immense was hiding just below them. A system alert appeared in front of him. A hidden dragon entity had just been detected nearby. Dragons were mythical tier bosses nearly extinct. Facing one without preparation meant near certain death for everyone in range. Two massive horns slowly emerged from beneath the treasure pile. Something ancient was awakening beneath the gold. A dragon took form, female in appearance, powerful aura radiating from her as she rose from slumber. The group stood frozen. Her human-like appearance clashed with the overwhelming pressure of a supreme entity. She commanded them coldly, remove their best equipment, treat it with care, and leave silently. Then, with disinterest, she turned away, already expecting obedience, as if their fate had been sealed. The dragon lazily closed her eyes, choosing to ignore them rather than unleash her full wrath. Silence fell. No one dared move. Even their breathing slowed as her massive form settled again. A stunned warrior whispered in disbelief. This creature not only spoke, but used fluent, intelligent human language. The demon girl nearly slipped from her golden throne, startled by a sudden wave of drowsiness. She scolded the intruders harshly, accusing them of lingering too long, with greed clouding their judgment. With glowing eyes, she noticed someone in rags and questioned his audacity to enter her domain. The demon descended with fury, wings spread, landing before the man standing calmly atop her treasure hoard. He stared back, unmoved. Voice cold. "You've dirtied my golden floor with your arrogance and pointless noise." One man warned the group to stay cautious, sensing the woman's power might be far from ordinary. Another dismissed the danger, insisting she was only a beautiful monster guarding treasure, easily overwhelmed by numbers. He pointed out her focus was entirely on the Scavenger, suggesting a sneak attack was their chance. Just as they moved, the demon's body surged with power, casting red energy blades in every direction. Caught off guard, the leader screamed in panic, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force crashing down on them. Amid flying blades and falling treasure, the Scavenger stood his ground, deflecting everything with composed precision. He dashed forward through the storm of gold and steel, unwavering as deadly traps collapsed behind him. Above him, the demon descended from the sky, her wings casting a dark veil over everything. She landed before him with authority, sensing his calm presence posed a threat unlike the others. With narrowed eyes, she judged him silently, expecting not gold but proof he deserved to stand there. The man panicked as he realized the demon's hunger wasn't for souls but for material wealth. The Scavenger stepped forward, shielding a glowing item as the demon advanced with interest in her eyes. Energy surged around him while the artifact in his hand pulsed, warning her to stay away. He shouted to protect the item, sensing its value far surpassed anything else in the golden chamber. The demon scoffed at his defense, dismissing the item as worthless junk undeserving of his devotion. The Scavenger activated his special skill, Disseration Eye, scanning the demon's form for a hidden weakness. His gaze locked onto her pendant, suspecting it housed the true source of her sustained strength. The demon instantly noticed his shift in focus. Sensing that her secret was dangerously close to exposure, she flew backward, voice sharp, accusing him of using forbidden probing techniques to analyze her core. Eyes glowing with rage, she swore vengeance, vowing to claim his sight as payment for defiance. The demon raised her arm, ready to unleash a devastating strike to silence him permanently. Sensing danger, the Scavenger's instincts triggered. He gritted his teeth and activated his skill. Double frenzy mode, dark energy engulfed his body as power surged, overwhelming his senses but granting unmatched physical amplification instantly. He shouted again, tripled it. A second burst exploded outward, tearing through the air with uncontrollable force. Within the swirling storm of violent energy, his silhouette vanished into motion, pushing beyond normal human limitation. Dark energy wrapped around his blade as he lunged forward, aiming straight at the demon girl's core. The blade struck fast, too fast. She barely reacted as her body reeled from the explosive, powerful blow. She stumbled back, horns shaking, eyes wide. He stared, breathing hard, unsure if she'd retaliate or collapse. The ground split beneath her feet. Cracks surged outward, blasting golden coins and dust into the air. He crashed into debris, stunned. This power is unmeasurable. This bastard is a true god, he muttered. The elders observed her aura closely. Their instruments failed, unable to classify the overwhelming power she released. A warrior stepped forward, activating a cannon device. His aim was to suppress her and collect data. The cannon roared. Energy crashed into the ground, erupting gold and stone beneath her with massive force. From within the blast zone, her figure reappeared untouched, unshaken. She stared through the dust without flinching once. Beneath the shattered tiles, her presence spread like roots gathering strength, preparing to retaliate without any more restraint. While trying to escape, the team argued. The artifact's massive size delayed their retreat under rising pressure. Suddenly, an enormous fiery construct formed overhead, its jaws opened, targeting the artifact with destructive, burning precision. The structure ignited on contact. A golden cone surged upward, piercing the air with violent, blinding force. The shockwaves spread fast. Soldiers were thrown back, their gear shattered, caught within the blast's furious center. As flames settled, nothing stood where the artifact once lay. Only scorched ground and ash-filled silence remained. His eyes widened. He realized the situation had spiraled out of control faster than he expected. Frustrated, he looked around. The others had failed. Now only one artifact piece remained within reach. Gripping it tight, he shouted, "This is enough!" He turned, ready to abandon the mission entirely. A shockwave erupted behind him. The explosion cracked the tiles, flinging wind and dust across the chamber. He glanced back instinctively, sensing something powerful approaching faster and more dangerous than anything faced before. A massive dragon descended from the mist, confronting him directly for stealing the sealed ancestral treasure shard. He halted as the demon woman stepped forward, guarding the treasure's location with unwavering intent and dominance. Her heavy footsteps echoed across the chamber. She advanced, forcing him to reconsider any chance of retreat. The air thickened. Her power suppressed the artifact's aura, causing instability and a violent internal reaction. His fingers twitched. Energy surged from the artifact, its structure cracking slightly under extreme, incompatible pressure. Suddenly, a blast of force threw him through the air, sending him crashing across the chamber floor. An energy blast was launched at her back. The attack surged forward with clear killing intent. She turned calmly, intercepting the blast mid-air. Her body remained untouched, shielded by her innate resistance. She stared at the source. Disappointment showed on her face as she prepared for counter-response. Another figure emerged defensive. Aware he'd failed, he raised his hand, regretting the dishonorable attempt he made. She gathered power instantly. Her arms glowed as she prepared to punish him for the ambush attempt. The ambusher staggered. Her energy had struck him directly, forcing his body to heal just to stand. She observed him closely. Despite healing, his movements slowed, proving her attack had damaged him more than expected. Another man charged in, yelling to draw attention. His goal was clear: give the other a chance. He crashed hard into the floor. The impact scattered coins, leaving him winded and unable to rise. From above, she addressed them both. They were outmatched. A greater threat was already approaching behind them. He stood firm as she approached. The tension rose. Neither side showed signs of backing down. He named his demand the Black Tower Key, targeting something far more specific than ordinary treasure or power. She was stunned. His request revealed knowledge few possessed. The key's existence wasn't common information. Furious, she grabbed him. Her pride stung. No scavenger should dare to threaten her authority or ownership. Unfazed, he bargained coldly. The key was all he sought, not her wealth, not her domain. Frustrated, she clenched her teeth. His persistence threatened her control over what should never be touched. Lowering her voice, she summoned energy. She hinted at leverage, something powerful enough to force his compliance. A magic array activated. The chamber warped around them. Ancient scripts glowed, signaling a powerful sealed protocol. The spell took hold. An unknown force began extracting a core object directly from the chamber's center. Her expression shifted to panic. She realized the spell had bypassed her control. It was already too late. She thrashed wildly, trying to interrupt the spell. But the extraction magic had already locked its target. In desperation, she lunged at him. Her control slipped further as energy swirled uncontrollably around them both. He warned her coldly the void magic wouldn't stop, even if she killed him immediately. Realizing defeat, she screamed and surrendered. Rage boiled in her eyes, but she no longer resisted the pull. He lifted the artifact. The spell stabilized. Centuries of guarded fear had transformed into something far worse. She screamed at him to stop, but he stepped forward, artifact in hand, unmoved by threats. He chuckled darkly. The swirling void spread beneath him, feeding on the vault's sealed magical reserves. The vortex widened. From deep within, a crystalline object emerged, its shape sharp and glowing with sealed power. She gasped. That coffin was crafted centuries ago, intended to preserve her ultimate weapon, not expose it. Now it drifted away. The fire seed's essence ruptured. Once lost to the void, it couldn't be restored. She screamed helplessly as ancient scrolls, sealed for eras, were drawn into the void one by one. Other artifacts followed. She recognized each item, their importance tied to lost histories and priceless magical craftsmanship. The spear vanished next. She had forged it herself, using royal dragon materials, now lost without return. Panicking, she begged. She offered anything to stop the destruction, even the Black Tower key in exchange. He calmly raised the frozen relic. With cold finality, he declared her hoarded treasures to be garbage. Tears welled in her eyes. With no other choice, she finally agreed to hand over the key. Frustrated, she surrendered. Her voice cracked as she insisted the Black Tower key was meaningless and replaceable. They arrived at a towering structure, an ancient archive hidden away, built by dragons for sacred knowledge preservation. She explained their dual purpose. Dragons protected treasure but also archived forbidden records across generations and wars. As they entered the archives, the scavenger grinned faintly. He had reached the real goal all along. He stepped into the central chamber. Light filtered from above, revealing endless tiers of scroll-filled shelves. Mountains of scrolls surrounded him. The dragon flew above, watching closely as he approached the knowledge vault. She gestured for him to sit, but he declined. His goal wasn't rest, it was precision retrieval. Without resistance, she handed it over. The Black Tower key, hidden for centuries, was finally in reach. A sealed artifact radiated cursed energy, recently unearthed from ruins where dozens had vanished without explanation. Yi Qing approached cautiously, activating the relic. The artifact responded, binding itself to him with shadowy tendrils. A demoness materialized, marking him as bearer of a forbidden relic once owned by ancient warlords. She explained he'd triggered one of 6 relics. Possession granted power, but attracted dangerous celestial hunters. To prepare, Yi Qing studied ancient contracts in a hidden archive, seeking knowledge before enemies arrived to kill. The demoness sensed another relic hidden on Yi Qing. Its divine energy disrupted her senses almost immediately. She demanded the divine equipment in exchange for access to the Black Tower's sealed upper floors. To sweeten the deal, she offered bonus effects, hidden enchantments Yi Qing couldn't get anywhere else. Yi Qing hesitated. If he refused, she might attack. The demoness had strength far beyond his own. With a mocking grin, she reminded him that she could crush relic users like him without effort. Without a word, Yi Qing offered the divine relic. Dark energy swirled violently between his hand and hers. The demoness absorbed it all. Streams of power burst outward, shaking the chamber's ancient stone walls. She laughed, fully satisfied. Yi Qing remained calm, already focused on the next phase of his plan. In the candlelit chamber, Yi Qing approached a sealed altar. The atmosphere changed the moment he stepped closer. The relic's red eye awakened. It reacted to Yi Qing's presence, unlocking something sealed for countless forgotten years. The artifact released system data. Yi Qing read it quickly, shocked to learn the relic wasn't complete. The demoness explained Yi Qing had activated an unstable version. Old restrictions were pouring corrupted energy into him. She mocked his reckless luck. Despite the curse, Yi Qing instinctively stabilized the relic's chaotic surge alone. The demoness fulfilled her promise, granting him the key. She feigned indifference toward the relic's instability. Yi Qing's aura changed. The relic fused deeper than expected. She now sensed a dangerous shift in him. The demoness clutched a golden crest, explaining it was meant for one who brought her treasures. She teased Yi Qing, stating even dragon kings failed to connect their nerves to the physical scale. A hidden observer watched, baffled by Yi Qing's actions. He suspected Yi Qing turned junk into real codex. Yi Qing defended himself, claiming his codex not only analyzed components, but predicted relic behaviors before activation. The demoness revealed his new mission: retrieve the final codex, capable of rewriting the laws of death. Yi Qing demanded more details about the cursed codex. He refused to risk survival without full understanding. She dismissed his frustration, saying decoding it was his task alone. Her role ended with guidance. Suddenly, the curse flared violently inside Yi Qing. Agony struck deep, making it hard for him to breathe. She reminded him ordinary dragons couldn't suppress it, but she could. For a high price, of course. Offering a deal, she'd weaken the curse temporarily. Full removal required payment or a binding contract. The demoness demanded Yi Qing's last 10 relics. She grinned while setting impossible terms for her help. Frustrated, Yi Qing accused her of extortion. The cost kept rising, and he was nearing desperation. Yelling in pain and anger, Yi Qing surrendered everything. The relics shattered into light and were absorbed instantly. The demoness laughed triumphantly, clearly enjoying her upper hand. Yi Qing's sacrifice gave her overwhelming power again. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, glaring. Realization hit he'd been manipulated from the start. He shouted, demanding honesty. Despite Yi Qing's efforts, the relic debt remained. He unknowingly owed her hundreds more divine equipment pieces. She reinforced the binding pact: no escape unless the full cost was paid, regardless of circumstance. Though chaotic, Novius claimed responsibility. Her real intent was to use Yi Qing for a larger scheme. As Yi Qing turned, an external force disrupted the chamber, an unknown presence reacting to his corrupted aura. Overwhelmed by the relic's pressure, Yiqing dropped to his knees. Realizing the transformation was accelerating uncontrollably, Yiqing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure. The relic's energy burned through his body rapidly. He stabilized the relic's flow. With the final command spoken, the sealing process reached its peak. Just as Yiqing thought it ended, a shockwave hit. Something triggered outside his control, something unexpected awakened. His eyes widened. He sensed a presence beyond human, towering and ancient, approaching from the shadows. A red system message appeared. The curse hadn't ended, it had relocated. Its true master was arriving. Yiqing's vision returned gradually. The lingering darkness faded, and he felt awareness returning to his senses. He moved his fingers freely. The numbness lifted his physical form, was stabilizing after the ritual's toll. Despite recovery, ominous red tendrils crept along the walls. The environment itself had begun shifting unnaturally. He paused, sensing an identity shift. Something inside him was recognized and marked by the system. A throne formed beneath him. System declared Yiqing demon. His transformation had reached an irreversible stage. The demonic side awakened fully. Yiqing realized the curse had birthed a second, conscious entity within. Understanding struck him. The only way to break the curse was to confront and defeat himself. Yiqing faced his cursed counterpart. The clone emerged fully, formed from all the relic's corrupted power. A system alert appeared, transcended. The enemy's stats surged, his body adapted perfectly to the curse's domain. The cursed Yiqing declared superiority, claiming every stat, skill, and trait optimized beyond Yiqing's current capabilities. Yiqing realized the worst. His doppelganger had a transcendent state too. The odds had turned against him. With red aura flaring, the clone charged. It struck fast, confident no version of Yiqing could win. Yiqing gritted his teeth. The clone moved at blinding speed, too fast for normal eyes to follow. Dodging barely in time, Yiqing felt the air split. One wrong move would have meant instant death. He countered instinctively, channeling cursed energy into his blade, knowing pure strength wouldn't be enough here. The two clashed mid-air, violent momentum ripping apart the stone floor beneath their feet on impact. With fury in his eyes, Yiqing struck forward again, pushing past fear, determined to outlast his reflection. Yiqing grounded himself, dual blades ready. He prepared to intercept any move from his cursed counterpart. The enemy lunged again. Yiqing reacted quickly, but the gap in speed continued growing more dangerous. Frustrated, Yiqing realized his opponent was predicting everything. Every tactic failed before it could be executed. The clone activated a hidden skill soul switch, chanting rapidly. A sudden force began pulling their spirits apart. Yiqing gasped. In seconds, his body no longer responded properly. Something inside him had been replaced. The clone revealed his plan. Every strike drained Yiqing's spirit, gradually binding his soul to darkness. Each attack could leach fragments of Yiqing's essence. Death wasn't required for his identity to be stolen. And bit by bit, the curse entity would consume Yiqing's spirit until only the clone remained. Yiqing launched himself forward, pushing down fear. If he hesitated now, the battle would be over quickly. The two clashed again, blades ringing. Each strike carried real consequences, both physical damage and soul erosion. Yiqing launched a full-force strike. His movements were sharper, now driven by desperation, precision, and pain. The cursed clone taunted him mid-attack, showing no fear and welcoming the challenge with chilling confidence. System alerted, attribute drain. Yiqing's body pulsed with dark energy as the curse sapped his strength. They collided violently. The impact registered as another loss, his vitality and resistance drained with every blow. System update confirmed, attributes being extracted, difference now critical. Yiqing was losing more than just ground. The cursed version attacked relentlessly. Yiqing struggled to defend, forced to block multiple hits at once. The clone mocked his resistance, intrigued by Yiqing's soul but confident in the domain's overwhelming control. Yiqing dodged backward, maintaining distance. He couldn't overpower it directly, but he wasn't out of ideas. The system activated, Yiqing consumed points, and reforged his twin swords using scavenged divine relic fragments. With a flash, the new twin swords formed. They glowed enhanced beyond their previous unstable junk versions. Yiqing reforged his twin swords again. He poured energy in, desperately trying to match the clone's strength. The system consumed points again. Material reserves dropped rapidly. He was nearly out of everything he collected. Reinforcement failed. Insufficient materials. Yiqing's last effort to upgrade crumbled before the clone's overpowering charge reached him. Novius mocked him mentally, reminding him of the debt. She hinted at exploiting him all along. As the clone attacked again, Yiqing realized she'd sabotaged the balance from the start for control. Yiqing gasped. The system confirmed another attribute drain. His body weakened again under the clone's influence. The cursed Yiqing mocked him. He claimed Yiqing's resistance was pointless within this rule-bound battle domain. Standing firm, the clone promised to consume Yiqing completely, then replicate a twisted version of his existence. It would destroy Yiqing's past, take his place, and erase all who had once known him. With no empathy, it grinned. It wouldn't feel regret because it was never truly Yiching to begin with. The cursed version unleashed a surge of power. Shadows swarmed the arena in aggressive, chaotic waves. As Yiching staggered back, painful memories surfaced, visions triggered by the curse's grip on his mind. A voice echoed in memory, survive the abyss, escape alive. A vow made long ago. He remembered choosing to walk forward alone, telling someone close to stop following him for their safety. That promise resurfaced. He once swore to protect his sibling, to stop danger before it reached her. Yiching shouted his promise aloud. The curse reacted violently, wrapping tighter around his body and mind. The clone smiled, amused. Yiching's outburst had triggered something unusual. New possibilities for torment had opened. He declared a shift in plans. Yiching's consciousness would be preserved for further experimentation and suffering. Yiching admitted failure. His attempt to break the curse had only made things worse, accelerating corruption. He reflected on his insignificance, powerless against ancient forces that existed before gods, demons, or known reality. The clone pressed harder, demanding Yiching abandon everything. The curse urged complete surrender of his identity. With a twisted grin, it reached for Yiching, intent on taking full control without resistance anymore. A shockwave burst through the hall. Their clash intensified, creating explosive force that shook the entire structure.
Surrounded by burning energy, the reflected on his weakness before demons and unknown terrifying entities. His expression hardened, acknowledging his fragile strength, yet refusing to surrender, determined to resist overwhelming destructive forces. Dark crimson power surged violently, mocking his struggle, portraying him as insignificant prey with nothing left. Gripping his weapon tightly, he launched forward with reckless determination. With focused eyes, he countered the enemy's assault, refusing defeat. Sweat trickled down as crimson eyes widened, sensing an unfamiliar force intertwining dangerously with rising energy. A surge of violet power erupted, declaring unity, forging an unbreakable bond sealed through sharpened determination. The declaration echoed fiercely, blending strength into one. Golden eyes gleamed with conviction, asserting shared strength, radiating power that shattered hesitation and disrupted enemy control. Steel clashed violently, questions roared in anger, yet resilience defied defeat, standing unyielding against overwhelming hostile pressure. A defiant roar erupted, refusing surrender, proclaiming strength and rejecting control from any oppressive force. Golden eyes ignited fiercely, rejecting assimilation, declaring individuality, vowing that no entity could replace true identity. Power surged violently, trembling the ground, as determination solidified into unstoppable resolve, radiating from unwavering stance. Dark energy recoiled in shock, confronted by unyielding will that defied corruption. Transformed by Dragonblood's overwhelming essence, a monstrous form emerged, radiating terrifying might and unmatched destructive dominance. Resolve burned within, declaring that torn flesh and shattered body meant nothing compared to unwavering determination. Flames surged violently, cloaking every movement, proving that broken bones could not extinguish the willpower inside. Even shattered organs failed to matter, as relentless energy pushed forward, demanding absolute victory without compromise. A furious cry erupted, promising to consume the enemy entirely, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Steel clashed again, power colliding head-on, each strike echoing desperation, rage, and unyielding hunger for dominance. Crimson energy erupted wildly, defiance echoing, declaring that no challenger could ever surpass unbreakable determination. Power gathered violently, surging forward with sharpened weapon, fueled by conviction to dominate, overwhelming chaotic strength. Golden blade cleaved downward, releasing radiant force that split air apart, shaking walls with immense pressure. Shockwaves tore through stone, scorching ground, as burning strikes clashed furiously. Agonized screams followed, body collapsing under heavy impact, crushed by overwhelming might radiating from decisive blow. Eyes widened in fury, veins burning with rage. Dark energy gathered overhead, swirling ominous, taunting words echoed menacingly, mocking resistance, promising destruction as fiery power lunged with reckless intent. Explosions erupted, light engulfing the battlefield. Through burning haze, the aggressor screamed in disbelief, unable to accept survival beyond the devastating blast. A piercing gaze glowed red, focus unshaken. Standing firm on fractured ground, resolve surged. Rage-filled words burst out, demanding answers, furious disbelief that survival persisted through countless lethal strikes. Both warriors faced each other, tension burning. Weapons collided once more, sparks erupting fiercely. A blazing arc of golden energy carved through stone, momentum carried forward, blade glowing fiercely, golden light surged brighter, surrounding the warrior's frame. Opponents staggered across fractured ground, crimson flames flickering unsteadily. Through the haze, sparks scattered across the floor. A massive strike descended, purple energy coating steel. Gripping the blade tightly, determination flared, demanding retrieval of power, desperate to reclaim strength at all costs. Dark aura expanded violently, screaming to push away resistance, crimson light burning with suffocating oppressive fury. The clash intensified, shockwaves scattering debris, as crimson power twisted. From within the haze, words dripped with disdain, mocking attempts to defy power sealed in blood. The armored demon radiated crimson power, astonished that resistance could reclaim strength within his corrupted domain. Yi Qing gripped the crimson blade tightly, sensing ominous energy spiraling around him, preparing for inevitable battle. His eyes glowed fiercely, veins straining as raw power surged uncontrollably. A monstrous creature recoiled in terror, its jagged fangs trembling as it recognized the overwhelming threat before it. Energy exploded outward, engulfing Yi Qing in swirling blue flames. An ethereal beast manifested behind him. The demon staggered backward. Yi Qing's body crashed into the monster with explosive force. The impact hurled both combatants across the hall. Yi Qing spun midair, stabilizing himself, while the demon plummeted uncontrollably. The monster roared defiantly, diving back toward Yi Qing. Yi Qing descended with terrifying momentum, purple aura flaring like fire. He smashed downward, the ground erupting beneath him. The demon screeched furiously, bloodied body pinned against shattered walls. Rising through the debris, it locked onto Yi Qing, rage burning, ignited in searing crimson energy. Yi Qing's aura erupted violently, skeletal visage radiating crimson flames, chains rattling as immense power engulfed him. The infernal formation activated, amplifying his summoned entity. Dark chains extended, tightening fiercely, drawing strength from ancient runes etched across Yi Qing's glowing skeletal mask. The demon strained desperately against tightening binds, realizing Yi Qing's strength now eclipsed its corrupted monstrous form completely. Surrounded by blazing inferno, Yi Qing declared his presence boldly, flames roaring as enemies trembled before his dominance. The demon roared defiantly, standing amidst rubble. Its voice thundered through the chamber, proclaiming itself king, madness blazing within its monstrous eyes of fury.